So that's the whole thing. You're talking about, so man and woman are deprived from male and female, correct?
Are man and woman derived? The words man and woman existed before the words male and female.
Okay. What I'm saying is that if I was born a male and I go through whatever I have to go through to be what you're referring to as a female, can I have a baby?
Why? I'm not talking about males and females.
Okay. Then
Talking about men
what
and women.
exactly? What's the difference? Right. What's the difference?
Between a man and a woman?
No. Between male and female and man and woman.
Man and woman would be terms related to gender. Male and female would be terms related to biological reproduction.
They're the same thing. Man
They're
and woman
not.
and male and female are the same thing. They
are not. They're quite literally not. They have
How?
different definitions.
But they don't.
They do.
But why? I'm asking you why.
Because they are different things, so therefore they have different definitions.
You can't just say because they are different things. That's not
Yes,
explaining
because
anything.
I
You're
already
just
have.
saying,
One refers to cultural or social differences in behaviors
no,
or traits.
that's not what that means.
I don't know why you asked me a question and then interrupt me as I started to answer it.
Because that's not what that means. It's just purely
It is.
wrong.
It's actually the definition of gender. Do I need to pull the definition of gender for
Gender
you?
and sex are the same thing.
Then why are they defined differently?
They're not defined differently.
They
They're
are.
defined differently now, recently, because of
Fine.
everything that's happened.
Can you
within
give
these
me a
last 10 years.
comprehensive definition of the word sex and a comprehensive definition of the word gender?
They're easily the same thing.
That's not what I asked you. I asked for a comprehensive definition of the word sex and a comprehensive definition of the word gender.
They're the same thing.
It's not what I asked you. I asked you for a
I
comprehensive
understand, but
definition
that's not
of
what
the term
that's
sex
my answer.
and the
though.
comprehensive definition of the word gender. Are you incapable of providing definitions for terms?
No, it's not that I'm incapable of doing
So
it.
define
it's just
them.
the fact that both of those things coincide with each other. They're the
I don't
exact
care
same
that
thing.
they
You're trying to twist.
so give a
you're trying to
definition.
layer this.
Alex, give a definition then. You could give the same
Okay.
definition for both, but instead you're pussyfooting around. What's the definition? Comprehensive
not
definition of
pussyfooting.
sex and a comprehensive definition of the word gender.
Again, we're doing a little circle here.
Holy shit.
It does not
Alex,
matter.
Alex, I want an answer to
Holy
this
shit,
question.
what?
I'm not moving on until you answer this question.
Why would we? What's the point?
We're gonna play a bit of Dragon Quest. So I gotta finish it. Gonna finish it on stream. Because I can play any other thing. The most famous Japanese RPG series in the world. Or at least in Japan. At least in Japan. And apparently Japan is the good country now, so. Because the West is pussified and gay and crazed, cock and gawk and all the things in between. Awful, awful things. Whoa, whoa. Man, so sad. Magic key. Fellowship is upon us. Do not fail me now, frown. No, though me. Thee thou do that, die. What color is this? A blue key. I could have sworn that I've seen at least a few blue things. They've created a magic key, so I have to like take it. It is done. Oh, okay. A true magic key that shall not bend nor break, no matter how many times it's used. Okay, give it to me. My companion here had doubt I'll be da 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 da. Okay, okay, okay. Thanks. What's the color of the key? Okay, give it. It's gray. Uh, all right. All right, let's go. Hello. Yeah. I'm like President Sunday Lucy. Am I? Am I President Sunday Lucy? Should debate President Sunday on stuff. You know? You know what I mean? How are
Yeah,
you,
but
Maraki?
remix.
If it's
Because
the same
you're
thing.
claiming to me that the way I am utilizing these words is wrong, so I want to see how you are utilizing these words.
I've been watching a
The
stream
way
by
you
a
are
creator
explaining this
about women
concept,
and gaming.
Pretend I'm an alien. I've never heard these
Don't
two
insult
words.
yourself like that.
Tell
Oh,
me what sex means,
I will not then.
and then tell me what gender
People
means.
have been really mad about the new God of War because it has a woman in it. And people have been really weird.
So
Asmongold
here's the
saying
thing.
that men
You
are
wanna talk about
objectively
gender?
more attractive
Let's
than
just say
women, which is a weird
gender's
moment
more
from
of a
Asmongold, all
okay.
things considered.
People use sex on things like
Another
I don't know,
person
IQ,
saying that
stuff like
it's
that.
more fun to play as a
I get
man
the point
for
of what you're
500 hours
saying.
than a
Telling me
woman.
what these terms mean. Gender's a medical thing?
Then
What,
you
it's like a
tell me what.
stethoscope?
Okay, let's
Like,
pretend
No,
I'm stupid. I
dumbass,
have no idea what
dumbass.
I'm
what?
talking
Hey,
about. You
hey,
tell me.
hey, hey,
Okay, I'm a
Alex,
dumbass.
Alex,
You tell
hey,
me.
Alex, I tried to define these two terms to you, and you said I was wrong. So now I'm asking you to do the thing you said I was wrong at. But
No,
now
I mean, I
that
do
you've
believe
realized
that-
you can't do it, what's happened
no,
here
wait,
is you've realized, oh shit, I don't know the answer to this question. Well, you do
Gay.
it then. I already
Hello,
tried. Do we need to
Vladimir.
replay the tape? Do we need to replay the tape where I tried to
We're
define
good,
these
hello.
terms to you?
No.
You stopped me and
We
told
don't
me I
need to
was
replay
wrong?
any tapes. Hold on.
Exactly. So I don't want to hear nothing else.
let me say
Alex, I don't
something
want to hear
real quick.
any. No.
I'm gonna be back in
The only thing I
Ukraine
wanna hear
soon.
out of your mouth
I
is
came back for a few
comprehensive
days to
definition of
spend
the
time
word
with Fido.
gender and a comprehensive definition of the word sex. If I hear anything else out of your mouth, I'm
Okay, I
moving
can
on
do
to the
that.
next
I've been
topic.
doing a lot of volunteer work
Great.
Okay, I
let's
can
hear
do
it.
that.
for
You ready? All right.
an
Nigger,
org
nigger,
that
nigger,
helps
nigger,
Ukraine.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What? What did I just hear? What the fuck just happened?
Don't ban the number yet. Whoever's screening, don't ban the number yet. I'm not gonna let pussy ass motherfuckers escape like that. We're calling his ass back. I don't know what universe he thinks this is, but he's getting called back. You're not gonna be a fucking punk ass bitch and run away. Not what we do here.
Damn. That was sad. The person just spammed the N-word, so maybe it's better that you didn't hear it.
System to actually
The
fucking
person just started spamming the N-word. It was weird. It's very bizarre. Volunteering is always and always appreciated.
Only
Yeah.
For some reason, it's having trouble making an outbound call. It's okay. I have another way to do it.
It's good to volunteer. I've been doing a bit of volunteering before too. Building houses for dogs and making nets for the army.
Oh, he definitely called from like a fake number.
I'm
that
trying
got
to
me
make up
live.
for the fact that
What a
Poland
fucking
is actually really embarrassing and cringe right now. I'm maybe I'll get into it soon. It's always sad to be embarrassed by your own country, but you know, whatever. It's a thing that all of us have to go through at some point, right? Am I right? Or am I right?
Okay, let's try again. You don't want to answer, I'm just going to try again.
Thank you for calling Jimmy Snow in the line.
Oh, that's the wrong number.
Jimmy Snow?
Here's the right number.
Yeah.
God damn, it just doesn't ring. Jimmy's actually in the chat. Yeah, try to call the wrong racist. Try to call Jimmy. My bad, Jimmy. Nah, I'm just kidding. Jimmy knows I love him. Jimmy, you ready for the show tomorrow?
A dog suit?
Yo, it's like not making the outbound call, which is really pissing me off.
A
It just
dog
says
suit?
calling.
Who are you?
This motherfucker.
What is this? What does that do? What does that do?
Oh, he might have blocked me, yeah. Oh, look, the punk ass bitch is calling back. Great, beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted. Great.
Yo,
Why
what's
did
good, my man?
why did you run, you fucking scared ass bitch?
Oh, okay, hold on, wait. Let me just
No,
say.
no,
okay,
no,
first
hold on,
of
wait,
all,
no,
to
hold
your
on, wait.
chat,
Why'd you
this
run,
is a
you
spook
pussy?
phone number.
I want to know
wait,
why you
bro,
ran. I
literally
want to know
called
why
to
you
do
ran.
that. I do
I
not
want to
care
know why
about
you ran.
gender or sex. I don't
I
give a
want to
fuck.
know why
I
you ran.
ran.
Why were you a coward?
I'm not
If
a
you're
coward.
gonna
I
say
just wanted to
you are a
click you.
coward because you said it anonymously, say it with your chest. Don't be a pussy.
What do you mean?
Say it
Say
with your
what?
chest. Say what you said with
Say
your chest.
what?
Don't be a fucking scared ass bitch saying it. Well, I called on an anonymous number to say it anonymously. You're a scared little bitch.
No.
Is your
that's
name
not what I'm
Pansy?
saying,
Is your
dude. What
name
the fuck?
coward ass bitch?
Yeah.
Is that your name?
No, my name's
is your name
Alex. You already know
Is your
this.
name coward ass bitch?
Yeah.
It must be.
Bro, is that supposed to be funny?
It must be coward ass bitch.
Is that supposed to be funny?
No, I'm calling you out for being a fucking coward. That's what I'm doing.
How am I a coward?
Did I
called
say
you
I'm
black
did I
and then
say I'm trying
hung up.
did I say I'm trying to be a comedian? No. You're a coward. You said it and
no, I
you
said
ran.
you're trying.
You called in on an anonymous number because you knew you were too
Okay.
fucking scared to do this shit with your whole chest. So you called it on an anonymous number. We know you gave a fake ass name because you're a fucking coward. Because you're a coward. Because you know you would get your ass got if you said that shit in public.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying
So
that my
you
name isn't Alex?
decided to be a coward because you're a fucking weakling. You're weak.
Bro, if
You're
you think
upset.
my name isn't
You're
Alex,
upset. I don't know why you think this isn't your fucking place to talk. Know your fucking place. I need you to know your place right now. Okay? Your place is under my fucking boot.
Damn.
Know it. Learn it.
Damn.
Coward ass bitch. So
That's
what you
rough.
did is you decided, I'm gonna be a coward today. I'm gonna be cowardly because I'm upset that black people are smarter than me. Let's just keep it a $1.50, Alex. You're upset black people are smarter than you. You probably had your girlfriend fucked by a black dude, and you've been butthurt about it for years. And so your way to fucking handle that is to anonymously call a fucking call-in show where you think, oh my God, I bet I can just drop the N-word and run away and just run away. You're a cowardly little bitch.
Just run away.
You're lower than a bitch. What's lower than a bitch? You're literally an amoeba.
God damn.
You're a cuck. You cuck yourself for fun. And I want you to understand, from here till the ends of the fucking earth, whenever that may be, that you will never in your life be as intelligent as me. You will never in your life be as successful as me. You will never in your life
Be
be able to
sexy
form a
as me.
sentence
Oh.
as coherent as mine. You deserve your ass kicked, quite frankly. I won't do it. Someone in life probably will. But you're too cowardly to say the shit you believe with your chest. So, Alex, just really quick, the only thing I want to know is why are you such a cowardly little fucking pansy? You heard a beep. That's you being
See,
unmuted.
you
Why
wanna
are you a
talk
coward?
about
I don't give a fuck what you have to say, ugly. Shut the fuck up. Goodbye. Fuck out of here. Thank you all for watching this video. If you don't know me, I'm Jovan Brad.
That
I'm
was
a leftist content creator who does debates.
interesting. Hold on. We have a chat. I actually brought up some content. So if you dare to try watch it, Lucy, you also need to follow some instructions about Dugin, his biography, and what's he currently saying. The most. Oh, okay. Okay. Link it. Yeah, link it. And give me the instructions. I'm always up for some Dugin, the hero of the masses. I'm always up for some Alejandro Dugin. You know? Alejandro Garcia Dugin. Did I just get electrocuted? Oh, okay. Let's see.
3, 2, 1. God of War is back, baby, and this time they're wearing a dress and they're talking to a gooey
That's true. We need
kid,
to wait for more people to tune in.
and I think they're doing the laundry.
Then we're gonna
or
do a
something.
proper
I might have
segment
read
for
the
it.
name
Yeah,
wrong.
for Dugin.
But I
Dugin
think you're
deserves
I
respect.
wonder if they'll make me a sandwich.
Respect.
Call me
Begin
crazy,
deserves
but
respect
I
that he
think you could
deserves,
do
right?
A few less sandwiches, ass.
What?
The reaction to God of War Laufey has been fascinating. Not because of the trailer, but because of the people pretending to be upset about it.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
be honest about what's happening here. For years, these same outrage merchants have complained that modern media never creates good or well-written female characters. Then Sony Santa Monica gives us a story centered around Laufey, a character who has existed in God of War lore for years and is directly connected to Kratos, Atreus, and the entire Norse saga. And suddenly, that's a problem too. Why? Because for some people, the issue was never bad writing. The issue
Was
always
woman.
women. If the protagonist is a man, they call it peak fiction before the game even releases. If the protagonist is a woman, they start making hour-long videos about agendas, politics, and the downfall of Western civilization. The
That's
trailer
true.
has been out for 5 minutes and they're already angry. They don't know if the story is good. They don't know if the gameplay is good. They don't know if the characterization is good. What they know is that the lead character has a vagina. And for a certain corner of the internet, that's all the information they need. But that is not actual criticism. How could
What
it
more
be?
do you need?
The fucking game isn't even out yet. No. It's culture war content farming designed to piss you off, to manipulate
And
you
pissed
into
off.
hating something
I hate it.
that you haven't yet consumed. And that's why I'm here.
I'm not a
The
blind
antidote
consumer.
to the snakes
I am
poisoning
cool.
your mind. I'm here to expose the grift. In today's episode, we're going to look at the pronoun guy whining about God of War Laufey,
Pronoun.
a video game he doesn't have to play and one he's mad at for the worst reasons imaginable. Without any further ado,
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs Babyface. You're never going to believe this. How many times are we going to start a video?
Oh
like
no,
that?
the pronoun guy.
But State of Play was
Fucking pronouns.
absolute crap.
is that a fact? Because I'm
Fucking
certain this
pronouns.
State of Play was the most watched showcase in the platform's history, having more than 3 million peak viewers, 4 million hours watched, and an average of 2.4 million concurrent viewers. Multiple independent polls rated the State of
I
Play
mean, a lot
as
of good
80,
games were
with the
announced.
topic of this
Let's be
video
honest.
getting the most votes
A
as
lot
the
of good
best
games
game
were
of
in
the year.
fact announced.
So I'm curious, where are you getting your information from?
They're fine with
Ass?
women if the woman is
Is
hot, like Stellar Blade. I
Your
mean,
ass?
hot
Wow,
is
it's so
very
well known for
subjective.
showcasing greatness to come. Oh my goodness me. I'm so glad that I missed it live, but when I caught
But yeah.
it back later,
If what they perceive as hot
I
is
could pause it,
there, then
do
they
it at
will
my
like
own
it.
leisure. Holy, oh my goodness.
They
mate.
just treat games as
No,
masturbation
Hill
material.
was the only
They don't
game
play
that I
games
was
for gameplay or
legitimately like,
story. They
"Ooh,
play games for
yeah,
masturbation
oh, yeah,
material.
I'm-
If they
I
don't
wanna
have
get
masturbation
some of
material,
this."
it's like a
Everything
tragedy
else,
in the
even
family.
that lovely woman who was ex-Bethesda, or used to work for Bethesda, whatever, who used to go, and all that kind of stuff. Even her game did nothing for me.
So, this is a video all about your subjective value judgment, yes? About what you personally enjoyed seeing? Because there were a bunch of games people are very excited for and enthusiastic
Yeah,
about.
Code
But because you're
Veronica.
an anti-woke grifting loser who's built a failing career on hating anything women, Disney, Marvel, or minorities, you can pretend that Wolverine isn't hype, or that Tomb Raider isn't
Oh,
going
yeah.
to be a banger, or that the new Silent Hill
Wolverine
isn't
is,
amazing, or that Control
yeah.
Resonant isn't interesting.
People
or that
are
Phantom
excited
Blade
for that.
Zero isn't the wake-up call Souls-like fanboys needed. Yes, only
Also
ill
the new
looked
Overwatch girl.
interesting
Who's
in
the new
4
Overwatch
hour
girl?
long presentation.
I don't
Have
even
you
know.
considered you're just falling out of love with gaming as a consequence of being a jaded man baby that is only famous for being mean to death due to you crying about pronouns? I mean, it's either that or you're just a clown performing for an
Pronouns.
ever-shrinking audience in an ever-jankier circus. In the
Hold
year
on.
since we last checked on you, where you called me a nobody, you've gained 8,000 subscribers? In a year? 8,000? In 365
Uh-oh.
days? Could be time to find a new shtick, buddy. These
Damn,
subs
that
have
sounds
been
like an
louder
attack
since I
on
started
me.
talking.
I've got
Wolverine.
1,600
Maybe-
subscribers.
maybe
No,
a
less.
decent gameplay loop,
I got less than
possibly.
8,000 subscribers.
Again, we got race changed heroes. Jean Grey looks like a dude.
This
What?
is the character model that Ass is saying looks like a dude.
Hold on.
A dude
Jean Grey looks like a dude? Hold on.
model that Ass.
Heroes. Jean Grey looks like a dude.
This is the character model that Ass is saying looks like a dude.
I mean, she looks like she's 30 plus or something. Maybe that's the age range of the X-Men in this game.
A dude. This is what Ass thinks dudes look like. It's one thing to say you don't like a character model. We don't know the timeline this game is set, so it's likely this is an older, more experienced Jean Grey and not the wide-eyed teenage Marvel girl
Yeah,
these chuds want her to be.
probably.
But it's an
yeah.
entirely different thing to say this character doesn't look like a woman. These are just
Good dude.
lies. But you have to
Oh,
be
man.
dishonest and a liar to be a right-wing culture warrior. That's chapter 3 in the handbook.
And it's been worked on by Sweet Baby and people like that, so yourself up the you-know-where.
Oh no, not Sweet Baby Inc. They're going to consult on the story. You know, the same thing they did with God of War Ragnarok, a critically acclaimed game. Incidentally, they did the same thing on Spider-Man 2, another critically acclaimed game.
Oh,
I
no.
guess if they're going to be consulting on the story or narrative, we have a lot to worry about.
Unsurprisingly, Silent Hill looked like trash.
Did
If you're
it?
new here, Ass, among other things, is a racist. His channel is full of
Wait,
videos
what's wrong
showing
with
almost
Silent
anything with a
Hill?
black protagonist.
What?
Just scroll through his channel
Hold
and look
on.
at all the thumbnails. If a media
Hold on. What's? I haven't even seen the new Silent Hill reveal. Hold on. God, I'm missing so many games. Let me see. Hold on, okay? Okay.
If you want to understand
So new Silent Hill trailer. Because I wanna. Is this the new one? No, that's from months ago. Silent Hill, Townfall. Okay. Is this the new Silent Hill? What's wrong with it? Okay. It looks like Silent Hill. What's wrong with it?
Hey, who's there?
Simon, are you there?
Uh-huh.
Please say something.
Yeah.
Where did you go, Simon?
Okay, that's just Silent Hill. What the fuck? Fucking
that
pronouns.
features a black character, they're going to be in his thumbnails making a goofy face or crying.
Crying.
Or this. Or this.
Oh my
and
god.
this. So it should come as no
Crying.
surprise what his problem with the new Silent Hill game is,
Mm-hmm.
especially considering we've barely seen any gameplay with the information given to us during the
We've
state of
seen
play
a
amounting
bit.
to a cinematic trailer of a city filled with fog and the protagonist picking up items and solving puzzles.
I mean, that's the gameplay, no?
Classic Silent Hill
Part of
stuff.
it.
Apparently, that was enough for Ass to say,
Silent Hill looked like trash.
To be fair, his head does look like a crystal ball, so he might have some insight we do not.
After the offering last year, which at least looked great, and the story was terrible. I was kind of hoping that maybe set in Scotland, we might get something a little bit half decent. No, it looked like generic slop. Now that Silent Hill
What?
is just a brand name, it's not about Silent Hill and stuff like that. Pick a location anywhere around the world, stick Silent Hill on it, Konami, boom! Can we get some money, please? Can we milk you dry, please? Oh my God.
See, here is where his grifty nature betrays him.
What?
It's clear this man isn't really a fan of the franchise. Townfall and F aren't the first games that don't entirely take place in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 3, released in 2003, opens in a mall in the protagonist's hometown. In fact, the first half of this game is set in her hometown, and they don't actually get to Silent Hill until the second half of the game. Silent Hill 4, released a year after the third game, is entirely set in a city called Ashfield, not in Silent Hill at all. Kind of, anyway. That game is bizarre. Homecoming, released 4 years later, does what the third game did. Start in a completely different city, and then in the second half of the game, the protagonist is kidnapped and brought to Silent Hill. Book of Memories, a PlayStation Vita game, was also set entirely outside of Silent Hill. The Short Message, a game released the same year as Silent Hill 2 Remake, was entirely set in Germany. That's 5 Silent Hill games,
Oh, no.
6 if we're counting Silent
We should
Hill
play
F,
Silent Hill,
where the
maybe.
game either takes place entirely
Stream.
outside of Silent Hill or begins outside of it. But leave it to the LARPing Michelin Man to pretend this is a new thing, because new thing bad, I guess.
And then we had the announcement of a new God of War game.
Silent Hill is a black guy in
Is
it. Oh no.
Kratos here?
Damn.
Is he back? Is
The
it more
melanin will
powerful than ever?
hunt me.
No, this time he's coming with laundry detergent and it's his dead wife.
Amazing. That crystal ball Ass calls a head has told him that Kratos will not feature in this game at all, even though he literally is in the game as we were shown in the trailer. This is a game that is a long ways off. I'm not sure how this clown seems to know things nobody else does, but one thing these games like to do is surprise us with things we didn't know would be in them, like the Blades of Chaos being an available weapon when none of the marketing material showed them, and after spending hours playing with the Leviathan axe.
Oh, y'all in trouble.
It is a staple of these games to have hype moments like this, and it's entirely possible Kratos makes a player-controlled appearance for a section of the game. Stop speaking in absolutes.
My name is Jimmy Myers. I'm the narrative director on God of War La Fey.
My name is Elise Morgan, and I am the lead writer on God of War La Fey.
What's wrong with God of War La
First
Fey?
experience with God of War was playing 2018.
I started my first God of War game with 2018 as well.
Oh, wow. I would have never have been able to tell.
Hilarious bit of sarcasm
Right.
coming from the guy that just exposed himself as knowing nothing about Silent Hill while LARPing as a fan.
By the way, this introduction into Faye video is going down exceptionally well with 39,000 upvotes and 39,000 downvotes.
Oh.
Once again, another grifter promoting a YouTube dislike plugin that is without a doubt massively inaccurate. There have been countless YouTubers, including myself, that have already explained that the dislike plugin is always wrong because it is an estimate based on the amount of people that have this plugin. People who,
Oh.
by their very nature of having the plugin, are more likely to dislike things. Because the estimate is based on the users of the plugins, you get massive discrepancies when the actual
Yeah.
count is shown. For example,
gosh.
recently I was brigaded by Asmongold's audience. A viewer of mine asked about the dislikes on one of those videos, as the plugin was showing them that the dislikes on that video had matched the likes, both at about 13,000. Because I am the one with actual stats on my own videos, you can see the real count isn't even half that. There's a site that people post all the time on social media called the YouTube Dislike Viewer that specifically uses the data from Return YouTube Dislike, the most famous of the dislike plugins and the one the majority of people use. Well, I decided to post a couple of my own videos on this site to prove not only is this plugin massively inaccurate, There's also no rhyme or reason to the counts they're producing. The
Oh,
first
God.
video is another video that Asmongold's fans attempted to brigade. According to this plugin, I very nearly got ratioed with 13,615 dislikes on that video, a strangely specific number. But when we go to the actual stats on that video, you see that the video has more than 3 times less than the plugin is showing to the public. Here's a video of mine that wasn't brigaded. You can see the dislikes are showing at 630 according to the plugin. Well, when we look at my actual video statistics, we find the plugin is showing double the amount of dislikes. And finally, my favorite, another video where I apparently got brigaded by Asmongold's audience. The plugin is showing I got absolutely railed by the dislikes. But reality is often stranger than fiction. For the millionth time, stop using dislike plugins. I implore any creators watching this, and there are quite
Why
a few
would you
of
do
that
that?
watch and react to my videos, to test this on your own videos, especially any that were contentious, and post the results for your own audience to see. Being a YouTuber himself, Ass knows these plugins massively overinflate the dislike count, but being a grifter, he has to promote the idea that contentious videos are being ratioed by the audience. I would bet my Porsche that this video doesn't have
You have a
anywhere
Porsche?
near 39,000 downvotes. Hell, when I put the very same video into the dislike viewer, it's showing the video currently only has 14,000 dislikes. Again, stop using dislike plugins.
So just in case you don't know what I'm talking about, the next God of War installment is actually God of War Laundry. Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
What I find amusing about this is one of the guys crying about Lupita Nyong'o portraying Helen of Troy because it's apparently disrespecting
Okay, this
European
boss is
culture.
too tough for me.
So you make Helen of Troy black. Helen of Troy wasn't black, but you make Helen of Troy black. You make Elliot Page Achilles potentially maybe, and then you put fucking what's it called, Travis Scott in it as a poet and say, oh well, that's because rap of today is like poetry back then. No, fucking isn't.
But here he is disrespecting European culture by making fun of a Norse name. I guess Porky Pig here is a bit too uncultured, but Laufey is a Jotun, or giant, in Norse mythology. My point is, regarding
Oh my
Lupita in
God.
the Odyssey, it was never
This
about
Dark Predator is
access
so
into the source
stupid.
material with these people, because
course
they don't
not.
actually care for or know anything about that source material. The point is outrage. They are stoking outrage because you keep clicking on their videos when they do it.
So if you were expecting Kratos
I never
to
click
take
on their
center
videos,
stage for
except
the next
when to
installment
do
of
a
God of War,
reaction.
then you're probably a sexist, misogynist, or something like that.
Probably.
And if you are based, drop me a subscription. We need to stick together, people of. Anyway.
What? What?
Oh shit.
Besides the lunacy of outright admitting his audience is made up of bigots and misogynists, he really, really needs those subscriptions, guys.
Oh my God.
I mean, 8,000 in 365 days? He explicitly called me a nobody, and I did
I'm a nobody.
14,000 subscribers that same month, something he's never done. Jarvis, set an alarm for when we surpass this Joker in subscribers. I sure would like to gloat when this nobody is bigger than this somebody. Well, not bigger, but you know what I mean.
So this is his wife, Faye, whatever, who's dead.
What?
And this is her in some sort of afterlife, whatever that may be.
What the fuck?
Even though it kind of looks, Jesus wept, horrible. That's actually meant to be Deborah Ann Worrell, I think is how you pronounce her name. Karen Page from Daredevil, if you were wondering. Somebody from Vampire Diaries. Also, I never watched the show, but the missus never stops harping on about it, so there you go.
The missus.
It's her, and yet she's very attractive in real life, very beautiful woman. And of course, because it's a Western game, they've managed to to make her look like a haggard old cow. But she's dead and she's in the afterlife, so, you know, she's gonna be a little bit rough.
What? I'm not sure I've seen anyone argue that the reason the character looks the way she does is because she's in the afterlife. She looks the way she does because that is the art style of the game, something you would know if you actually played these games. I have, and Faye, portrayed by Deborah, was in Ragnarok, something I pointed out during my stream.
Does anybody think she looks like Deborah Ann Wall?
Further, besides the fact that she is far more detailed in Laufey than she was in Ragnarok, all the footage we have is low-quality YouTube footage for a game that is still in development and in all likelihood is a year or two from release. How about we wait before we start shitting on the graphics?
These are literally the people who are doing the Lord of the Rings B&W meme. You can accept that there are dragons, elves, and talking trees, but you can't accept a 2021 BMW 5 Series 530i with optional heated seating. Why are you so bigoted? Or in this case, sexist, misogynistic. Pick a buzzword.
This is a straw man argument. No one is saying you should accept ridiculous things like modern cars in these type of fantasy settings. When people make this argument, what they're usually talking about is accepting black people in fantasy settings, and it's a huge self-report that you have to liken a dark-skinned person in a fantasy role to a fucking car. Like, how stupid do you have to be to think this is an acceptable analogy? This is precisely why all studies on this topic point to those with bigoted views as having lower IQs. And I do appreciate you people demonstrating that publicly for us. Saves me the trouble.
Pick a buzzword to attack fans of what was a brutal, male-dominated franchise, which has now received the Disneyfication, cutesy-wootsy, gender-swapping element, which for some reason Western game studios feel they need to do because they can't lose enough money.
If you think this game isn't going to sell extremely well, I can't help you. It's a first-party Sony game in the God of War universe where basically every poll on the topic voted it as their most anticipated game of the showcase. You're a lunatic if you think this is going to flop. But more than that, you're so buzzword-brained that you misstated something. This is not a gender swap. The protagonist is not a female Kratos meant to replace Kratos. This is a spin-off game featuring a character that was introduced in an earlier game, an extremely common practice. In fact, in the very same showcase, they showed Control Resonant, a sequel to Control, which featured a female protagonist. I know, because I played that game, something you have no evidence of doing. In Resonant, we're now playing as a male protagonist. Where are your videos on that? Where are anyone's videos on that?
That's not important.
Yes, the franchise which brought us blood, gore, dismemberment, hella violence, sex, nudity, it's now pink. It's now got pink sparkly
That's not
bits
pink.
in it.
That's
It's
purple.
got a cutesy wootsy little chipmunk type of creature. Oh my god, isn't it just like
Chipmunk?
the best? When's the plushie coming out so I can snuggly wuggly it? And she's gonna get herself a sidekick, which is a jelly cube that speaks and is voiced by Jack Quaid, because I guess he needs work after the boys. And that's where we've come to now. These male-dominated, violent, fun, power fantasy
Jesus,
that
that's
we
so
have
pathetic.
are all being stripped away. No, you can't have masculinity. You must have femininity. You need to know what this strong, beautiful, dead woman has got to...
What a load of horseshit. First of all, I'll repeat myself. This game isn't out for a while, and we know almost nothing about it. What we saw was a teaser in a showcase, and even then, we saw a bit of the action, and it was just as brutal as the other games. About the masculinity being stripped out, what part of Kratos' quest was masculinity? The action? The killing? The fighting? Oh, you mean all the things that are still there? I guess you forgot, or more likely didn't know, but the axe that Kratos uses in the new games is Laufey's axe. You thought she just had a magical battle axe and never used it herself? It's strange. You people can play as Jill, Grace, and Claire in Resident Evil, Lara in Tomb Raider, and as Samus in Metroid, but for some reason this female character bothers you. Please, make that make sense. It's okay to play as a badass female in those games, but it's not okay to play as one in this one? The argument that the original protagonist was a male and now we're switching to a female, therefore bad, makes no sense. I'll never understand apparently straight men arguing against playing as a female character in
Apparently
video
straight,
games.
man.
You want to look at a man for 20 hours?
It looks like Avowed, which was a mega flop as well from Obsidian. It looks utterly generic. It's been done a million times before.
Well, now you're just contradicting yourself. You are literally asking for Kratos to be the protagonist in this spin-off game, something that's been done a million times before. And no, this looks like God of War Ragnarok, something you would know if you played the fucking game. This looks nothing like Avowed. And again, if you think this game is going to flop, I have a toupee for you that won't make you look ridiculous.
And of course, all the discourse around it won't mention any of the things that I've just gone through. No, it will just talk about, oh, you're scared that there's a woman as the main protagonist.
Hey, I don't sound like that.
Even though games recently like Stellar Blade have excelled.
Oh my
Stellar
god,
Blade.
Stellar Blade. The game the vast majority of people haven't even finished and only bought to goon to. Surprise, surprise, I actually played and beat this game, and there is no evidence that Ass has on his channel. Prior to its release on PC a year later, this game was PlayStation exclusive. Here are my trophies. The important one is the Raven trophy. For those that do not know, the Raven fight was a brutal skill check that was directly in front of the ending of the game, meaning you had to beat Raven to access the end game. I struggled with this for days. PlayStation reports through its trophy system that only 43% of all players who have played this game were able to beat Raven, meaning 53% of all purchasers of the game haven't even made it to the end game yet, let alone beaten the game. And this game's been out for 2 years. The Steam achievement chart is even worse, showing only 38% of PC players were able to beat Raven to get to the end of the game. So it's hilarious to me that people use this game as a defense for these types of topics when it's clear to everyone that it only sold well because of the sexualization of the main character. These people don't know the game's lore, are probably completely shit at the game, and by all evidence haven't even completed the game. Please, get Stellar Blade the fuck out of my face, and I say that as an actual fan of that game who enjoyed every moment. Except for the Raven fight, because fuck that nonsense.
Alright, y'all. That's it. I don't know what game.
And by all evidence haven't even completed the game. Please, get Stellar Blade the fuck out of my face, and I say that as an actual fan of that game who enjoyed every moment. Except for the Raven fight, because fuck that nonsense.
Alright, y'all. That's it. I don't know what game I'm streaming next for y'all, but it won't be this shit. I'm done. Appreciate y'all for hanging with me this long. I've been streaming for just under 8 hours at this point. I never streamed this long. It's 2:30 in the morning for me. I'm done.
But that's the wrong type of woman, because Eve was an attractive woman with long legs and buttocks and breasts. Remember those? No, they're long gone.
This is my point. The only thing you know about Stellar Blade is that the main character is conventionally attractive in Asia. You know nothing about her characterization, you for damn sure didn't finish that game, and the only thing you can say about her is tits and ass.
True.
Tits and ass games on Steam all day. Buy one of those, and after you're done using your rose to tickle your micro penis, come back and play a real game. You are 51 years old talking about a video game
51?
character's tits. How you're not embarrassed to say this shit publicly with your face showing is beyond me. But then again, you debase yourself
51.
every time you upload anyway, so this should surprise no one.
Dan's gaming.
Okay, let's watch a cutscene together. Let's watch a cutscene together, everybody. It's gonna be sexy. It's gonna be tits and ass. Look at this. Tits and ass. Woman in gaming. Yeah, let's me.
That's the soul sigil, all right.
It's like tits and ass.
We did it! We did it! We made the first one! Oh, hello! We just used those seeds you brought us to make something called the soul sigil.
The tits and ass.
Sigils are something the boss came up with. There's going to be 5 of them, and each of them will store a different power of nature.
A tit and an ass.
Life, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the water. She wants to use them to do something very, very important.
Tits and ass.
What? You know about us wanting to use them to summon Lady Rubis? But how? How do you even know about her? I certainly didn't tell you.
It's because of tits and ass.
Ugh, which one of you spilled the beans? It was her! I didn't say anything. I tried to stop her. What? You little... They should call you the backstabber. It was... I had no choice, alright? And besides, that's how we ended up getting him to get those seeds for us. There wouldn't be a sigil if I hadn't told him. Hey! Why don't we get him to find us the ingredients for all of them? After all, didn't Erdrick work with the fairies to get rid of that horrible old baddie way back when? True. And I think this one can be trusted. You're descended from them, right? The heroes of old, or whatever you call them? Then help us. Help us call Lady Rubis back to this world.
I've got tits and ass. I will, if you show me tits and ass.
Good. Right, take the soul sigil with you.
I will take the tits and ass. Whoa.
Looks like it's pleased to be going along for the ride. If you find any more likely looking ingredients, like those glowing seeds, bring them back here, alright? As to how the sigils will be made.
Oh, allow me, Chief. That's my area of expertise, after all.
Right. She's the expert, so if there's anything you don't understand, ask her.
Oh, ask away. I'll do my very best to keep the explanation simple.
Yeah. Hello, Malaki. You just returned for tits and ass. Simply having sigils in your possession can grant you all sorts of special effects. The soul sigil increases your maximum HP. It can also cause spells be transformed into more powerful versions. Following conditions are made in battle. Here are 2 examples of some special souped-up skills and how to trigger them. Beast Bobbet. The hero's April Buffet. Hold down using a cattle prod. A new entry has been added to Traveler's Tips. Oh. Oh, I've been gathering the ingredients without even knowing it. Yeah. Welcome. I've got tits and ass. And now I've got a new sigil. What does this one do? 'Cause 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 ' Some people have sigils. The world shall amplifies the effects of some items. This can make them more potent as well as the range of effect. Oh. Nice. Fascinating, isn't it? Okay, let's continue playing the game, but I have to listen to more of the video about tits and ass, you know? It's all about those tits and ass.
Posted the most generic fence-sitting, sweeping slop tweet. Must protect my overlords in the corporation, otherwise I might not get my little figurines or invites or free game codes or whatever.
You sound jealous. You know, because the moment any of your little goof troop gets invited to anything, they completely throw their principles in the garbage. Like your pal Drinker here, who spends his days shit-talking Hollywood, but is seen here at a Hollywood shindig. Look how happy he looks. He was finally invited to something that wasn't a British National Party meeting.
Yeah, it's because it's a woman.
Well,
Christ
yeah.
almighty.
I mean, that's what you said.
The franchise which brought us blood, gore, dismemberment, hella violence, sex, nudity, it's now pink. These male-dominated, violent, fun, power fantasy
Violent,
that we
fine.
have are all being stripped away. No, you can't have masculinity. You must have femininity. You need to know what this strong, beautiful, dead woman has got to...
Oh my god. It's
Your
embarrassing.
publicly stated opinion was that you don't like this because it's a woman, and you then go on to make misogynistic jokes like she should make you a sandwich and she should do laundry. It is entirely because the character's a woman. Why are you running from being called what you are? You have no prospects, no mainstream publication will hire you, your channel is dying, and you are by all relevant measures an objective failure. So why not just go mask off? I really don't understand bigots. Why are you people so afraid of being called a bigot, but you continue to do and say bigoted things? It's fascinating.
Because they're
It's not
stupid.
because it's tired. It's not because it's been done a million times. It's not because it's a gender swapped of a character that people actually want to play. It's not because it's a Disneyfication of a brutal franchise. Blood's gone, but pink sparkles and cutesy wootsy animals
Pink
and
sparkles?
gelatinous cubes are there.
Ass, where did you get your copy of the game? I really could go for a nice bootleg right now. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You keep bitching about colors and particle effects. You mean like these in the game you haven't played? This series has always been extremely colorful with lots of particle effects. I mean, this is God of War 3. Look at the orbs. Hell, let's look at the first God of War, and those orbs are even more saturated red here. Look at all that Disneyfication.
Oh my gosh.
Where a beautiful woman is uglified in the name of progress.
Fuck
And
me.
dialogue, as I've just mentioned, that kind of fits alongside a cancelled CW show. Oh, no. We're all crying because, oh, it's a woman. Shut the fuck up.
First
Oh,
thing
no.
you said that I agree with all day. Shut the fuck up.
In actual fact, Domino's in the UK has decided to join our side of this equation.
Sorry, no. The UK Domino's account is well known for its chud tweets. This is not the first time they've been controversial. Like,
I'll be right back. Pronouns. Am I right? Pronouns.
Gaś to światło. Celczysta. Aż jest zielony, smutny. Ja zobaczył pochłanianą przez ciebie kiełbasę. Chodź masz tu. A u mnie ci dam zdrowsze. Tak. Widzisz?
Hilarious.
I also find a European disrespecting European culture hilarious, on account of that very European being upset that another European is putting a black woman in his European fantasy movie. And look,
my God.
it's okay to not know that Lao Fei is a mythological character, but who'd like to bet that this fool would be mad if Lupita was portraying Lao Fei, calling it disrespectful to something he clearly knows nothing about? Because again, I'd bet my Porsche.
God of War game with no Kratos equals pepperoni passion with no pepperoni. Exactly. You take away God of War and this game releases as Laufey. Nobody is going to give this a second look.
What a revelation. People largely ignore things they know nothing about. Next, you're going to tell me that water is wet, fire is hot, and that the average outrage merchant only discovers a franchise exists 5 minutes before uploading a 37-minute rant about how it was ruined. Truly groundbreaking stuff. We should alert the scientific community immediately. Or maybe you'll uncover the shocking truth that people tend to care more about things they're familiar with than things they aren't. Incredible. Somebody get this person a Nobel Prize before they accidentally discover that the sky is blue and that reading an article is generally easier than arguing with one you've never opened.
Nobody will give a shit. It'll be like, as I've mentioned, Avowed. It'll be like the Avengers game that lost Square Enix $50 million. It'll be like Forspoken, which got absolutely hammered as well. All of those crap games.
Damn.
This looks just as bad as they do.
You've once again debunked your own argument. You just said that if you take away God of War from the game's title, the game would flop like those other games. But that then means that this game won't flop like those games because it does have God of War in its title. You've checkmated yourself in a game of Connect 4. And this doesn't make any sense off the rip. The character shown in the trailer is Faye, Kratos' dead wife. Even if the game was just called Lao Fei, we'd know it was connected to God of War and people would still buy it. On top of that, this game features Egyptian mythology, something the fans have been begging for years. Just like the MCU, you want it to fail, but it's just not going to happen.
But you gotta put that God of War in because you know it's the only thing that is going to attempt to carry this tired, boring, I'm gonna have to say it, formula.
Boring! We've all been there. You battle one too many monsters, release, you run out of MP. This has ever happened to you. You try playing the following strategies. Instead of casting spells, use weapons which unleash magic. I still have MP though. So why is the game warning me about not having MP when I clearly still have MP?
Male franchises to feminize it, because
Male
masculinity is
franchises.
toxic.
Not even 5 minutes ago, this dipshit was saying it's not because it's a woman in the game, but here he is again proving that it is. I truly understand why these guys attach themselves to Nerdrotic and the Critical Drinker like the remoras that they are. Those two are truly the tallest midgets.
I've said this a million times as well, but
Oh
I'm going to
my God.
reiterate it once more because I genuinely mean it. I cannot wait for the AAA Western gaming industry to fucking die.
As I just said,
Jesus
this guy is
Christ.
hoping these things fail. This one in particular because the pixels on the screen look like a woman. Unfortunately for him, the AAA gaming industry is going absolutely nowhere. Studios like Rockstar, Capcom, and Activision basically print money at this point, and that's because they largely make
Capcom's
things
not a
people want to
Western
buy. If there
company,
are problems
technically
in the
speaking.
gaming industry, it has absolutely nothing to do with whether a woman is the protagonist in a video game, but all to do with crunch culture, not delivering playable games at launch, and overselling but under-delivering. Idiots like Ass attribute every failure of a media property to the same dumbass talking points they've been recycling for 10 years. A movie bombs, woke. A game underperforms, DEI. A TV show gets canceled because of the agenda. At some point, you'd think they notice that plenty of diverse projects succeed, plenty of non-diverse projects fail, and that reality stubbornly refuses to organize itself around their YouTube thumbnail templates. This is less media criticism and more astrology for angry LARPing
God,
nerds
what's
who
wrong
have
with
to pay for
Supergirl?
pussy and still somehow get rejected. The conclusion is always written before the evidence arrives. Every road somehow leads back to the exact same grievance because if they admitted a project failed due to simple audience disinterest, well then they'd lose the ability to blame their favorite boogeyman for literally everything.
Is it wokeness?
It absolutely deserves it. It's been killing itself for over a decade now, and we're now in a situation where we are being preached to as what we should be getting as video games, because what we should be getting is just aligning with their own values and sensibilities, aka they have none.
For making a spin-off game with an already established character? What is this bullshit? Listen to the rest of this. This guy thinks he's giving a speech in Braveheart. It's amazing.
No. Gamers are a group of people that you don't fuck about with. Yeah? We're not
Oh my God.
one of these groups of people where we get scared away by bad words.
Oh
What
my
bad
God.
words? Holy fucking shit. We can bring those to the table, no problem
What?
whatsoever. Call us what you want. We don't give a shit.
What?
And another thing that we do is we're very discerning about
So
where our
stupid.
cash goes.
Well, you could have fooled me, considering the amount of money spent on battle passes and DLC and Souls-likes. I'd argue gamers don't give a fuck where their money goes.
And if you don't want to make something that we want to play, if you want to take a franchise that people love and feminize it because that's what you feel we should need, then that money's going to go to another company, an indie developer, a AA developer that is going to give people what they actually want.
Tits
So
and
make your
ass.
slop all day long. This game, I guarantee you, is going to sell nowhere close to the God of War games.
Okay, let's put some numbers to these claims. God of War 2018 sold 23 million copies, and Ragnarok sold 15 million. Since Ragnarok was 8 million units behind 2018, and that game featured a man, that's the litmus test. Laufey has to sell within 8 million units of God of War Ragnarok to disprove this claim. I think it's going to sell at least 7 million units, Ass. Anyway, that's the end of Ass's video. I was going to include other
What a
grifters who
name,
whine
Ass.
about this game, like Asmongold, who ironically was also calling this game laundry while wearing the same shirt for a week, like the dirty-ass bum that he is. But it would be redundant. They all say the same shit. Misogynistic talking point after misogynistic talking point, treating the mere existence of a female protagonist as some kind of cultural emergency, while ignoring games like Control Resonance swapping a female protagonist out for a male one. Different channel, different thumbnail, different beard density. but it's all the same script every single
It's all
time.
the same slop.
A woman gets the spotlight, they predict disaster, and their audience gets angry. The game comes out, reality refuses to cooperate. Then they move on to the next thing they're supposed to hate like nothing ever happened. Because that's the scam. The outrage isn't a conclusion they reached, it's the product they're selling. And if your entire career depends on convincing grown men that seeing a woman hold a talking sword is the fall of Western civilization, maybe the thing that has a bleeding pussy isn't God of War. It's your entire fucking channel.
Damn. I want to see one of the most watched transphobic
So,
videos.
folks,
Holy this is a long video.
I need to ask the question.
Long ass video.
Where did the transgender movement go wrong? I'm seeing so many different.
It does not
clearly
support my channel.
unaffiliated
That's
people on the internet
one of the
asking,
bad,
where did the
bad
trans
things.
movement go wrong? I mean, after all, trans people are too unstable to be in the military these days, according to the current U.S. government, which
The
would
trans
never
movement does
lie
not
to
support
us.
my channel.
And,
No solidarity.
after all,
That's where it went
wait a
wrong.
minute.
That the Pentagon's ban on transgender people serving in the military is likely unconstitutional.
Uh-oh.
Are we finally getting a trans wrongs segment?
We are finally getting the, we're not going to talk about trans rights here. We're only going to talk about trans wrongs. Sort of.
Also, hello
Not
Malaki.
really, but
We're
maybe.
watching
So,
Riverboat for
yeah,
once.
it turns out an
But I'm
appeals court is
interested in this
overturning
video.
The whole kicking trans people out of the military thing, because again, it's just discrimination on the basis of sex. It's not a difficult thing to really wrap your head around. But hey, it's nice to talk about a win right at the top of the segment, you know? We are, however, living in a time when...
I mean, she is watching some most watched transphobic videos, and you know, I don't wanna just. Oh, the video's low volume. I'm not really interested in hunting
getting
down those videos.
radicalized to the idea that, like, well, trans people just are inherently less people-y than normal people, right? Like, conservatives in particular seem to have really bought into this idea that trans women, trans men, non-binary folks, we're not really people who deserve the same rights and liberties as other types of people.
Hold on, what the hell? There you go. Is it okay volume now? Is it better now? Now there's no sound at all? Oh, there should be sound. Fuck. What the fuck? Do I have to? Why? Oh God, what the fuck? How about now?
Thinking at work here is this particular incident that occurred
Is there audio now?
at Cedar Point in Ohio. Man arrested for
Can
pulling
you
down
hear it
trans
now?
woman's skirt in front of children at Ohio amusement park.
Can you hear it now? Fuck me. This is not good. You know what? Never mind. I tried doing something.
Police say the 18-year-old approached the woman from behind and exposed her body to onlookers, including children at Cedar Point.
Now it's destroying
Because,
my ears, but whatever.
again, they don't really see us as people. They see us as, like, carnival attractions, or, like,
my
standard bearers for some kind of ideological
it now?
movement that they disagree with.
God,
right?
it's so loud in my ears
Because
now.
this 18-year-old doesn't just exist in a vacuum, right? It isn't like an 18-year-old man doesn't just decide to sexually assault a random stranger in the broad daylight at an amusement park surrounded by witnesses, right? Like that doesn't just happen in a vacuum. Something has to go on to convince that 18-year-old man that that's
Wait,
the
what?
correct
Why
thing
is
to
that
do,
the topic?
right? I guess this story in particular, which for the record they did arrest that person. Like they arrested him. They're charging him with several different crimes.
What's
It just got me
happening?
thinking, like, what has to have gone wrong? What has to have been like a component of radicalizing these people? And if you guys are familiar with my content, you guys know that I've talked a lot about anti-trans commentators and folks who talk about trans people. And I wanted to take a look at one
Okay.
content creator in particular that I haven't
Who?
talked about before. And
Who is
this
it?
guy is goes under the name Ken LaCourte.
Who?
Some of you might remember him if you've been paying attention to politics, especially over like the last 8 or so years. And
Trans folks, people or props for bigots to harass? These questions and more answered now only on riverboat.gg.
it's true. It's true. It's true. Only us. We're the only ones answering it. Yes, we are going to be talking about the YouTube channel Elephants in Rooms.
What the fuck
Because
is this
Ken
channel?
LaCourte has a channel called Elephants in Rooms.
Maybe we'll check
Where
them
the
out at
basic
some
premise
point.
is he, as a real hard-nosed journalist type, goes deep onto issues that other people are too afraid to
Oh,
talk
no.
about, right?
Uh-huh.
And one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this particular video is because Ken LaCourte, in this video, basically lays out what killed the transgender movement. Like, that's the name of the video, right? And it has 2.1 million views. It was uploaded about a year ago. And I thought to myself, that's a lot of views. You know, this is clearly resonating with somebody. And
Uh-huh.
I also just want to start out by taking a quick look at who is Ken LaCourte
Who?
exactly, right? Who is he?
I don't know.
Because I don't know
Never
Ken
heard of
LaCourte
him.
from a hole in the ground. Well, Ken LaCourte got his start
I've never heard of him
at
before.
Fox News,
Oh,
and
of course.
he wound up being an executive at Fox News, in
Oh.
fact. And if you are familiar with the events of the last several years at all, then you'll note that he was pretty pivotal in a couple of fairly large happenings and goings-on.
Uh-huh.
In particular, he's the executive who made the call to try and kill the Stormy Daniels story over at Fox. Falzone and LaCourte argued that Fox News should lift the NDA so the full story could come out. Rather, yeah, here we go. Nick Ritchie, who claimed to be one of the sources for the Falzone story, called LaCourte's account complete bullshit, adding Fox News was culpable. I voted for Trump and I like Fox, but they did their own catch and kill on the story to protect him. And, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. In 2022, LaCourte defended his decision, saying that Daniels and Falzone were not interested in publishing the scandal, but were using the
Okay.
media to extort Trump.
Can we watch the
So,
anti-trans videos
he
now?
helped try and kill the story at Fox to prevent the Stormy Daniels story from being a thing, right? So that's back in 2019,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Or that this comes out.
Alright.
Then you also have this bit of his history where in 2019, the New York Times caught LaCourte using Macedonian troll farms in order to juice his different independent news initiatives, specifically with Conservative Edition News and Liberal Edition News.
Oh my gosh.
So basically, he was in connection with these Macedonian troll farms in order to massively inflate the numbers of his different news outlets, which is pretty interesting, of course, as well. And it got so bad that Facebook shut down the pages for these different outlets.
Okay.
And also, he was one of the first guys to publish the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Oh, of course.
Because of course he was. And also, we get to this part, which I think is fascinating. In
penis of Hunter
2025,
Biden.
Rolling Stone reported that Rumen Naumovsky, a Macedonian citizen who had never visited the United States, had previously worked for
That sounds
LaCourte.
Polish. Everything that is has
Naumovsky operates
Novsky.
the X accounts Defiant L's and Resist
Any
the
surname that has Ovsky at the end sounds Polish to me.
Mainstream, which together have more than 2 million followers and have been
Actually.
amplified by figures including Elon Musk, Nancy Mace, Mike Lee, Ron Watkins, and Eli Crane. Both accounts focus on American politics, frequently alleging corruption and election fraud by Democrats. LaCourte has publicly described Naumovsky as a close friend and written about Naumovsky's attempts to emigrate. This is a former employee of LaCourte's
Uh-huh.
who is now a close personal friend. And this guy previously has dealings with Macedonian troll farms, and this guy just happens to be a Macedonian citizen. Let's take a look. What are these accounts posting? Just as an FYI, you know, we can go take a look at Resist the Mainstream, and oh, it's Elon Musk is great. He's so amazing.
Okay.
President Trump confirms there are no troops going to Beirut. You've got, RJ Scaringe predicts the vast majority of drives can be and should be autonomous within the next 5 years. Yeah, it's just AI slop. Oh, look. Fox News host announces major personal update. Comments emerge on case involving Jill Biden's ex-husband.
Oh.
Like, it's just kind of conservo slop, right?
Right.
But what about Defiant L's? What is this? Oh, the media's pathetic. Want to slow climate change, stop having babies. Only immigrants can reverse America's baby bust. Trump was right. Germany was wrong. First on NATO, now on trade. Germany versus sanity. Oh, look. Abdul Al-Sayed, who is a Muslim, celebrates Pride. This is the first day of Pride, a celebration of rights. I got to sit with the first same-sex couple, Glenn and Marcia.
Okay.
Glenna and Marcia, ever to be married under our state. Imagine believing this. Or,
What?
you know, you got some interesting stuff here. Just
What's wrong with-
a lot of slop. I mean, like, for God's sakes, you're posting Bill O'Reilly in 2026. It's weird, man. It is weird out here. There was a post that I
Where are
was
the
going to show,
videos?
but appears to have been taken down. Of
Can I see the video?
The account being horrified.
This is a long
that
segment.
Gay
The title
people
is
are
God.
singing somewhere over the rainbow.
This is so meandering.
Maybe it's not. Oh no, here it is. Is this what insanity looks like? Boston celebrates Pride Month, singing and raising an LGBTQ flag.
I expected this video to be much more focused, to be honest.
Oh no. Insanity.
Okay. let's
Everybody.
see. Okay.
Social contagion.
All right.
Your girl called it. Right? Now,
I mean,
what's
it's the
interesting to
go-to
me about this
argument that
video
they
is
say.
that I'm
So
not
it's not
seeing a
really-
whole lot of citations like presented
What a surprise.
on screen. It's just experts say.
What a shock.
Which experts? Are we talking about Lisa Littman? Which studies? We talking about the rapid onset gender dysphoria from
Okay,
the
I'm actually a bit bored now. I'm actually a bit bored now. Let's see. Wait, conservative Netflix? What? There's a conservative
Hey all,
Netflix?
the last video got age restricted and demonetized because of a dumb joke I put in, so I had to remove and re-upload. If you've seen this already, please consider rewatching and making your significant other suffer through it. And if you want me not to make videos out of my cardboard box, consider supporting me on Patreon. Thanks! Hey, it's me, the Soy Pill. After realizing I couldn't make a video on Iran, since even our own government doesn't know what we're doing there,
And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. In the first hour, it was over. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough.
You keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
I decided to relax and watch my favorite new show, Night of the Seven Kingdoms. But whoa, there were only 6 episodes. But hey, the Daily Wire just made a new fantasy series, and they dumped an insane amount of money into it. Maybe I'll check that out. And as I was beginning to pirate the show off an illegal Malaysian streaming service, I thought to myself, this isn't right. Like, to be a Daily Wire Plus subscriber. So I bought a month of Daily Wire Plus, and I'm glad I did, because the website is so much more interesting than any review I could make of their shitty Merlin show. Come with me as I take you through the Daily Wire Plus.
No way.
Imagine a country not unlike our own. A race of people is horrifically oppressed. An evil president split the country in 2. And a political party is so intolerable that you need a safe space to escape from their insanity. This is the Daily Wire Plus. Before we take a look at any content, I think it's worth acknowledging why the Daily Wire Plus exists. It isn't because someone had a passionate idea with no platform to launch it. It's not because the content is too racy for YouTube. In fact, all of the creators post to YouTube. It exists solely because of conservative grievance, as an alternative to woke media, like Netflix, which allows like a gay guy or a black guy sometimes. And you're not really paying for exclusive conservative content as a complement to your other streaming services. It's marketed as an alternative. You're paying to own the libs. Literally, when you sign up, it asks you to upgrade to receive a leftist tears tumbler. The Daily Wire has a history of doing this. When Hershey's made an ad with a trans woman in it, conservatives had a conniption, and Jeremy Boring, former CEO of the Daily Wire, launched Her/Him's chocolate, with or without nuts. Was the chocolate any good? No, says the idiots who bought it. It didn't taste good, and it was $7 a bar, more than twice the cost of a Hershey's. But as one buyer said, taste was never the point. And he's right. It was about paying a premium to own the libs. And by the way, as bad as it might have been, Hershey's is also dog shit, so don't let your hate for conservative grift culture distract you from that. But as we look at all this content, I want you to imagine that this is the only streaming service that you have access to, and what kind of reality it paints. We can start off by taking a look at their homepage. Well, actually, we can't. There's a problem. It's kind of hard to find the website in the first place. If you go to dailywireplus.com, it takes you to Google. If you type dailywireplus.com, it takes you to the new member sign up, which is, fine and dandy if you're new, but I already signed up and there's no login button. So you have to select a plan and then log in. And sure, you don't have to be a genius to find this, but if you consider their audience of boomers and conservative dullards, they're probably shooting themselves in the foot with their less than intuitive design. I can tell you as a former web developer, 1 or 2 extra clicks can be the difference in millions of dollars in profit. Speaking of shitty web developers, the search feature is not a bar, but a completely different page that points you not just to shows, but also news, because the streaming service is inexorably tied to their news site, and whatever search algorithm they use does not prioritize relevance. If you type in pen drive...
Cutscene time?
At long last, one hath come who will deliver me from my plight. Brave hero, I am Gwaelin, Princess of Tantagel. Hadst thou tarried a moment longer, the Dragon Lord would surely have made me his bride.
Is this a fake princess?
Such an unspeakable fate striketh dread into my dainty heart.
I think it's a fake princess. Gonna turn into a monster. I'm gonna fight
Rather that the world had ended.
in a moment.
But tell me, how camest thou to know that I was imprisoned here? Thou wert guided, wert thou not? By whom and what form did their guidance take? Perhaps thou wouldst be so good as to share?
Aha, I knew it. No. I'm not that stupid.
Mayhap thou didst not hear me correctly. Thou wert guided, wert thou not? By whom and what form did their guidance take? Perhaps thou wouldst be so good as to share?
No.
Mayhap thou didst not hear me correctly.
Wait, can I not? Do I have to be an idiot?
By whom and what form
Really?
did their guidance take?
Do I really have to be an idiot?
Thou wouldst be so
Is
good
it
as to
mandatory? Oh my god, it's mandatory to be an idiot.
Almighty Rubus! Pray banish these wicked illusions!
Oh my god, this is... Okay. I have to be an idiot. The Knight of Seven Kingdoms is actually pretty good. I don't know why Soipol is saying there.
A phantasm.
Is it?
Created by fiends. Come no closer! Admit it. Thou too art naught but an illusion. Thou hast taken on the guise of a hero, seeking to wrest from me the message with which I was entrusted. Hast thou not?
The conservative... is that the conservative fantasy show? The Merlin show? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I will trust you.
What? Thou meanest to do no such thing? Then thou art truly... Oh, no, no! I shall not be fooled so easily. Almighty Rubus, reveal to me the truth. Thou art no illusion.
Alright, we're gonna defeat the boss now. There has to be a boss here. Or whatever. Yeah. Whoa! It's a German Shepherd!
Dragon?
We're gonna be fighting a German Shepherd so fast?
Thou meanest to fight it? This is madness! No human could prevail against such a foe!
It's okay. German Shepherds are not that dangerous. Damn. I've never seen a hairless German Shepherd before, but whatever. If there are long-haired German Shepherds, then there has to be hairless German Shepherds, right? German Shepherd. Wait, do I have... Damn, the German Shepherd is weak actually.
Reheal! Reheal! Much better. Thou shalt not escape.
Damn, I'm doing well actually. Die. Oh man, I don't have enough MP.
No.
Okay, I'll autosave. I need more MP. Okay, now we can make the game quieter and we can watch more Soipil, I guess. Don't worry, I will win this fight. Also consider donating or subscribing or something, you know? Be nice to me. Show me some love.
Dragon to search for their latest show, none of the top results are the latest show. But oh, you say, that's because you're on the news tab. Well, okay, let's switch to shows. Again, none of the top results are their show. Another thing I noticed is that one of the buttons on the bottom of the page just says, do not sell or share my personal information. If you click it, you get the standard cookie disclosure form that automatically pops up on other websites. But on this one, you have to specifically find the button, click it, and then opt out. So, I don't know, someone with a legal background should look into that. By the way, if for some reason you're unsure about the credibility of any news site, because I'm not calling out anyone in particular right now, Ground News is the perfect tool for you.
Oh,
it's a website and app that pulls in thousands of news stories every day and organizes them by story. But enough about features, let's look at the content. You know how Netflix has categories like comedy, action, drama.
Yeah,
well, on the
I
Daily
know.
Wire Plus, after the obligatory new and featured, we have shorts, including short videos of my favorite war crimes in Iran, Mastering Life, starring the guy who got addicted to benzos and put himself into a medically induced coma to quit his addiction, exclusive Daily Wire conversations, encouraging your faith. Oh, here we
Peterson.
go. Actual genres: action, comedy, documentaries, docu-series, kids stuff, and then PragerU exclusives. Why did I read through all of those? Because that's it. That's all the categories. You're paying $15 a month for that library, but surely they all have lots of content, right? Well, let's look through. So in comedy, we have shitty Matt Walsh documentary, another shitty Matt Walsh documentary, that horrible Mr. Bertram show.
Here. I'm a lesbian now.
Well, that explains the Subaru.
A third shitty Matt
Wait,
Walsh
what?
documentary.
Lesbian now.
We have shitty Matt Walsh documentary, another shitty Matt Walsh documentary, that horrible Mr. Bertram show.
Here. I'm a lesbian now.
Well, that explains the Subaru.
A third shitty Matt Walsh documentary.
Oh
but-
my
oh wait,
God.
no, that's the one we already saw. Yep, that's right. Each genre has infinite scroll because there's not enough content to scroll for. They just have to loop the same 10 items over and over. And that's just the surface of the complete lack of content, but we'll cover that later. The Daily Wire made a big deal about making an alternative for children's content. Well, if you click the Kids tab, rather
Yes.
than take you to more kids
Great.
content, it directs you to an
Daily Wire
entire new
show.
website, which you have to pay more money for. Even the 5 shows included in the kids section all advertise this extra cost service. $15 and I can't even watch Super Tato. Fucking bullshit.
Why did you climb up there? Oh, Chili! I wanted to slide down, but then I changed my mind and now I'm stuck. Ooh,
What?
must hold on.
I do like this section of
What the
reviews.
fuck? I want to see that again.
Even the 5 shows included in the kids section all advertise this extra cost service. $15 and I can't even watch Super Tato. Fucking bullshit.
Why did you climb up there? Oh, Chili! I wanted to slide down, but then I changed my mind and now I'm stuck.
Wire pledged to invest 100 million to cure in kids content.
Must hold on.
I do like this section of reviews for the extra
What the
service
fuck?
that all come from users
What the
labeled
fuck?
parent, implying that there might be one from a non-parent. I have no children of which to speak, but I fucking love those little chinchillas and their ladybug that barks like a dog. Plus, buying this helps me own the libs. Well, we can't watch Super Tato, but let's get our money's worth and watch some exclusive Daily Wire content. Obviously, we have to start with the new show that inspired this video, right? No, I was literally too bored to finish it. It's just so fucking boring.
Wait, this is not the Seven Kingdoms that Vladimir was talking about. This is Rise of the Merlin or whatever.
I literally can't show you clips because any scene where something actually happens takes longer than the content ID will let me show you without editing the fuck out of it. Except for, I don't know, this.
What the hell was that?
YouTuber
What?
Jose, content ID will let me show you without editing the fuck out of it. Except for, I don't know, this.
What?
The hell is that?
What the fuck?
What the hell is that?
YouTuber Jose and friend of the show was somehow able to watch more than the first episode, so go check out his vid if you want to hear more, and a little bit of background on the Daily Wire financial situation. But my review, it stinks. Sucks.
Fucking thing sucks.
Oh man, if you thought Ben Shapiro was edgy before, just wait till Ben After Dark.
Ben After Dark. No one asked for it, and yet here it is.
Watch out, parents. We're hitting you with the jokes no one else will say. We're calling people names like Salami.
Iran's top military brass, including a General Hossein Salami, that's his name, ended up as the deli meat he was named after. He started off the day looking like this, and ended the day looking like this.
Liberals aren't ready to hear this, but they like matcha.
Donald Trump's UFC appearance doubled as a bit of a victory lap, coming off a week where he announced major cabinet appointments that made the left madder than when their local Starbucks runs out of matcha.
Oh, I'm saying it. Hey, Hunger Games, I'm
What
still
the fuck?
full.
Let's see what Ben Shapiro is debunking in this episode of Debunked Atheism.
It's difficult to imagine an argument in which God is utterly unnecessary. All human logic is rooted in certain basic assumptions about the nature of the world. We don't believe that we think 2 + 2 = 4 because it's evolutionarily beneficial. We believe 2 + 2 = 4 always and everywhere because it's true.
Yep, you heard that right. Ben Shapiro tries to prove the existence of God by saying 2 + 2 = 4. Hey, maybe being able to measure and manipulate reality is an objective benefit that lets us live in houses and nuke apex predators. But I'll make it even easier for you, Ben. Oh, Grug, how many lions there trying to kill us?
There are 2 and 2 lions. That make 4 lions. That too many.
Huh, that too many. We run away. Thank Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, for creating objective addition for us. He also says that God must be real because we choose things.
We live as though we believe in choice, as though we are capable of making decisions in some way based on our own will. If we're just balls of meat wandering around in space, how exactly do we make choices? God is necessary for these thoughts.
Why have preference if there's no objective grounding? How would such a choice come about? Well, once again, let me make it easy for you, Ben. Oh, me want touch fire, but when touch fire, hurt. Me no touch fire. In the episode about sex, Ben complains about the sexual revolution, lack of women in the home, and marriage.
Marriage was seen as old-fashioned and counter to the promise of fulfillment. Overall, women's self-reported happiness scores have declined precipitously between 1970 and 2005. Delaying marriage and childbearing has created an epidemic of unhappiness.
Which is funny coming from Mr. My wife is an educated doctor who isn't a homemaker, and you'll never guess where he's going with this.
The death of marriage has meant the death of male roles. If men are not protectors and provider, they lose their roles. This means they direct their energies elsewhere. Opioid deaths have surged among single and divorced men.
Yep, that's right, the opioid crisis. Do we blame it on drug addiction, Purdue Pharmacy, the for-profit healthcare system? Nope, it's women. And yeah, no shit, Ben. Most married people aren't lonely and driven to addiction, and most addicts aren't in a spot to get married.
While 61% of the adult population is married, only 28% of opioid deaths occur among married men. Never married and divorced adults represent 32% of the population and 71% of opioid deaths.
He's saying this like it's evidence that this sexual revolution caused it. Like, if this stat said literally anything else, would it imply that wives are putting fentanyl into their husband's pie? It's a pretty big stretch for someone that short. Also in this episode, I had to hear Ben Shapiro say the word
clitoris,
and now you do too. Let's look at this Matt Walsh show debunking history. And please don't try to copyright strike me this time. Matt. That cost me thousands of dollars and I still won in the end. I could do a whole video on his dumb alternative history, but I think it's worth looking at this intro because it's a perfect dive into the conservative delusion that the Daily Wire Plus embodies.
I asked someone to watch it with me, but they refused aggressively. I actually asked someone to watch this with me.
We've been told that the history of slavery is straightforward. We've been told that black slaves were mostly captured by whites, that white colonists in the Americas routinely enslaved free black men, and we've been told that we're not allowed to question any of that.
No one is saying that you can't question history, Matt. The problem is that your questions and conclusions are dumb and wrong.
Generations of Americans have been force-fed lies designed to beat us into a state of submission and self-loathing. We've been taught to hate ourselves, to hate the West, and to hate the figures, mostly white, mostly male, who built America. One Washington Post poll found that a 67% majority of the public says the legacy of slavery affects American society today.
I don't know what school Matt went to, but nowhere in my curriculum did they teach us that slavery was a uniquely white American thing. Sure, we talked about it more than other examples, but that's because we're in America. Kind of what we focus on in American history. It's ironic because Matt basically wants a trigger warning-esque education that coddles sensitive conservatives and gives them little caveats. And then the white slave traders took the African slaves to America. Oh, and black people and Arab people did slavery too, and you should be proud of white people and don't feel bad, please. Also very ironic that Matt calls other people propagandists.
For more than half a century, anti-American propagandists have waged a demoralization campaign against us.
Like, look around you, man. You might be starting to notice a pattern. A lot of these shows are basically the same thing we get for free on YouTube from Matt or Ben, debunking and owning the libs. The only difference is, other than the hosts talking into the camera, you get some graphics and editing. Some of them are just on YouTube, and sometimes the editing and production aren't even good. Listen to this segment from the State of Chaos, and listen to all the mistakes and dead air that they just leave in this guy's rant.
All these crazy phenomena where it is, whether it is the breakdown of religious thought.
Yeah, you wanna try a second take there, buddy? Even when they are exclusive, there's just a handful of episodes. There's one that's literally called Enough, starring ex-CEO Jeremy Boring, and altogether it's only 46 minutes of content. Not enough for me. Actually, the show is just too boring to look at. Speaking of people who left the Daily Wire, they left up The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, the Candace Owens documentary about the George Floyd murder. This is despite Ben's huge falling out and firing of Candace from the Daily Wire. Now, it's probably in some contract that they can't remove it, but it's really funny to me that despite her huge anti-Semitic shift, Ben will still put her face on his website because she's shitting on black people in it.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city? Ready for some BLM pride?
All right, this is getting too depressing. Let's look at some kids' content. Now, I distinctly remember this show being called Chilla Time when they announced it. They even shout it in the intro like it's the catchphrase. Chilla Time! But now it's called Chip Chilla, and I have no idea why. Unless, of course, it was a cynical marketing tactic to emulate a much better show with a similar formula. There's nothing much to say about this or any of the other kids' shows. As far as I can tell, they're not insane conservative propaganda. At worst, they're just incredibly dull, even for kids. But they're not the weird indoctrinating crap that you see with the PragerU Kids stuff, which is on this website.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Oh! Oh, okay! Well, that makes it okay then!
I did notice two website features that I forgot to mention on the kids' content, such as the audio-only feature. You can just turn the video off and listen to your favorite episodes of Chip Chilla. It's sort of a tacit admission that none of the extra graphics or production really matters, and you can just turn it off and listen like a podcast. Or use it so you can safely listen to Chip Chilla while you're speeding down the highway. Now, YouTube was smart enough to turn off all comments for children's content, but you can comment on Chilla Time. This is insane. Within the first 2 minutes, the dad Chinchilla implies that we have been to the moon and encourages his kids to go there. I will no longer be showing this conspiracy nonsense to my children. Apologies, I finished the episode and the dad does fake the moon landing. Resubscribing. Also, maybe I missed it, but I don't see a kids-only mode that blocks things like the Iran war footage, and the family-friendly category includes movies like Am I Racist? With such family-friendly jokes like the one about big black penises.
I have a petition. We want to rename the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument.
Speaking of children, let's look at some of the life advice stuff from old Jordan Peterson. And I'll give him this, he does give semi-good advice on parenting.
Communication is your best defense. Know when to step in and when not to. Peers, not parents, are a teen's biggest influence.
It's not the worst thing you could expect from a conservative parenting show, like telling you to beat your gay child. That said, here's a real thing that definitely happened regarding gay people.
So our daughter, when she was in
5th grade was bullied by an LGBTQ club, and she was trying to honor her faith by living
What?
in the way that God made her. The other students just didn't take that very well, and they said, well, if you don't join in with us, then, you know, you're a racist, you're a homophobe, you're a bigot, all these things.
Also, if I'm going to take parenting advice from someone, it probably shouldn't be from the guy who lets his daughter hang out with Andrew Tate. And to cap it all off, yes, Jordan Peterson can't help but cry.
You're going to be afraid to delve into that. And fair enough, it's no wonder you're afraid, but pretending that it's not happening.
Jesus Christ.
That's a hell of a lot worse. Be miserable.
All right, let's try one of these religious shows.
If one is even moderately open to theism, then
I'm bored. Interestingly enough, they managed to get a History Channel documentary about Abraham Lincoln on here. I watched a bit of it, and it's pretty good. But what's more interesting is the comments. Slanted history. Irritating that this is on the Daily Wire. I saw Obama, and I stopped watching. I wish they talked a little more about why Lee went with the South, because it's important to know why he should continue to be honored, even though he fought against the Union. Oh no. Obama Hussein? Can we edit out that bitch? He tried to destroy America. And if it were not for Trump, the country would already be gone. Seems to have some inaccuracies. Also, don't tend to trust anything that comes out of Obama's mouth. Yeah, it turns out saying slavery was bad and including Obama pisses off your conservative audience. Also, I thought the comments were persistent for all episodes, but it turns out that this one user just posted the same comment on every episode. Oh, here's a fun one. The Daily Wire explains the world. Let's see what we can learn. How to win a war in 37 hours. Covering the strikes on the Iran nuclear facilities. Oh, yeah, maybe they should take this one down. Let's try out Michael Knowles' bar fight. And hey, I'm even in this one. And before you say, I'd pay money for exclusive Soy Pill content because I love supporting him so much, especially on his patreon.com, link in the description, I don't know why it says member exclusive, because this one is just on YouTube for free. A ton of this member exclusive content is free on YouTube right now, even Chilla Time. Although technically you can get it all for free if you look in the right places. I do want to talk about my experience on bar fight, because it gave me some first-hand knowledge on just how decadent the Daily Wire is. They pay to fly you out to their studio that has full-time security. They have multiple high-quality sets designed by their full-time Hollywood set designer, who I met when I was there. So she might literally be designing sets 40 hours a week. And that makes sense because every time they fire someone like Brett Cooper, they have to go in and revamp the whole room for the replacement. Plus, she told me that she does the interior design for all of the hosts' houses. Multiple times, in fact, when they pick up all their crap and move from California to Texas or Tennessee. But I see through her lies. This elevator on the Michael Knowles show doesn't go anywhere. It's all fake. They have multiple sound guys, a makeup and hair crew, producers who pretend to be audience members and ask questions.
Do we have another question? Hi, guys. This isn't a question. This is just a comment. These Somalis, they're coming over and they're committing the fraud. They bring their garbage with them.
A camera crew, and more. Dozens and dozens of employees. So maybe they are struggling financially, but damn if they don't have absurd amounts of money to throw around. Anyway, I covered this episode of Bar Fight on stream, so go check that out if you want to see me call Michael Knowles a bad actor and gay.
No offense, your acting was really bad. If you were a better actor, you wouldn't be here doing this Bar Fight show.
We've had gay characters in movies and TV shows for years, decades.
Since at least you were in college.
Yeah, at least.
Oh, and I also got this clip of prolific transphobe Michael Knowles using the women's restroom.
The problem with transgenderism is that its acceptance at any level necessarily entails the complete destruction of women's bathrooms.
So yeah, this is a clip of prolific transphobe.
Any level necessarily entails the complete destruction of women's bathrooms.
So yeah, this is genuinely just a bad deal for the target audience. It's hard to access, a bunch of the kids' content is paywalled, and a good chunk of the exclusive content is not exclusive. It's free on YouTube. But it's like I said, it's not just an alternative that's supposed to replace all your woke services. You're paying the premium to own the libs. It's the shooting the beer you paid for of streaming. By giving them money, you're getting the sub.
Ben Shapiro is racist? Who's this? The Random People versus Lily Orchard story? What are some of his recent VODs? Oh, Modern Batman ruined Nightwing. I kind of agree with this.
And sync.
Get this adjusted real quick.
Dick. Batman
How Russian
needs more
Nazi
dick.
doing is this
Dick
his
Grayson.
mind.
You see what I did there? It's a clever joke.
Oh, hold on. You want me to watch the Dugin video now? Are we ready for it? Alright, I'll watch it. I need to speed it up? Why do I need to speed it up? Also, why do you hate Mr. Genius Dugin? I'm gonna change it from Ukrainian to Polish. How's that? Wait, why is the video not available? Why is the video not available? Maybe that's the full link. Okay, is this the full link? Yeah. Okay, we need to change the language then. To English. AI.
Alexander Dugin, philosopher of the Russian world, and La Bobo. What do you think about them? That is also evil. They are also liberals.
These are aggressive entities from the other world, which in our orthodoxy are called demons, and which are, generally speaking, ready to attack a person.
The ideologue of the Russian world, Grandpa Dugin, explained how to brainwash children with the help of neuroshuffle, that is, cartoons quickly and crudely slapped together by neural networks. So,
It is even surprising how, as the youth say, you are in the loop on this.
for example, he praised the bomber crocodile for i.e.
Israeli bomb in Palestine.
And Pico, there's another character, Zorro,
What?
who defeats the bomber crocodile.
Okay, when it's sped up, I don't understand what they're saying, so I'm gonna watch it on the regular speed.
It touched the old Nazi right in the heart. The Iranian school of animation.
Iranian propaganda right now, in my opinion, is magnificently staged.
I think if they let Grandpa head the Russian Ministry of Culture soon, we will see cartoons where Masha and the bears are in a basement interrogation shooting peas in the back of the head. So, Russian cartoons where Ivan Defoe tries to cut the Kolbak's neck with a little fire.
Okay, the YouTube
Mikhail the Fox, for example,
English
could
dub
film a
is
cartoon
awful.
where Grandpa kills Grandma with a turnip. That kind of immortal household, classic socialist realism in fairy tale settings.
Okay, why does the AI have to have an accent? What? Why does the automated AI dub have an accent? What the fuck? Also, I'll be right back. I'll go to the toilet. I have to order KFC now. I'm gonna order it in Polish on stream. I am racist against AI, by the way. I hate AI. Okay, I'm gonna order in Polish on stream. That's because AI speaks in accents is the future. Also not 125. I told you 1.1. There is no 1.1 option. Like there's actually, I don't see an option. There's 1.0, 125, 1.520. There is no. Okay, I guess I can manually take it to 101. No, 105 is the lowest that I can take it. Actually, there is no 101. There's either 105 or 1.10. So which one do you want me? 1.10? Is that what you want me to take it to? I guess 1.10 would be 1.1, what, right? So I have to order KFC now on stream in Polish. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna order KFC. Musiu? Fajdo? Fajdo? Musiu? My dog is with me, did you know? I have my dog with me here. He yawned and now is licking his face. I'm waiting for the KFC people to respond to the poll. So I can order KFC from the KFC. I wanna order. Just when I wanna order KFC from the KFC, it says that. Halo? Tak? Chcę zamówić KFC. Halo? Przepraszam. Parte. Kratkare. Kratkare. Klatka E. Tak. Okej. Jest już na 2 osób. Mieszane. Okej. Okej. Dobrze, niech będzie to i do tego Twister 1. Jaki sos? Według Pani uznania. Sweet chili? Okay. Aha. Jakieś... Okej, 2 szejki. Truskawkowe. Niech będzie. I kanapka z kurczakiem. Jakie są kanapki z kurczakiem Państwa? Okej, niech będzie. Niech będzie ten grander. Niech będzie ten grander. Aha. Okej, dziękuję bardzo. Kartą. Dobrze. Dobrze, dziękuję bardzo. Do widzenia. How did you like me ordering KFC from the KFC land? Would you like? Did you enjoy my Polish?
Sister, on a white ladder. A few fairy tales, admittedly, will of course be declared unreliable, since Putin is telling his serfs more and more often about his dream of living
150 years will always be too little.
The fairy tale about Koshe the Deathless will, of course, have to be rewritten.
Yes, rewrite it. Let him rewrite it.
Well, and Alexander Gilyevich himself, a pillar of the Russian world, is already proposing not to put it on the back burner and to recognize Cheburashka as foreign agent.
Cheburashka is a liberal. Thanks to him, everything went so badly.
The ideologue of Russian Nazism reported in all seriousness that the Soviet Union collapsed because of the damn Cheburashka. The valiant Czechist didn't keep a close enough eye on him.
The body of this long-eared little beast really worries you. As the youth say, it triggers you.
The fact is that in the late Soviet period, I remember that adults, including generals and colonels of the security services, when they would drink, when they would get together, they would belt out songs about the blue train or about the wizard, Pan. And as a result, the Soviet Union collapsed.
Logical.
What?
Well, there is common sense in what I am saying.
And why is that? And all because the entire demonic power is hidden within Cheburashka. He's even shaking his beard. Alexander Gilyevich.
You have a wonderful quote. The image of Cheburashka was created based on ancient pentacles
What the fuck is
that
Cheburashka?
reproduce the symbolic features of the moon demon divided.
My goodness.
She tried so softly.
What the
stand
fuck is
up
a
for the cartoon,
Cheburashka?
saying that it's all about good things after. But the stern Grandpa Dugan, flashing his diopters menacingly, nipped all that sentimentality in the bud.
And in this sense, this story is about a little man. For me, it is about how being different from everyone else, you still have the right to life, to friends, to love, the right to happiness, romance.
Don't you?
Is that
Unless
a
you're
bad
gay.
idea?
Bad.
Then you don't.
Exterminate it.
The Russian darkness is much closer to me.
Everyone marches in step, everyone is the same. These guys get at the crocodile and Cheburashka. They're not like everyone else.
What the fuck is
I
a
have never marched in
Cheburashka?
step in my life. But I like it when people march in step towards some correct good goal, like a
Correct
religious
good
procession
goal?
or joining the army.
A serf's dream is to become a master and lash other serfs in the stable himself. I don't want to march
Join
in
the
step
army.
myself, but I really like it when others do. Dugin voiced his own short list of fairy tales. He says everything else is crap. Well, there are a couple of suitable ones. These Skripa Babarimons, where under the weight of these traditional values, you yourself get twisted into a Skripa.
Give an example of the most moral and righteous cartoon for children, according to Alexander Dugin.
Yeah.
Joking. The Tale of Tsar Sultan.
The beautiful tale of Tsar Sultan.
Well, come on, it's a fairy tale, but the beginning is just, forgive me, like something about Epstein Island.
What?
I mean, Tsar Sultan comes, chooses from 3 women. 2 are ugly, and this young one, he takes this woman himself somewhere into the palace. The woman has absolutely no rights here. The only thing she can offer the Tsar Sultan at most is to give birth. Well, you know, sort of.
A beautiful function for a woman. Look,
What the
creating a
fuck?
new life for a Tsar, and not just any Tsar, especially when it comes to a Tsar. He chooses the best. He chooses the best, right? He is the Tsar. He must have the best choices.
We have always talked about this too.
And there is meaning in all of this.
Why am I recording this video about Dugin at all? Everything's already obvious anyway.
Oh my
What's
God.
Next. Recording little videos about Putin. That would be a real revelation. Well, first of all, to see who is
Is Putin about to
formulating
choose
the
a
ideology of
little child
Russianism
bride?
right now. Having listened to it, millions of disposable oxen run on their crutches into meat grinders, alts destroying everything living in their path. But I am far from the thought that Dugin is a court ideologue of the Kremlin and the Führer's beloved Rasputin, as the Western press writes about him. The most influential American propagandist, Tucker Carlson, is completely delighted and interviews the half-witted old man. But Dugin doesn't need to stand by the throne with a breath smelling of corpses, mumbling something into Putin's ear.
The expulsion of liberalism is like the exorcism of the demon.
It is enough that such Russian world praise is whispering to the brains of characters like Strelkov and Gubarev.
Prigozhin was killed by the British. Maybe the Rothschilds, maybe the Masons, most likely both. Well, there is common
By the
sense in what I'm
British?
seeing as
and other madmen who swallow this Russian world, Neuroslav, and then lead regiments into the attack.
Russia with Ukraine is an empire and a pole of a multipolar world. And without Ukraine, it is neither an empire nor a pole.
Or they try to seize power in Russia, like the newly minted
dictate.
seamstress Girkin. And secondly, listening to Dugin's senility is simply entertaining.
Technology needs exorcism. Here's another example. This exorcism is the expulsion of the devil. That the devil lives in technology. And while you
Damn.
can drive him out of technology, you have to
Dugin has
really
such a
try.
young dub.
Technology is not neutral. The same applies to artificial intelligence. Of course, you can try
Dugin
to
sounds
Russify it,
like
you
such
can
a young
give
guy
service
in
for it,
the
you can
AI
subject
dub.
it to exorcism. And there is meaning in all of this.
Dugin explained that to realize this liberal dream of a beautiful Russia of the future, you first need to cut out all the liberals.
What are you proposing? Be very specific. What is this beautiful Russia of the future, according to Dugin?
Why are we talking about liberals? Because before clearing perimeter for construction, you have to remove the trash that is already there.
Well, he isn't planning on playing. Nice here. He says, to build a normal country, you need to eliminate elections, democracy, out the market, freedom
I
rights,
mean,
the law.
Russia is already not
everything
democratic,
under
so
the
they've
knife,
achieved that.
And then, just like in a civilized cave, like our pro-forefathers, the Russian Androphage will live, the common Precambrian, Russo-Eupithecus.
Liberals to the wall. You had such a programmatic article about the future. In the society that Russia needs, there should be no representative democracy. There should be no market society based on the monetary equivalent of all values. And there should be no idiotic, unnatural, perverted ideology of human rights. Market,
Oh my
democracy, and human rights.
Human rights
get
is
out.
just perverted.
End of quote.
In principle, Putin is already halfway to building Dugin's dream country, where
That's
the
true.
Russian gatherer is already feverishly pawing the ground, impatient to rush to the polling station in the fall to vote for the beloved Führer's party, and after that it's not so scary to die in the assaults near Mala Tokmachka. The main thing here is not to grumble. Putin is there, and he's exempt. By the way, what does the traditional values bearer Dugin think about Putin's Botox injections?
Right, he's the Tsar.
And what about the pig organs that Putin plans to insert into himself everywhere to rejuvenate? It is interesting how Dugin views these Putin experiments on crossbreed a Russian and a pig.
Creating a new life.
Putin has lately
What?
been coming up to the microphone and just starting to go oink, oink, oink. Even Kadyrov will be too squeamish to meet with him then. And what about Putin's old mistresses right behind the thin wall of his private chapel? How does the divorced Putin, with his harem of mistresses, and who refers to his own daughters as those women, fit into Dugin's Damostroy?
Mention one woman, mentioned a second.
It's a pity that Putin's favorite propagandist, Sobchak Hage, didn't ask these questions. Even she is afraid that she will be harvested for organs, like Putin's little piggies. Well, in this idealistic picture of the world, the Tsar father is left out of the equation. He is like the Alpha and
That
Omega,
is so
like a
horrifying.
golden god in the modest pantheon of the peasant Russia of the future. That's what Dugin calls his alternative to this pseudo-liberal Navalny-esque utopia. The Skrepnosts have their own.
And here is this peasant Russia of the future. First of all, it's a lifestyle on the land that is a massive exodus from the cities, and almost religious exodus, like the
So
Jews
basically, he just
of
wants
Egypt
to
and,
reverse the clock.
Finally, someone across the border suggested to the Muscovites to return to their roots, right into the swamps. But this Dugin-esque crooked village in the middle of mud that rots in layers from horizon to horizon and beyond the horizon, the taiga, and so on to the edge of the world, which is as vast flat as a pancake on Maslenitsa. From this cliff, the Russians, like in Sparta, will throw
Dugin
off
is
the
so
weak
inspiring, the greatest
frail
philosopher
infants,
of Mother
unsuitable for the
Russia.
local assault. So, in this very village, it won't just be drunks rolling in the mud and pigsties, where a Russian priest will entertain himself with young deacons. There will be a whole cultural program.
There's actually a lot of weird, creepy, and messed up philosophy behind Dugin. A lot of esoterical rebranding of fascism and all that. Like, we can laugh, but there's a lot of very insidious, horrible stuff when it comes to Dugin's philosophy.
Drubula. Forgive me, Lord.
And these rural settlements, where people engage in noble labor, will feature luxurious buildings of theaters and libraries, from old libraries. There, people will teach ancient and modern philosophy. There, culture and art will flourish.
What will they mold these luxurious theater and library buildings out of in a crooked, rotting village? From the same stuff they mold them out of right now.
The sculpting material is not exactly ordinary. It's manure.
There are already those famous manure roosters. Oh, those vigorous sculptures, smelling the spirit of the age.
A symbol of the coming year, made of manure. Once Mikhail decided to mold a real tank.
And it took off. Oh, the Russians will build themselves a theater out of shit, a big theater with little clumps. So it hits you, knocks you off your feet. Classical Russian architecture. Style, late Neoputinism with elements of Russian tonics and onyx. Well, nothing new, certainly better than these current Russian high-rises.
And to the city of ruins of Yanin and our new buildings covered in ivy and already turned into ancient ruins, neo-ancient ruins. They will take people on excursions. They will say, you know, back when people didn't know the truth and didn't know that a Russian person can only live on the land, they lived in these cramped boxes.
It is pleasing, of course, that the Russians are once again fired up by the idea of burning and destroying Moscow. In principle, as an abandoned place for the homeless, it's not bad either, don't you agree? A tour to the ivy-covered Lenin in the mausoleum is also not a bad marketing move. Putin will already be lying there by that time too, covered in mushrooms with a pine cone in his mouth. I think they will stuff the carcass of Dugin himself with straw and stick him at the entrance. They'll prop him up so he can shake his beard in the wind and scare away the crows. But there is a problem. Dugin dreams that into his wonder future village with such drunks, FSB agents, and a ban on absolutely everything that isn't permitted, high technology will somehow be delivered. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You can't just have a quantum computer sticking out in the middle of an ocean of shit.
The whole country just lives, the entire vast nation lives on the land.
Wait, did he? He's completely bonanza on that interview. I mean, it feels like it's a culmination of his usual, beliefs. He has a lot of weird esoteric beliefs about the moon, the sun, and the land empires and sea empires.
There are temples. There are works of art. There is high technology. People in these rural settlements communicate with each other, well, let's say.
That makes it sound so young.
Fine. A rural Russian Russian internet closed off, shielded from toxic encroachments. The enemy can be kept
Rural
out, it can be
Russian
turned on in the summer.
internet.
All right, you've convinced me.
Oh my god.
Internet in the peasant Russia of the future will be strictly regulated. Well, in principle, just as strictly as everything else.
Against the backdrop of mobile outages in
Russian
Moscow,
internet.
you suggested syncing it with the seasonal cycles of bears and butterflies.
What?
Turn it off in the spring and turn it on in late autumn.
I wholeheartedly support that. You need to stock up on internet for the winter. Winters in Russia are harsh, even harsher than spring when the plantings
Really?
take place. You could even jar the internet, piddle it, but the main thing, is not to overdo it. You could be deculokized for having extra gigabytes. This
No
joke.
way.
They all you offer the uranium mines for just
Stock up on the internet.
Again, you have to be careful, neighbors, or a denunciation.
God, this
Fine.
interview is
Of
great.
Hiding a forbidden VPN in particularly large quantities. Is that so? And since the whole VPN scene is protected by Comrade Major, you'll have to bribe him with digital rubles.
I think it could be distributed in portions for good behavior, for example.
Oh, fuck.
Meaning, you have to learn how to use the internet. One needs to grow into the internet. One needs to earn it.
So in Alexander Dugin's beautiful Russia of the future, the internet is given out in portions for good behavior.
And more in the winter.
So basically, Russians are mentally stunted children that should be peasants and should be handed out internet for good behavior, but it shouldn't be actually available always. It should be available seasonally, so only in the spring, but not for the winter or something, or maybe just in the winter, and it has to be spruced out for good behavior. Okay, makes sense to me.
Yes. If I were in their place, I'd also hand out internet right before the elections. Giving out a pack of dumplings, even empty ones without meat, is still expensive, after all. When Russians get down to business, even their outages have glitches. But this way, you voted correctly for the beloved leader. Here you go, please. 2 kilobytes per second. Sit and warm yourself. Hope that by the end of winter, it finally finishes loading. A cartoon about Tsar Sultan, generated by the Yaran people. Even if the unreliable gray Russians accidentally download some Navalny-type content over an unsecured line, so what? Well, she'll tell them, let's organize smart voting and smartly vote for Putin's technical candidate. The system works. We've been so successfully winning and overthrowing Putin for 30 years already. Or maybe some priest on shortwave radio. Well, he'll say that Crimea cannot be given back to Ukraine. Under no circumstances, let's all go die for the Tsar's ideas. To the very. Well, Channel 1 keeps saying the same thing, so what's the difference? So, no matter how you look at it, internet by coupon is just spot on. Great thing.
Above it, there is a dome, a huge Russian dome, which, by controlling the weather, does not allow any enemy under any circumstances to attack this blessed,
the
peaceful,
weather controlling machine, like G.I. Joe.
Peaceful country.
I really like the idea of the dome. It's very dear to my heart. It would be good if it were as strong and sturdy as the one used to cover the Chernobyl nuclear plant. The main thing is to pour more concrete in there to make sure it's covered right to the very top. Well, so that the enemy definitely can't sneak through.
After all, money is still needed.
I think money should be abolished.
What about batter, like a goat for milk?
Communism.
Or
Dugin's ideas are all just better than the next. Indeed. Who would argue with that? It's high time to take money from the Russians. The satanic invention, a belch from the underworld
Abolishing
to
currency.
ruin the
That's
Russian person.
communism.
Although, it's all the same. They'll drill a hole in their dome, stare through it at jeans and chewing gum, and then start sculpting their digital ruble just to spite the damn Americans. What definitely won't work for Russians is a barter exchange of a goat for milk. Because this time, the Americans simply won't be able to physically drop humanitarian aid into the dome for the starving feral aborigines. Therefore, no goats will survive there, unfortunately. So there won't be any manure and nothing to drink from. None. So most likely they will all just freeze Howlett right to the dome.
There are no rich, very rich or poor people. There are just more famous people, for example, who host interesting podcasts or programs.
but they get more money.
Why do they need money?
I would certainly love to see how an altruistic person like Sobchak would crank out podcasts for free just for the sake of an idea.
It is a great joy to live under communism.
I think she would glow and gnaw through all the layers of concrete and flee to the West to beg them to make her a foreign agent and finally grant her Western funding. The main thing here is to find that hole and weld it shut so the Russians don't scatter from under the dome. Right? Because first one, then the second, and then suddenly a missile's already flying to liberate there. No, we've been there. No, actually, I am of the exact opposite opinion. I believe that all Russians should be let into the West, and no one should be let out, because they are desperate for it one way or another. Just let them crawl into the special military operation for a meat assault. The Dugin's concept is not bad either. Anyway, in short, Sobchak didn't want to work for free, and she started picking at Alexander Galevich's brilliant ideas until they bled.
How do people trade one product for another product? In what way? Will there be a market, or is it a closed state?
Let there be no capitalism, but some sort of market exchange. There will be fairs like that. One person comes, having made a whistle. Another builds some small quantum computer.
Everyone trades with each other.
Well, yeah, like 10 whistles for a quantum computer. Maybe they could issue some small...
One person just
checks,
builds
these
a
world
quantum
checks.
computer?
You get emission price, okay.
Rural checks?
There's the world check.
Judging by the fact that a quantum computer can be exchanged for 10 whistles, whistles will be held in much higher esteem and respect by the Russians than these demonic technologies.
True.
Which isn't surprising. But I wouldn't give even a single whistle for a Russian computer. What is it good for? Maybe it will work as a box for a cat, and even that. More likely as a litter box. I think Nabi Khasilina's Barn Ledger will become the Great Russians reference book. And Bin, if she's still running the economy by then and living somewhere in the center of their village, in a prime Tree Hollow, you'll come out every month to announce the exchange rate of the Rad check of the rural check against the US dollar. Since Dug still has many brilliant ideas, the rate will not longer be determined by these ordinary monetary units, but simply by hectares of wood for paper. They get, today for $1 we give 2 hectares of wood, then 4. And so they will hold the checks or blanks for the checks to the fair in trainloads for a exchange. You'll be able to bring $1 to the Tree Hollow for a deposit. That's the first option. In about 50 years, after the interest accumulates, you might finally be able to buy a whistle. Of course, most of the population won't want to save for that long, and will drink away. Though right at the vessel, right at the fair for a glass of them. Well, how else could a Liputinka made of sal ammoniac and uranium waste to go anywhere but into the party? No. Dugin suggests, after all, letting the Great Russian out for free-range grazing from under the irradiator from time to time to spread the spores of the Russian world, sort of by civilizations.
I am very worried about the dome, but what if I want to go to France, for example? Will it be possible to leave from under the dome, or only with an exit visa for official business?
Insane.
I think it's possible if you really want to, but on the way back, they will be, like, watching you, yeah. But if you return, they will just check if you haven't been infected, say, spiritually or morally
Infected?
by
By what?
another society.
Are you perhaps dragging a Western soulless whistle into our God's safe to superpower village? Damn it. Has there been, so to speak, an infiltration of the tourist by an LGBT extremist? The FSB agents will be peering so intently under your fingernails with pliers to see if something forbidden is hidden there.
In principle, some contacts are possible, but, you know, not all forms of contact between
I learned
civilizations are
crack.
constructive
I'm so happy
at all.
to have learned crack.
Therefore, it is better to leave such international dome to do relations to competent people, to those who are truly knowledgeable.
Daughters? Nephews?
You know, the more I think about it, the more Alexander Galvich's innovative, retrofuturistic dome reminds me of an old, tattered, rusty iron curtain. So, we're actually getting rid of tourists. Only the party elite will be traveling abroad. After all, relaxing on the seaside.
I mean,
and
they're
in the best homes of Paris.
immune
Well, that should be for
to
competent people.
brainwashing.
understand. They know how it's done. Well, those who don't like to march in formation, like Alexander Galievich. As for the rabble, they will just keep rummaging in the mud and occasionally whining under the master's whip. The spiral of Russian history has entered, or will enter, in Dugin's dreams, a new turn.
The ideology of de-Westernization is constantly discussed in the presidential administration. They say de-Westernization is needed. Yes, it is needed, otherwise it's the end for Russia. That is what everyone thinks. The vector is there.
And in 50 years, the greatness of Un's heroic deeds will be realized on such a massive scale.
But it's plagiarism again. It's as if Dugin isn't a philosopher or an innovator at all, just one repetition after another. What is this?
I mean, he is a
Can't he
philosopher.
build anything
He's
but a
just
gulag?
terrible
I
philosopher.
think Dugin figures that he and
Fascist.
his mistress is going to be spending the night
More
in
of
a
a fascist
hut
than a
made of
philosopher.
manure in some Russian village. No, no, no. He needs those stone palaces and plenty of them. Just like all.
But yeah, I debated
competent
on
people.
American Viewer about Dugin.
And to
I
feast in the
remember now.
best party cafeterias on overseas delicacies. What can you do if a simple Russian person lacks the competence for all these sweet pastries? Go on, you son of a bitch. Not on some deadwood. You creature. Like a Russian? Oh! Damn it, so they fear us. And then it starts. They want eggs with bacon and coffee for breakfast. What I bet, some kind of vanilla.
The most terrifying ghettos will be created for surfers. That is the most arrogant, the most anti-Asian
Surfers?
phenomenon.
What?
There is nothing more disgusting than riding with a white-to smile on that repulsive board.
What?
An
Surfers?
image of Western culture.
Innocently. An image of the most profound, deepest meaninglessness. In the spirit of La Boule, only without the cultural background that La Boule has. But surfers have not.
Exterminate
What
them.
the fuck?
But only the lucky ones, you could say, will end up in the ghetto. The main mass will simply be repressed, just like in the days of their grandfathers.
I will quote, I am a supporter of repressions. At the same time, I understand that they may affect not only the guilty, but also the innocent. I am for repressions not only against enemies, especially not just my personal enemies, but I am for repressions in general. When there were repressions in the USSR, the country was great and strong, developing rapidly and sandstormily. When they stopped, everything began to rot, decompose, and die out.
Yeah, we know how the Soviet Union flourished under repressions.
Yeah, because
without
there are
any
no
war.
repressions in
And yet,
Russia now,
hunger,
right?
ruin, destitution, stagnation, total collapse, decay, and a death machine for
There's
its own
no
citizens.
repressions in
A
Russia.
machine that was propped up only by millions of bayonets.
Why are repressions not cannibalism, but a benefit to the country and society?
There's this concept of Tsar's terror. The state must inspire a certain kind of horror.
Behind all these Moscow liberals, Rashkas, and surfers, one might even forget that Dugin is an old, senile, geezer, an absolute cannibal, a degenerate, a moron, an ideological Nazi, and not a Nazi in some figurative sense, just
Definitely a fascist.
but
Definitely a fascist.
in the most literal sense. The old man gets very nervous when asked about his unrequited love for Hitler and his henchmen.
Well, just like a person who delves into your biography, love.
Is this all about fascism, or are we going to be here for a long time? No, one more question? No, come on, that's enough. Let's move on to the next topic.
Let's get off this topic.
Well, I think it's an important topic in your views. The secret society was called the Black Order of the SS. There is a journalist named Nikita Kuletin who in the early 2000s published a piece in the Stringer publication where he told the story of this circle, this society. And there are details there that one wouldn't even want to quote, but among other things, it is mentioned that you had some connection to this society.
An interest group that young Dugin belonged to in the 80s with the unremarkable name of the
Alright.
Black Order of the SS.
Alright, he was a total Nazi
The
as a
order
young
had
man.
its own Reichsfuhrer.
I actually
Beethoven,
forgot about that.
Yes, that's what they called him, Reichsfuhrer, and members
Actually
of the
forgot
secret
about
society
Dugin's-
spend their time studying Nazi esoterica, the occult and philosophical foundations of fascism, and familiarizing themselves with the works of the European writer. There were shocking occult rituals and bodily practices that one wouldn't even want to mention in a retelling.
That there was some kind of initiation rite that, well, I don't
Actually
even want to
forgot about
repeat what
that.
they did there.
Well, Sobchak doesn't want to quote it, but I will go ahead and quote it. Golovin, with his disciples who survived the crackdown. The most devoted remained Dukin and Jimal, who went deep underground and created the Black Order of the SS, which resembled the old Order of the Third Reich, with its hierarchy, conspiracy, and Nazi salute and
Yeah, the best part,
Nazi salutes.
the gay order of
Golovin
SS.
proclaimed himself Reichsfuhrer. In his seminars, he stopped peddling vague myths about the Great Atlantis and the Holy Grail to his loyal assistants and started pushing fascist ideology instead. Getting into the newly minted SS group was very difficult. Every adept was required to go through a human in initiation rite that one former member of Golovan's order once drunkenly confessed to me that the Führer would urinate into the mouths of his young fascist students. Homosexuality and drunkenness were encouraged there. John. Only in this way
what?
could all
They
be
would
adeptly
pee
tied
into
into
the
a single
mouths of the
bond, a mystical
initiates?
union, and subjected to the will of the leader. By the mid-80s, Dugin and Jamal were already quite bored with SS-style orgies. They were planning to escape to Libya, but then Perestroika struck, and both rushed into politics.
At the height of Perestroika, Dugin tried to enter politics, joining another society, Pamyat, an organization of militant nationalist anti-Semites, Missud.
Even more extremist positions were held by the Pamya Uniformed Association, on behalf of which Councilmember Alexander gave an interview for the film.
True, Dugin did not stay in Pamyat for long, with the formulation contacted and contacts representatives of immigrant dissident circles of an occult, satanic nature. Quote,
which in our orthodoxy is called demons. The devil lives in the technology.
He was expelled from the organization. In 1993, the National Bolshevik Party was created. Its founding fathers were Alexander Dugin and Edward Leibniz.
There was a lot in Dugin's biography in general. He also christened Limonov, who later called him the Cyril and Methodius of fascism. And Alexander Gelievich also invented songs with interesting content. Sky blue fashion.
You give them sly looks and la laugh joyfully in response.
Of course, in the 90s, the NPP resembled not a classic political party, but a kind art group with elements of neo-fascist aesthetics. Dugin was the one responsible for the party's
Peeing in
ideology.
the mouth.
Reading the party's program from that
the
time, you hear fascist slogans.
Initiates.
Having come to power, the NPP will carry out revolutionary in-scale transformations in Russia. It will build a total state. Human rights will give way to the rights of the nation. Inside the country, an iron Russian order will be established. A climate of discipline, militancy, and diligence. The NPP slogan, Russia is everything, the rest is nothing. A salute, an arm thrown forward into the side with a clenched fist, and the exclamation, yes, death.
And how Alexander Galievich took it in the face in his youth, as they say in fairy tales. He ran down his beard, but didn't
Was
get
he
into his
peed in the
mouth.
mouth?
That is
Did somebody
quite
pee in
possible
his
to
mouth?
imagine, but it's better not to.
In 1998, Dugin leaves the NPP. He didn't like that Limonov, in his words, started hooliganizing and showing off.
Did you suck off a homeless African American?
What?
I mean, no. Well, that's everything. Have you had even one homosexual experience in your 75 years of life? I will put an end to this here and will not answer. It is none of your damn business, as they say. That is the answer. Side blue
And it is precisely after such humiliations that the fiercest Russian Nazis grow up, who to compensate for and drown out their shame and take revenge on the whole world for their humiliations. Even though this world is not to blame for anything, demand that the whole world be turned into dust.
Dugin, who has already stated that there is no reason why we should not use nuclear weapons, end of quote.
Such people are now effectively becoming the main voice of this main Kremlin pastime. I mean, this forum. And they were saying some absolutely terrible things there. Malafeyev with Dugin. They were presenting a plan until 2050, where the good scenario is where they use a nuclear bomb.
No, that's an inertial scenario. Inertial. Malofeyev said, no, the bomb should be in the first scenario too. And Dugin said, oh, that's a slight error.
Well, we don't consider this use of nuclear weapons an inertial scenario. We consider it a good one.
I mean, Dugin was peed in the mouth, if I understand the process correctly.
And Dugin should be in an insane
Somebody
asylum.
peed in Dugin's
This
mouth.
place is in a psychiatric hospital along with Dugin.
Well, of course, for such respected gentlemen as Alexander Galievich, who don't like marching in line, there will be a master's bunker. They won't be touched. But the others must burn in the nuclear fire. The others are not worth pity. They are just trash, garbage dust on the master's boots. It's a different matter with his daughter Dasha, a propagandist for the Reich on channels like Russia Today, Zvezda, and Tsargrad.
I mean,
now that is a loss. That is the loss of an entire cosmos.
That cosmos has vanished. An entire universe has gone out. That is not just something that can be reduced to anything. It can in no way be compensated. It cannot be balanced out by anything. Death for me has become personal. Very personal, very close, and very, very, very pronounced.
Well, now it's person. Now it matters.
Acutely present.
And the crazy daughter died.
I see it in everyone.
It's not that I feel sorry for people. The individual is insignificant to me.
There is no reason why we shouldn't use nuclear weapons.
For the use of nuclear weapons, will be considered bullshit.
And the exclamation of yes to death of people, well, they really aren't worth pity. Let tens of millions of Russians die on the fields of this special military operation. What does he care? They're just bugs.
They're
One
not
can even
his
crush
daughter.
them with nukes. They are just the plebs. But Dugin, or Dugina, that is a whole universe. You have to understand that.
One moment. We finished watching Dugin and KFC is here. One moment. Is anybody still here? Did everybody leave when I watched Alexander Dugin? My favorite person. Hello. Okay, let's watch something else then. I'm eating KFC, you know. Jesus Christ is the worst character ever. Bridgie. Why do you hate the woke?
Hello everyone, Joel here.
Hello. We're not watching you today. We're watching Hovan. Do you know Hovan? The container Hovan?
Coming up next is...
So as you can see and hear, Lucy, says Vladimir. Stuff that Dugin is saying to the Western and domestic audiences is wildly different. I mean, of course. We have to pee in each other's mouth, have less internet, and become peasants. All of us Slavs. I mean, Polish people are already on the way. Like, Pole is like the field, right? Wait, how do you say to go outside in Ukrainian? Because in Polish there are two ways to say it. One moment, I'll be right back.
Samuel is calling from Florida to talk about topic number 1, God being real. Samuel, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Okay, no, I don't want a religious debate. No, I refuse. Oh, Piers Morgan Christ says he's bodied by Professor Marandi on his own show.
In order to remain on air, you have to pursue certain narratives. But if you were at my university and you were in my classroom, you would see students with all sorts of views saying whatever they want. A student would say, Iran is worse than North Korea. And I would laugh at him and make fun of him in a friendly way till the end of the semester. But you have this alternative Iran somewhere in the universe in your mind, and based on that, all your assessments are made. You're
okay. Well, criticize your regime then. Okay.
What kind of ridiculous request is that? So in this clip, we're gonna watch Piers Morgan get absolutely dragged and trashed by Professor Mohamed Marandi, the way how Professor Mohamed Marandi should drag Piers Morgan. Because who tells somebody in a time of war to criticize what he says regime, but criticize the leadership that is actually fighting for your livelihood, for your sovereignty? That's ridiculous. Maybe he just doesn't have any criticism of them right now. Professor Mohamed Marandi doesn't have to do whatever Piers Morgan says.
I mean, Ukrainian people don't have a problem criticizing the Ukrainian government during the war, so that's a silly thing to say. And there's definitely criticism to be had about the Iranian government. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and buy, oh no, there's absolutely nothing to criticize the Iranian government on.
As Professor Mohamed Marandi is not a puppet.
Come on.
But we will watch Piers Morgan get absolutely demolished and humiliated by Professor Mohamed Marandi.
Let's see.
Because that kind of tactic, you're not baiting anybody into some sort of fake debate on your terms. Get out of here. So Piers Morgan will meet his match with Professor Mohamed Marandi, and I will enjoy watching it, and we can watch it together. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Well, criticize your regime then. If you've got such freedom of speech, criticize your regime right now. Go on.
Piers, if you were in Iran,
You're full of hot air. You remind me of Comical Ali in the Iraq War, who kept just talking complete nonsense about his ruling, about his regime and ruler.
The problem is, I don't know how to deal with your... Be quiet for a second and let me respond.
Or criticize your regime. Go on.
I know you're afraid. Be quiet. Let me respond.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Don't be so afraid. In Iran, we talk against the government, against policies day and night. You sit in a taxi, they're criticizing. You're on campus, they criticize.
I wanted you to criticize your regime, right?
I mean, protesters were killed in Iran. That is not true. Human rights are not especially respected in Iran. It is true that the US messed up with the invasion and that it was a totally bad idea, but that does not make Iran great.
Right now.
No, I'm not going to. When you give me 5 minutes.
No, you're not going to, are you? Because you're a coward. And you're a paid up stooge of the...
Vladimir says, I mean, Dugin is admired. Oh yeah, Dugin does admire Iranian propaganda. So let's see and hear the best of it. True.
Regime, and if you do criticize them, they'll take you off the airwaves. Your job is to get on the airwaves and promote the regime. That's why you can't criticize them.
Yeah.
And if you could criticize them, you would.
I mean, that is true.
I'm a little confused as to what this is, where Piers Morgan says your job is to get on.
I'm not confused at all. Also, who is this Progressive Way? We'll have to check their channel.
Television and promote the regime. No, Professor Mohamed Marandi comes up to tell people what's really going on in Iran. What does that mean, promote the regime? So if I'm not saying what you want me to say, then suddenly I'm just some sort of agent for a government. That doesn't make any sense. That's actually very childish for Piers Morgan to say. By the way, guys, if you like the clip, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. And
no, it's not. It's not childish at all. There are regimes that do horrible things domestically, and they set out PR people to launder their image. There's nothing weird or unusual about that. That happens regularly with regimes, actually.
and a notification bell. Thank you to every eye that lands on these videos.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you just too cowardly to let me talk?
I mean, what happened after the Holodomor? A bunch of foreigners were invited to a staged village/city in which everybody was dressed well and posed to smile for the cameras. Oh, everything's fine. Nothing happened. Actually, the famine was not as bad as everybody thought. Look, all these people are doing so well.
I asked you a question. You wouldn't do it.
You're a coward.
You can't do it, can you?
You're a coward. I'm not
I'm
going
the coward.
to
I can criticize my regime. I can tell you, I think Prime Minister Starmer has been a complete dud. What are you going to say about your regime?
My country is under airstrikes from your criminal regime, your Epstein regime. My country, the people in my city.
Wait, Piers Morgan is not American, is he? What do you mean Piers Morgan regime? Like, is Piers Morgan American? I thought Piers Morgan sounds, I don't know, British or something.
They are being slaughtered by your garbage regime, and you want me to sit
actually, the
here
people in your country were
to
slaughtered
talk?
by your regime, weren't
No,
they? Only a few
they
weeks
were
ago,
your
up to
intelligence
30,000
agencies.
of your people
were-
were slaughtered by your regime, weren't they?
Okay, Piers,
Professor?
forget it. If you don't want me to talk, I'll just sit down. You do the talking.
Well, I tell you what, we'll end it like this. I've had you on my show many, many times, right? When do I get invited on Iranian state television? Ah, you've gone.
I invited you to Iran, Piers. I invited you to Iran.
I'll
And
do it like
the
you do.
coward,
I'll do it
and
like you
the
do.
coward,
Down the barrel
refused
of a
to come.
camera, you put me on Iranian state television and let me say what I think about Iranian state television in the way that I let you come on my show and criticize my country and the United States and the West. Fair's fair, right, Professor? Because you've got freedom of speech in Iran. There should be no problem in me, Piers Morgan, going on Iranian state television and hammering your regime. Only you won't let that happen, and the regime won't let it happen, because amongst the many things that you repress, the biggest thing you repress is freedom of speech. That's why you can't talk out against your regime, and that's why you wouldn't let me.
First of all, let me just say real quick that this regime.
I thought Piers Morgan was supposed to be owned back, and that's what's happening. I mean, it's true. What can I say? What's gonna be the progressive ways retort to this? Like, yeah, of course he's not gonna invite him on a thing where he would be able to criticize the Iranian government. Of course not.
Really makes Piers Morgan sound childish and pathetic, and I don't blame Professor Morandi for just sitting there and smiling. People took this clip and they took it out of context to try to say that Professor Morandi was lying, that he's that he doesn't believe in freedom of speech. What are you talking about? This is a pointless argument. Criticize your regime. Criticize your regime. What is Piers Morgan saying?
Go on state TV.
I mean, he didn't say criticize your regime. He said invite me on Iran state media and allow me to say whatever I want. I'm sorry, but at this point, yeah, that is a suppression of freedom of speech.
Iran and talk out against your regime. And that is the difference between us. So you can try and take the high moral ground, but the reality is that is the difference.
You are a genocide supporter. You supported it in Israel and Palestine, and you refused to come to Iran. And I invited you twice.
I literally did the opposite, actually. I literally did the opposite. You should watch Uncensored more often.
Plus, Iran did provide Russia with the drones to kill Ukrainian civilians. Let's never forget that. Is that what's gonna happen now? Western leftists are gonna be, oh, the United States is at war with Iran, therefore Iran is now a wonderful place with a wonderful government, no regime, no anything. It's like basically heaven on earth.
Your regime TV, you don't even let me talk. You don't know anything about Iran, and you just talk and talk and talk, and you're afraid of me saying a single sentence. Iran is being bombed by your regime. Our children are being slaughtered. As we speak, your regime is bombing my country, and your regime sent in intelligence, the Israeli Mossad, the CIA, according to the former head of the CIA, according to the Mossad itself, they sent in people to infiltrate. According to Channel 14 of Israeli TV, which is close to Netanyahu, they brought in weapons that killed hundreds of police officers and volunteers on the streets. So the 3,117 people who were killed, and all of them have their ID and information, they're well known. If you have any extra names, give them to me and let's see what your evidence is. All of those people are recognized, and wait a moment. Wait a moment. And if there was one police officer killed in your country, what would the reaction be? Some young woman was turning to the right. They shot her in the face. Here they killed 200 police officers and well over 100 volunteers on the streets. And you call that peaceful protest, but you ignore the millions of people on the streets as we speak in Tehran right now.
Let me tell you. I guess that is something that Iran and the United States have in common. The protests for human rights are always violent and evil, and they have to be squashed. I guess that is something that the United States and Iran do, a common cultural, I don't know. Oof.
Let me tell you. Let me respond. I can tell you.
I wanted to bring something for you to see, but forget it. Just one final sentence. For 47 years, your government, your regime, your media has been saying Iran is unpopular. Iran is about to fall. The regime is collapsing. And it never happened. And do you know what? That is exactly the same thing that your media and your governments would say about Mossadegh. When he was in power, they were saying he's evil, he's criminal, he's corrupt. Go and look at the New York Times, the Washington Post. It's always the same. Your problem is that we are independent and that we do not accept the Epstein class that rapes and murders little kids.
And he's absolutely right. And there's absolutely nothing else to say about that. This a ridiculous argument. By the way, that Patrick Bet-David decided to feature on his Sinking PD podcast.
So disappointed in American leftists, quote unquote. I need to check this person's thing because I'm worried.
This argument taken out of context of, oh, I can't go on Iranian state TV.
Why is it?
He
What's
invited,
the context?
Professor Morandi invited Piers Morgan to Iran. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
What? Is this person stupid? This person said, okay, what's the context here? Piers Morgan clearly said, no, I actually would rather do it over the internet, where I can criticize Iran's government without any repercussion. If I go to Iran directly, then I might actually face some repercussion for criticizing Iran's government. What do you mean it doesn't get any better than that? Wow, okay.
And Piers Morgan didn't go, and that's fine. He doesn't have to go, but don't make it seem like you tried everything to get there, to get the truth. Real journalists actually go on the ground, whatever. It is what it is. Plus, he has like a broken hip right now, so now's not the time. But you can't just tell somebody.
It's like telling journalists, hey, why don't you go to Russia and start criticizing Vladimir Putin and saying that Russia is committing a genocide? Yeah, that would go really well.
Your regime, say this. And in a time where, by the way, this argument is very disrespectful because, yes, in a time where down the street, he probably can hear bombs going off, right? And that those bombs are coming from us, okay? We have no moral high ground to stand on at all. By the way, another thing about these so-called protesters, right? Like, don't get me wrong.
So-called
this
protesters.
This is the thing you see across the globe, bro. It is the same pattern. It is the same CIA playbook. Two people come together to say, we don't like what's going on in the government and we want to take a stand and talk about it.
Oh my God, this content creator is cooked. Yeah, there are no protests. It's all CIA. I wonder what this content creator thinks about Euromaidan. I wonder. I need to check if this content creator has made anything about Ukraine.
And then the third person will always be an infiltrator. And then they will co-opt your mission. That's how it goes. In the left, this No Kings protest. Yeah, it's like it would have been good to see the country really having a real protest about the war, like a real anti-war protest. Now they turn it into No Kings. They do foolish things. Then you see foolish, footage from it. It's not fair. God. And who is it owned by? It's owned by the Zionists. Like they put the money out for it. Like, can we get a real organic movement going on? I don't know. I pray for it. But anyway, So, but if there were people there. They killed 200 cops total. They also were going to military bases and like burning the bases and stealing ammunition. I'm sorry, what part of protest is that? And these people take treason very serious in their country. And it is not my job to say who and how they should govern their country. That's Iran.
Okay, I'm just gonna see if there's interesting. It's just about Piers Morgan. I'm gonna see if there's
Obi-Wan and Padme are already waiting for us at the ship. Well,
why did that video turn on? What the hell? Okay, let's see if there's anything Ukraine related on this channel. I got a bad feeling if there's anything, it's not good. Is there anything about Ukraine?
What you saw was Putin had clearly decided his strategy was he was going to make no substantive concessions of any kind, but he was going to really amp up the flattery of Trump.
What's going on, you guys? We have Kyle Kulinski and Fareed Zakaria going in on Donald Trump. Donald Trump is kissing Putin's ring. Kyle Kulinski is going in. Let's watch.
So Trump had a summit with Putin.
Oh, never mind. I guess this is not just only one person. Guns and gender. What we lost. Some desert. Being rich seems morally impossible.
How much do you make? You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you make.
I
That was a
know how
rounding
much I
error.
owed. I owed over $4 million.
Recently, in an interview with Caleb Hammer, Asmongold said that he's paid about $4 million in taxes just taxes alone. That's not how much he earned. It's not how much he's earned over his lifetime. We just know he paid that much in taxes.
Okay, so $4 million. Was that after estimated taxes? Was that the back pay?
No, that was my estimated taxes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so $4 million. So you probably make after taxes, what is that?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the answer is. I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Penguin Zero, Charlie, also recently shared on his AdSense revenue alone, he made $34 million, I think in about 5 years, if I remember the
explains
timeline.
the entire trajectory of Asmongold's content, honestly. That explains every single thing.
I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready because here it is. Huge fucking number. An unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million.
As a full-time creator myself, just disclaimer, I am not making that kind of money, but some people are, and the question is, do they have to be evil in order to be that rich?
It seems so. And it seems like it.
Jesus Christ. I can't believe you're a millionaire. How did that happen?
Because if you know anything about Asmongold, I would say that he's engaging in a lot of philosophical evil in order to stay relevant and trending.
All of the Islamic identity politics people are going to start immediately playing for, you know, sympathy or something like this. We don't even know what the who the shooters were. Like, they could also be Muslim. Like, this is the thing. It's like, as soon as this happens, they're trying to pre-flight and craft a narrative, you know, proactively. So who knows? Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
Federal law enforcement.
I cannot believe that people that create actual meaningful things struggle with money while Asmongold is a multimillionaire.
Officials tell CNN they believe the two teenagers who attacked the Islamic Center in San Diego, shooting up a mosque and a school, may have intended to attack other targets that same day and may have been stopped because the armed security guard at that mosque wounded one of them. The security guard, Amin Abdullah, was killed in the shootout.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
Dad was my best friend. He's the kindest person you'd meet, the best dad you can ask for.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
When I learned that, you know, his actions saved all the kids in the school and deterred them from even, you know, going to the kids, you know, I felt proud and I felt comfort because I know, like, that's exactly how my dad would have wanted to go out, was, you know, protecting people.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
The fact that he was a front line, you know, trying to defend the kids and the innocent people, you know, that makes me feel good. So, you know, I feel like that, calling him a hero is the least, you know, that the least we can call him, you know.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
My name is Hawa Abdullah. Brian Matthew Climax, known as Amin Abdullah, was my father, my dad. He was a loving father, husband, son, brother, and uncle.
Guess we're gonna get this sound
To me, my dad was a role model. He was a best friend. He was the best, absolute best dad in the world. He would want our community to stand together as one. That's exactly what he would want. And I hope this moment we can all come together and to be kind to one another and to remember who he truly was. Regardless if you were a Muslim, okay, if you were Christian, if you were Jewish, if you had no faith, he didn't care. He would treat you human to human. He would smile at people he did not know. You could see the happiness and just who he was as a person, just looking at his face.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
Charlie, on the other hand, I think engages in probably less philosophical evil. If you've never heard me talk about philosophical evil before, it's just something that I've been saying as a counter to your philosophical joy. So, you know, we move through the world thinking we're good people, we're ethical, we have values, we know right or wrong. But because the world is so diverse, it really can be, you know, person to person. So let's say you as an individual maybe act out of turn or do something you're not proud of, you can call that your philosophical evil. And then it's on a spectrum. So maybe you are driving home from work and you get upset and maybe you flip someone off. That is like a philosophical evil that on a spectrum is like not the greatest. It's not something I recommend, but you know, at least you're not Asmongold doing streams, making fun of minorities and punching down on marginalized communities. I would say Asmon, as an example, is like deeply in his philosophical evil. And that's how I want you to think about it as we have this conversation. Charlie, on the other hand, I think engages in probably less philosophical evil, but what he does engage with is trending topics, often within themselves filled with philosophical evil.
But I've started to recognize over the last few months that some of the things I do just really aren't fun for me to do, and I've been doing them out of obligation. Mainly internet drama. When I initially started covering drama so many years ago now, it was fun because it wasn't as serious. Like the stories were a lot, you know, more quirky. It was easy to get invested because it was kind of just like a soap opera, like a really dumb soap opera. But recently it's been much more serious, and I feel the need to talk about these things because a lot of them are extremely serious with very important topics to discuss. But it has become draining. As much as I never wanted to admit it, I've started to recognize that my mood is immediately impacted by whatever I read on Twitter in the morning.
So it does exhaust him to cover it, but it also does bring in the views. This is truly the struggle as creatives in this space, people who cover trending topics or politics, to kind of have to make a decision about the ethics around what we cover. Even last week, even though you guys really received it well, my Tyler Catastrophe video was something that I really had to sit on for a while because I was worried that I was going to engage in some sort of online bullying towards a person who honestly probably needs more compassion and needs to be held accountable for the wrong that they did as well. It is a fine line between engaging in personal, direct evil and sort of reviewing evil that puts a lot of us in a really uncomfortable position. I also want to point out that some of the largest voices in political spaces like Hassan Piker rose to fame and continues to go trending for the philosophically evil things that he said.
August 21st, 2019 comes around.
Yeah.
And I say something.
There's also the fact that he gained prominence through his relatives, right?
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Which, by the way, politically speaking, I think he was trying to make a point and he was being hyperbolic, but I think there's something bigger here that's what people focused in on.
Hey, what do you think of the Dems turning Hassan Piker's live stream into some weird litmus test? What's going on with that? Because didn't they want a Joe Rogan for the left? They kept saying
They kept saying it, but they didn't mean it. We have a war, illegal war in Iran, where we're massacring schoolgirls, threatening the end of civilization. You have the Israelis massacring people in Beirut. You have prices at home sky high. You have ICE rounding up American citizens. CNN is doing multiple segments on Hassan Piker.
What were you trying to get across when you said that comment?
You know, the 20th year, the 20th anniversary of 9/11 really was an interesting moment for me because everything that I said on that broadcast was reinforced through every documentary that came out.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
And then some of those groups became the Taliban, right? They started infighting. Some of those groups became the Taliban, and America was directly involved in this and very openly. So that's what I was talking about, because it was in response to what Dan Crenshaw was saying about how, 9/11 happened because they hate us.
Some of my own party have said it was a mistake to go to Iraq in the first place.
There's a reason for it.
And believe that it's not worth the cost, whatever benefit may flow from our engagement in Iraq. But the cost of not acting against Saddam, I think, would have been much greater. And so is the cost, and so will be the cost, of not finishing this job.
Like, they hate us because they hate us. That's it. And it was very frustrating for me to see like a dude who served overseas, got his eye blown out, right? To come back and just like keep reinforcing that same cycle of violence. And even using his like veteran status as a way to just like send more men and women overseas to get their shit blown off.
Me once. Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled again.
I mean, the Democrat Party is literally attacking Hassan Piker for something he said that at the time they couldn't even say themselves, because the Democrats supported the Iraq War and they were more than happy to engage in the killing of 100,000 Iraqi people in the name of whatever bullshit George Bush sold us. So I can see why, in many ways, Hassan Piker might be a good person using philosophically evil rhetoric in order to go viral or stay relevant, in order to push out a generally better idea. And even as I say that, I do have a lot of issue with the way that Hassan Piker engages in misogyny and ableism in order to push out his leftist politics.
Doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean?
I think what I'm trying to point out here is this question that even over on my stream channel we've been having: can you be rich, famous, and ethical? Can you be a good person?
I early on recognized that if I wanted any kind of sustainability, I knew that I had to be a subscription-based model.
Hassan Piker, aka Hassan Abi, is one of the biggest political commentators on Twitch with 2.7 million subscribers. But he says 50,000 of them are paying subscribers, sending in $6 a month.
The revenue structure on Twitch is they take a 25% cut of all the subscriptions.
If you do some quick math before taxes, that's over $200,000 a month and likely over $2 million a year.
This is the home that got me canceled for buying for myself and my family.
Why do you think that is?
I think people have a very silly, I would say, understanding of what it means to be progressive, what it means to be a leftist. I just make fun of it, honestly. I try to use the house or all these like different controversies as a teachable moment to just be like, listen, this is not a poverty cult at all. I pay my taxes.
So the question is, how much philosophical evil do these often men engage with in order to stay relevant compared to those of us who are still engaged in this space? We make a living, but we're not doing the same thing they are. Are we better, or are we making worse choices? Are we bad at capitalism, or are we just anti-capitalism?
I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day.
The reason I want to use Charlie and Asmon as the first examples is because they counter each other so perfectly. They both sort of look similar, but yet are very, very different people. And their content is very, very different. At least Charlie attempts to be a good person.
As you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically, if
we're not talking most likely, just say it.
If the families have consented, the kid is mature, the kid is ready. Why should I stop
at 12 years old? At 12 years old.
If the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties are happy.
A 12-year-old being physically mature.
If that's the only line that actually makes sense.
Again, I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Well, Asmon completely gave up. Charlie also did something really amazing, which was, and I know this sounds crazy because he's, worth over $35 million, but Charlie gave up the right to monetization, meaning he turned off monetization on his YouTube channels and did everything he could to stop his viewers from giving him money.
What won't be sticking around, what I'm turning off, is pretty much every way of donating money to me. I'm disabling YouTube channel memberships and super chats.
Which, considering the state of the world, is, the bar is in hell, but it's something, and I appreciate it, and I think it's a good gesture. Unlike an Asmon who would never think about doing this, because Asmon, at the end of the day, is a ruthless capitalist. This sort of swings into a conversation around even like a Trisha Paytas, or someone who stays relevant by sort of being controversial. Trisha will say, oh, they're just making content for fun. It's, they're artistic. It's just an experiment. But the way that they rose to fame and prominence was basically through personal and sort of cultural exploitation, right? Cultural appropriation. I mean, doing some of the worst, most unethical skits, art performances, if you will.
It was supposed to be like this artistic piece or whatever. And it was like, whatever. It like looking back at it as like, yeah, I was like, in 2022, it doesn't like fit the flow. But like back in like when I made it in like literally like 2010 or whatever it was like, meant to be like artistic or whatever. It's just like people hang on to that and it's like all these spam.
Smile pretty. Do what you're told. Make mommy daddy proud. Mommy, I don't want to play in the basement. It's loud. Washing machine's going. What are you doing? No. Please, no. No. Daddy, stop. Stop.
Pretending to be victims of murder and engaging in racism. I mean,
Actually, by the way, just so you know, in Poland, there was just a new law enacted that forbids this sort of thing. It's called trash streaming. When you reenact crimes, when you do violence for entertainment of the audience, stuff like that. So just became illegal in Poland.
singing lyrics that I don't even want to repeat myself.
He could whip me every night, just like Django.
And even now, current day Trisha is still engaging in what I would call sort of a PG version of the same
It was a 12-year-old actually, not even 14.
thing that got them famous in the first place. And again, it's all about using other people to get ahead, to quote, do it better than the original or more controversial than the original in order for people to be shocked, and then in order to make you trending, basically.
Trying to get you to the K-pop charts.
Wow.
I think you'll get it to the K-pop charts.
On where?
Billboard?
It's K-pop charts on Twitter.
Oh, it's
they
its
have
own
like over 1
thing.
million followers.
Oh.
I
Because
would.
people say, anyway, I'm looking into it. I'm looking to see what's
monitoring.
happening before.
Thank you. Oh
say
my
something.
gosh. I'm very excited about this. This is all really new to me. I don't have time to tweet about any drama when I'm in. If a K-pop drama wants my song, though, let me know because I'm down to have it in a show.
So the question is, if your goal is to stay trending, is that the philosophical evil? And because you're trending, you get money. So maybe it's not even chasing the money, it's chasing the views. Recently, Dr. K even talked to Lacey and they had a conversation, and Lacey had this realization that, you know, he hates himself.
So like, let's go back to the cuck chair for a moment. Okay. So did you ever feel like you were in that chair? That's the feeling. Prior to being a streamer, like life was passing you by, like you weren't doing as much, right? So I have an idea in my mind, which is I'm envisioning a 300-pound person who's kind of going to college. Dad thinks he's wasting his time. Life is passing you by. You know, you're supposed to be in college. You're a freshman in college. This is when you're supposed to be partying. This is when you're supposed to be getting laid. Right? And I can imagine a scenario where you feel like you're watching from the cuck chair as life passes you by, and that doesn't feel good.
When you say it like that, 100%. I definitely felt growing up like very left out, very isolated. Like I had friends, but I was nobody's best friend.
Being in the cuck chair.
I was kind of always just like there.
And a lot of these streamers, a lot of content creators, I think a lot of us are definitely fighting demons. I think a lot of us grew up a little bit traumatized. I think everyone's kind of traumatized, but I do think there's something about a creative in which we, you know, try to express our feelings to the things that we make.
Because that made me realize, like, he basically told me that because I was so rejected as a kid, that I reject myself now. And that's why I stream so much, is because when I'm live, I don't think about how much I hate myself. And that basically, that's why I just always stream, because it takes away that thought in my brain of not liking who I am.
And I think that goes for everybody. I think Asmongold and the way that he was raised is such a testament to that. I think Hassan and his relationship with his body. I think even Ethan Klein or Trisha or any of these people that, you know, we can talk about, whether it's in entertainment space or political spaces, at the end of the day, the creative element is a cry for help.
It's just totally fucking fatty ass food. And on top of that, he goes, you know what I'm in the mood for? A cookie dough cheesecake. And he just fucking busted out a cookie dough cheesecake and propped it in front of me and went and looked at me and went,
listen,
aren't you in the mood for it too?
I
And
will
did you
say
eat
this in his defense. It's the fucking holidays.
Yeah.
If you don't gain a 10 spot during the holidays,
I can't.
Can't.
I can't because like I've been doing so well.
So you got into looks maxing prior to you know,
Yes, yeah.
you getting chicks. Yeah. Was that a motivation? Those like message boards?
That was, but you know, that wasn't necessarily the only thing I was thinking about at the time.
It was more just like an objective, this will improve the quality of my life mentality.
Yeah.
And that was just one of
That's bullshit. That's the biggest bullshit anyone's ever said. No one gets into looks maxing for improving your quality of life. Every single young man that is straight abso-fucking-lutely gets into it because they want to get laid and they want to impress women. Where they go from there, depending on their, mental faculties, is an entirely separate story. His end point might be different, but his start point absolutely was because he probably had a crush on a girl or something and he wanted to impress her. Bro, you were fat when you were a child? Yeah, I was. What kind of fucking point is that? Yeah. And I was absolutely all up in these fucking forums trying to figure out how to lose weight my whole life.
I stopped caring about the way that people saw me because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life or, having a family or anything like that. Based off of my experiences that I had. I was worried about, number one, my mom dying, number two, being homeless, and number three, at that point, I had always assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. But, Wrath of the Lich King came out, and I just got distracted by the public.
But his start point absolutely was because he probably had a crush on a girl or something and he wanted to impress her. Bro, you were fat when you were a child? Yeah, I was. What kind of fucking point is that? Yeah. And I was absolutely all up in these fucking forums trying to figure out how to lose weight my whole life.
I stopped caring about the way that people saw me because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life or, having a family or anything like that. Based off of my experiences that I had. I was worried about, number one, my mom dying, number two, being homeless, and number three, at that point, I had always assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. But, Wrath of the Lich King came out, and I just got distracted. I forgot. Ended up not doing that. And because of that, I never brushed my teeth in high school. Never really gave a fuck about it. Never cared. And this caused, guess what that causes? It causes your teeth to rot out. Right now, I only have 5 real teeth left in my whole mouth. And I think you start with like 32, which is kind of crazy to think. So, missing half your teeth and, living in a dump with a dead rat alarm clock. You don't know if your mom's going to be alive that day. You've got no money. You have to support her. She's never going to be able to support herself. And things are just basically slowly getting worse and worse and worse. And I started doing YouTube, and things started doing a little bit better. I started doing streaming. Things were doing better then. I guess it's nice, right? Having money is way better than not having money. I don't believe there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely don't think so. I just try to make the best of being in the tunnel. And so that's why I live the way that I do. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I say the things that I do.
At the end of the day, the creative element is a cry for help. And I say that as myself.
Oh my god, that is so depressing. Holy shit. What the? Husband Goat is such a... Oh my goodness. That was something. Well, shit. Well, shit. Holy moly.
As well. I mean, I definitely came to the internet many years ago in a very hurt place. And only about 7 or so years ago did I, after therapy and philosophical work, end up creating content that was much healthier and better. And I get better every year, of course. I'm always trying to be a less bad person every day. But I do see it. And sometimes I will say that I, at the expense of my money-making career, have absolutely made the decision to not exploit my vulnerabilities. I mean, I'm autistic. I can make a whole viral video series on being autistic, right? I make adult work. I can make a whole viral series on that. I'm disabled. I have fibromyalgia. I could absolutely, make that a whole thing. I'm a Syrian. I'm a daughter of immigrants. I'm one of 10 kids. I was homeschooled partially throughout my childhood. I have so many stories I could take and create or mold or twist in a sort of marketing capitalistic way to go viral. I could also cry on my kitchen floor. I mean, I made plenty of crying videos in my day. The only difference is that I took them down and I apologized and I got stable. I think the thing with Trisha as an example is, yes, she got mentally health much more stable, 100%. But I'm not sure if she ethically did. She still is pretty controversial. It's just because her mental health is so much better that people ignore it. But she was infamously known for being anti-family channels and literally has one. But, you know, everyone makes their own choices with their children. But I think because Trisha just, you know, doesn't really have any principled stances, at the end of the day, they're using whatever means possible to stay relevant, trending, and obviously being an opportunist, basically. And I'm not saying that Trisha doesn't deserve success. I'm saying it's interesting that we keep making these people famous. Because, like, even with Asmongold, if you look at the trajectory of his fame, sure, he started many years ago playing WoW, but even more than that, the reason Asmon stays so relevant in many bubbles is because he, as an example, has this really funny 2-steak recipe that he makes, and all these chefs who are very prominent make Asmon steak videos, and then Asmon responds to those steak videos.
Today I'm here with my good friend Joshua Wiseman.
I don't know what's about to happen. All I know is there's a computer screen here and I got headphones in, so.
We are going to be reacting to a $2 steaks from Asmongold.
The cycle continues, and look, there's a lot of fun in watching people react to your weirdness, right? I think a lot of us who are millennials also, who maybe were a little weird or were queer growing up or whatever, you know, we, I think, show up on the internet and in our spaces, and we want to be seen in a way that maybe our conservative family couldn't allow us to be seen. And so there's somewhat of a almost like a prop we want to give people who manage to be so weird and still loved. And that's kind of what Asmon does. Even though he's so philosophically evil, there's something empowering about watching a disgusting man sleep in a roast-infested house with like a dead rat, talking about his $2 steak and talking about his trauma, and then becoming so rich that he owes the government $4 million. Like, I just can see why that is so appealing to so many, especially boys on the internet, who are, you know, forgive my French, rotting in their parents' basement, and they are not doing anything with their lives. And Asmon sort of is this, look, I don't have to do anything with my life, and I could still be rich and famous, maybe.
What?
I like the transparency to hold LARPers like Hassan accountable.
Keep subbing until your #1 pass.
Accountable for what? People giving him money? Like,
I literally have my fucking subscription count up there on the top of the corner. I am more transparent with this community, perhaps more than I should be. In a lot of instances, that transparency bites me the fucking ass because dumbass parasocial dipshits think they know better about my situation than I do, and will literally be like, actually, you're not doing a great thing, fuck you, whatever. But even then, I have everything. This is not surprising to many of you who have been in this community for a very long time, because I've had my fucking subscription count up there for years for this particular fucking reason, to be like, look, I'm a fucking leftist and I make a lot of fucking money from subscriptions for content that is literally free. Let's watch this.
What is it? What accountable for what? Like, he's got his sub count on the screen. I don't know what it is about Hassan, but I actually really appreciate Hassan, because a lot of the three-head arguments, like Hassan is like tanking them for me. Because a lot of those people used to be mad about me and use those arguments against me. Then Hassan came on the platform, and now they're over in his chat donating fucking broken logic gotcha questions back to him, and I don't have to deal with it anymore. It's great. Thanks, Hassan.
And that's where this meme comes from, which is that, like, Twitter finding out streamers make money, Hassan, other millionaire streamers. Like, I am the fucking vector of all the hatred. I am the place that you can direct all this anger towards. And by the way, I get the fucking anger.
And so, again, can you be rich and famous and good? You know, and okay, so this is a philosophy channel, right? We do philosophy with your pop culture. So even saying, like, good, philosophical evil, like, when we're talking about who we are in the story, we're asking ourselves, how does this relate to our principles? But then you'd have to have principles. And this goes back to Tyler Catastrophe in my last video. He doesn't know himself, and because he doesn't know himself, he doesn't see himself clearly, we can't trust him as a narrator. The reason Asmon feels more trustworthy as a narrator is because he admits he's disgusting. He admits he lives in a rat-infested house. Like, he admits. And so because he owns it so aggressively, we feel like we can trust him more. And I say we generally. I'm not talking about you or me. I'm just talking about the internet. I mean, he is one of the top creators, so whether we like it or not, some form of the internet has decided this man is honest and transparent. And maybe his honesty and transparency also comes in the form of his sort of like antisocial behavior, right?
He's honest in being awful.
He really unapologetically.
Malaki just said something. Brooks would cry listening to her saying she is doing philosophy.
says the most cruel and disgusting things.
And you're missing a press conference where some mayor is holding a press conference about George Floyd joke on the Kevin Hart roast.
Armchair psychologist.
You can't insult St. Floyd. Oh no! We can make 1 million Charlie Kirk jokes, but don't make fun of St. fucking Floyd.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god, give me a break. Well, I'm fans of racist jokes. I'm fans of racist stereotypes, but I'm not a fan of an actual racism. I want to be able to say slurs again.
And I think there's something really raw about that. The same reason I think Trump won is this narrative, this psychological phenomenon that happens that makes us believe that these people are more honest because they're saying the inside thoughts out loud.
I'm the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
The question is, why are those your inside thoughts? This goes to even people on the left like Hassan Piker, who, again, his rhetoric, his way of owning the opposite, or his way of engaging, his desire to even say that he would debate Asman.
Let's check with the chat first. I mean, I feel
I'm
like it's such a
too
simple question.
boomer
Right? What's the
to
probability of
type
it being a scam?
fast.
Why don't we talk then? No, I'm not. We're not gonna. Oh my god, bro, you're in the chat. Can you stop?
Are you worried?
Oh my god.
We agree. No.
It's just a simple percentage.
Stop begging.
Jesus. No, I'm not going
Really?
to debate. I'm not going to go and argue with you about this or whatever. Because again, if you look at all of the evidence presented and you don't come to the
feels
conclusion
like you
that there is
don't
like a
want
99%
to
chance
dunk
that this
on
is a
me
scam,
easy
you're
style.
lying. You're lying. You're obviously lying. It's so clear.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh. They're all saying he's a pussy now.
Such a debate.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not a debate.
You know, even recently is just another indication that these men, these boys who rise to prominence and power, utilize, I think, tools of patriarchy to sort of justify the violence of their rhetoric, to sort of engage with the enemy, to then stay relevant and trending, which is why even Hassan has engaged in like a philosophical evil in the way that he's expressed his upsettedness over real things that are upsetting, right? So when we use the language that we use, we're engaging.
This person has not really explained what they mean by philosophical evil. They've not really defined it. They've not really explained it. They've not really talked about it. And so, you know, it's like. Right?
And a framework that already exists to make a point. And even I've done this in the past, right? I've had to deconstruct a lot of my gender upbringing, a lot of the conditioning I've experienced. Like, I'm on this deconstruction journey of gender fluidity. And as I look at more gender or more and more as gender as a performance, you know, very Judith Butler. And I do see that in the past, long time ago, made a lot of videos that were very, trying to be, short and punchy and, say go outside and make friends. Like, you don't have friends because you're not going outside, which was like obviously lacking in so much nuance about the human condition, right? Sometimes the men in this space, the male presenting people in this space, they engage in this behavior and somehow can turn it around to make themselves money.
I read your article about you were 2 weeks away from having a public debate with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I have
met him
debated
before.
Yeah, I've debated him before. Destroyed him.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
but I mean, not as much as some people.
They're not actually genuinely like I read Rothbard. I'm a huge
They don't read at all,
libertarian.
Hassan. They don't read
Well,
at all.
I mean, I know that.
No, like when you talk to them about the books behind them on their shelves, like none of them read them. They can't tell you anything about the books behind them on their shelves.
So it's just LARP. They're just fed talking points, and they're just repeating
And
those
putting
talking
mud on
points.
their trucks.
I would go so far as to say, and I hate to, this is not even giving him credit at all, but like, I think that's part of the reason why Nick Fuentes has so much appeal is because he is like, he can demonstrate basic literacy and competence.
Tucker Carlson, Pat Buchanan, people like that, they're not calling for people to shoot each other in the streets. We're calling for some kind of reconciliation. We've brought in 60 million immigrants in 1965. That's a very big number.
Your
Whether you
family
think that's a
members
good
included,
thing,
right?
That's really funny. Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think
why is that funny? Are you not? Are you not
okay,
a ethnic minority?
whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think that's a bad thing,
I do think it's a
that
good
is a
thing.
very important change that's taking place in the country.
Old debate with Charlie's blown up. Yeah, I know. I saw this and I reposted it recently.
Like, why are you trying to always take away their right to protest?
Hold on, I'll show you guys this one. Yeah, this one banged. It got 100,000 likes, and it's filled to the brim with pro Hassan comments. I couldn't believe it. Okay, we're back, baby. We're back. This is my first ever debate at Politicon with Charles Jebediah Kirk. Before he became a prominent Trump administration figurehead. Here it is. Here, look.
It's so hypocritical.
You can peacefully protest.
How is that hypocritical? Colin Kaepernick peacefully protested, took a knee. How is he doing that? You can't do that. Then if they protest on the streets, it's not acceptable. If they protest peacefully, it's not acceptable. It seems like you just don't want them to protest because I didn't hear you yelling at Tea Party people when they were burning Obama.
And so I wonder in many ways if a lot of femmes struggle to reach true prominence without engaging in these direct games. And I'm not saying that people haven't, and I'm saying that people haven't risen to prominence who haven't, but it's pretty rare, and I can't even for the life of me bring somebody up right now, especially since this relates to capitalism as a whole. So philosophical evil isn't just the words we use to say trending, and it's not just the cruel things we say, it's also the way we utilize monetary gains. So even with women who claim to be more left-leaning, the way they engage in capitalism, or the way that they humble brag about buying their second house, or the way that they don't understand how this is confusing for people who are struggling to buy groceries to listen to them spending $130,000 on, clothing hauls or makeup hauls or whatever else. It is sort of this tone deafness that happens as you rise to prominence.
So, I blacked out. Not a question.
5,900.
Every day on the
3,650.
Oh my god. I blacked out. I may or may not have totally blacked out. I may or may not have blacked out. So I went luxury shopping and completely blacked out.
I think the point of this video is to make the pattern that I'm not sure you can be rich and famous without being philosophically evil. And pay attention that I say philosophically evil, because that's different. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in spiritual evilness, which means I don't believe in demons or God or Satan. So when we say philosophical evil, we're talking about ethics, morals, right? This is a philosophy channel, and we do philosophy through pop culture. And right now in pop culture, there is still a very strong disconnect between being capitalist and anti-capitalist. And as an anti-capitalist, there is also a line I cannot cross in order to engage in wealth building that I think a lot of these people like to engage in, even though they say they're on the left, which is confusing. And that is philosophical evil in a form of rhetoric.
I mean, capitalism is not inherently about the amount of money you have. It's about the controls over the means of production, right?
Meaning that they say things that they know will go viral. They do things that will go viral. They just act totally
It's not just about not
irrational on purpose. It's an act, it's a performance in order to go viral.
He's got it made.
What does Asmongold do? Because I see him on the kick.
He does like react. He drinks Coca-Cola and reacts to videos.
Dr. Pepper.
Cool guy though. Shout out to Asmongold. Yeah, he seems cool. Yeah. Fab said Art Basel was gay. Look where he
now
is
I feel
right
bad for being mean to Neon. Neon seems like a nice guy.
And then, they revel in it. They love it. Like Hassan Piker, as an example, loves that Fox News talks about him.
No, it's not really a like or don't like thing. I think that
he's handsome. Is that it?
He's objectively handsome. Look at the New York Times profile of him. I mean, he is.
Of course, my queen. My queen.
He loves the DNC is going for him, even though he's working directly with them.
Tom Steyer is running for California governor. Let me turn this off real quick as well. And we're very excited to have you here. First and foremost, this is a question that I ask every single candidate that sits next to me on the broadcast, which is the Zoran method. What are your five top line policy positions that you want to be defined by?
So I'm running on two things. And I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to put it in a little bit of context.
He was very good at politics already.
Affordability.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I feel like there's a straightforward struggle in this election that is the subtext to every policy decision, which is a struggle between working people and what are some would call them the corporate special interest. They're clearly becoming oligarchs, as is a word that I know people have used on your show. But clearly there's a struggle between the corporate interests that are trying to control our state and have controlled our state successfully, and working people who've gotten the shaft for 45 years.
I'm very critical because, you know, in my mind, if I was that rich and that famous, I would use it to be the most radical. And I'm not that rich or famous, so I'm not in that position of power, but he is, and he wants to be. So if he wants to be, he also has to handle the criticism from leftists who are like, hey, you're in this great position of power. Do you want to do something with it instead of like endorse billionaires from California? Like, do you want to do something with it? And probably not, right? Because if his goal is to be famous and bigger, then his goal is to play games, including possibly collabing with Asman, including, had Charlie Kirk not died, collabing with Charlie Kirk, right? Because at the end of the day, the men in this space also get the benefit of the doubt of their collaborations being business.
Maybe.
So, i.e. capitalism. So you'll call it activism, but it's not activism, it's business. And that's why I don't engage in those collaborations. And I learned my lesson a few years back of like, oh, be very careful who you collab with, because like, I didn't know, like, you know, this wasn't just like a teehee YouTubers collabing. This was like a real confusing association, you know, situation. And not only that, but the audience is confused. And I always want to signal to my audience, like, we are leftists, we are queer, we are gender deconstructionists. Like, I am not interested in playing these boy games. But more than that, as a boy, I will just tell you, there is a part of me that understands it so deeply, I can't even start to explain it to you if you don't get it, because boy bubbles do operate in such a specific way. Like, patriarchy does operate in such a specific way that I do think a lot of the women who even engage in this sort of sensationalized content are doing it through that capitalistic lens that is married to patriarchy. And don't even forget white supremacy. And that's why I am frustrated when I see the Trisha Paytases who are supposed to be trans and not really queer philosophically. So Trisha's basically a liberal or not even, right? Trisha thinks it's funny to run for office for funsies. You know, Trisha's not serious.
I would love to run for House of Representatives here in California. We have 52, and I would really love to run for it. They have an election this year, November 3rd, 2026.
Huh? What? Oh. Okay.
And I do have some bills I would like to present to Congress. So I'm working on that.
Can we just also say we don't actually need gravity? Like, we actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
What if it was never invented?
Invented by who?
Sir Isaac Newton.
I really want to be able to like truly make a difference, because I see so much horrible stuff happening in the world and right here in California as well. And I'm like, oh, there's nothing I can do. No, there's something I can do. I can run for office. And I wholeheartedly like really wanting to give my all for that.
But to see Trisha sort of engage in a capitalistic engagement of recreating this K-pop song, which again for me is, you know, less fun. I know people were like, oh, how cute, she made it for her kid, but like then we didn't need to see it. It was a business move once again. It's a capitalistic move once again. Once again, it's Trisha Paytas utilizing some culture that isn't hers to, you know, bring in views, go viral, stay trending, and it's working. Like, people really love it. And specifically, I know a lot of Koreans love it. So it's not, you know, I'm not trying to speak for the Korean population, but I am trying to say, regardless of how you feel about it, it's still not innocent. You know, I think there's like an innocent benefit of the doubt that people give a lot of people, because they kind of think their life looks glamorous or fun, or that's what they would do with money. But I think that's the problem. I think sometimes we can
Like, you have to demonstrate why is it harmful.
compare ourselves to really rich people, thinking like, okay, I'll just get rich like them, but then I'll do the right thing. But we know time and time again that doesn't happen. And that's why we say there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire, because the things you would have to do to become a billionaire are just deeply unethical, which is why it feels really silly to kind of, you know, see leftists engage with these people and not be more radical in their work. And yet, you know, I say that as somebody who is, again, moving more left. And by radical in my work, I mean, you know, radically believing that gender is a construct and people deserve to be fed and clothed, and people should be educated and loved, and violence should be mitigated, and we should aim to have real wholesome discussions about life, and we should clean up streets. Like, my radical politics or my radical philosophy is that human beings are born on the planet, we're animals, and we deserve a dignified life, and all living creatures deserve a dignified life. So you know, my radical stance isn't that radical. It's just up against capitalism or white supremacy or patriarchy. It's radical because, God forbid, I say maybe we should, you know, be less violent, right? Like, and I get it too, because we live in a world that feels really justified in violence. And there's a lot of marginalized people who need violence to feel liberated. And I hear that, and I'm not opposed to that. But to everybody else who isn't that marginalized person, right? To everyone else, to all the white supremacists and all the US government and the Trump administration, your violence is not about liberation. Your violence is about domination. And so again, when we engage in these kind of situations, when we see people in sports, you know, team up with the Trump administration, when we see comedians who helped get him elected, all of a sudden they have a problem with Trump, you know, again, all these people became millionaires. They became rich. They became rich off the exploitation of you. And then, you know, we turn around and as an audience, we go, oh, but they're so cool. Oh, they're so like relatable. Oh my God, they're so sweet. And it's like, are they though? Are they? Or are they just exactly with the machine, what the framework of patriarchy and capitalism and white supremacy has curated and continues to curate, which is why I say, like, love him or hate him, Hasan Piker is a product of exactly those things. Because why is the most prominent leftist a white cis man? And that's because the world isn't ready for someone who doesn't look like him to have a microphone that large, because we're still in the middle of it. We're not done. So whether it's Tyler Catastrophe or Hasan Piker or Asmongold or Trisha Paytas or any of these people who, note they're all white, who rise to prominence, who stay trending, who are in our faces, we can't get away from them, whatever that is, okay,
I mean,
that is what I would call philosophical evil. There's something here that is connected to all the things we keep saying we're against, but we keep also propping up as like the thing that will save us. So there's a lot of questions that we should be asking ourselves in regards to our own personal life, but also in regards to who we prop up. So again, I'm not saying that Hasan is the most evil thing that ever existed, and I think the Trump administration going after him is disgusting.
Piker says he didn't even know he'd been subpoenaed until he got a phone call from a Fox News producer asking him to comment. Here he was reacting to the news on his live stream.
The news is not great. Okay. I mean, it's
Jesus.
But
Censored.
still not great. I'm about to be seemingly made an example of in America's I wouldn't even say creep towards fascism. America's galloping towards fascism.
And I think this administration is exactly what is wrong philosophically wise with humanity. It is just everything that's wrong with patriarchy and white supremacy and capitalism. And I think that's why we have to be so critical of the people we even like, because they're engaging in direct relationship to a lot of these things. And I just think that the reason Trump got elected, when he makes fun of disabled journalists or women or calls people piggy, is the same reason why Hasan Piker and Asmongold and all these people use rhetoric that is philosophically evil, because it appeals to the philosophical evil in all of us and it makes us feel justified. And because we feel justified, we give these people more of a platform. And then we turn around and go, hey, how did Asmon become the #1 guy? Wait, when did Hasan become the #1 guy? They became the #1 guy right behind Trump, because that's where we are right now as a society. And that's why with my Tyler Catastrophe video, I tried really hard to move away from the bullying perspective, because I did think that as much as Tyler, and I do think Tyler has a lot of problems and makes me feel very unsafe, and I would feel very uncomfortable if Tyler made content about me. I would genuinely think about a restraining order. With that said, I do think a lot of people were bullying Tyler because they didn't like the way he looked, or they didn't appreciate the way he looked. And I just want to say this as I wrap up today, and I really appreciate you being here. I will never ask neurodivergent people, okay, autistic people, to play nice with neurotypical people. What I'm asking you to do is be kind to everybody, no matter what. In the same way I'm making this request of autistic people, I'm making it of neurotypicals. Allistic people,
I will not be kind to everybody, no matter what. I would not be kind to, like, there are certain people that I would not be kind to.
also should learn how other people speak and should meet people where they are and should be kind and loving and should try to understand that not everyone's neurotypical and some autistic people might engage in conversation that is foreign to you. It'd be nice if you learned about it. So at the end of the day, I'm always advocating for all of us to be kinder and more loving. I just think sometimes, and I've done this too as an autistic person, in the name of individuality, in the name of radical acceptance, in the name of agency, we cause a lot of harm while we're trying to figure out who we are. And that's what I was concerned about with Tyler, is like, you know, you don't have to hurt people's feelings because you don't want to do a social script, but you should learn about it. Because I used to do one-on-one work with autistic people, specifically men, and autism.
That's enough of that. What is this? I watched a lot of Ben Shapiro. This is an old one, but it feels interesting. I guess.
Hello, are you here to debate?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
All right. Give me 1 second then. Everybody say W Anthony and W Warrior Princess for the donations today, for the tips. All right. Can you just let me know your name, age, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, so my name is Zach, 24, and I go by Heekin.
Oh.
All right, Zach, are you or did you vote for the enemy of the people, Donald Trump?
I have voted for Donald Trump, though I don't believe he is an enemy of the people. You're bringing up the points about homelessness, and by the way, I want to preface this whole conversation by saying thank you for letting me on. I hope we can have a respectful debate. You know, I think that's the whole point of having this is just, you know, it's good to have an open dialogue. It's good for people to talk to each other, because when people don't talk to each other, that's when, like, bad stuff happens. But, yeah. But I don't believe that we're kind of going along the lines of, like, for example, let me ask you, what do you think of jail and prisons in that sense?
I believe prisons and jail should be abolished.
Why is that?
Because I don't think they're indicative to changing these systemic issues when it revolves around crime. I think they're wholly useless. They don't have any utility.
Got it. But don't you believe that if people are dangerous to society, that it's better to keep those people around those who are actually exercising their freedom in a way that's actually lawful?
Yeah, I think if somebody is a danger to themselves or others, that they should be put in a place where they can receive mental health care. But that place should not be a prison or a jail. I also think that when it comes to Donald Trump's plans, he doesn't want to just put those type of peoples into camps. He wants to put an entirety of a population into camp. This would be the entirety of the homeless population, even though we see from studies that like only 20% of homeless people have a substance abuse problem. So he just wants to throw homeless people into prison, like just because, into prison or into camps, mostly because he doesn't want people to see them.
Have you been to San Francisco?
I've been to San Diego and Los Angeles, but I've not been to San Francisco.
Just take a walk down San Francisco.
I don't need to know that we shouldn't put people into camps.
It is same thing. Well, same thing with Oakland and San Francisco. There's fentanyl all over the streets.
Okay.
The police are not doing
Buck
anything about
50
it.
Coronas.
And there are
If
people
anyone
getting
brings
addicted
up
to
their
drugs,
ding
and
dong
there
again,
are
please
people
reply
who are like, you can go into San
loudly and
Francisco,
nothing
just like
else
go
to
on
see
any
their
street,
reaction,
basically.
please, and thank you.
You'll see people pinning themselves. Do you think that's like, okay, so what are we supposed to do about that? Like, what do you want to do about these people who are doing that to
so
themselves?
just really quickly, I don't have to go to San Francisco to know that putting people into camps against their will when they have not committed a crime and or criminalizing something that is victimless so you can put them into camps is a bad thing, and it's like fascism, like 101. Secondly, I think there's a lot of things we can do when it comes to the homeless population. If you want to look at drug abuse,
Has Donald Trump specifically said concentration camps, or is that just the term that you're using?
What would you call it when you concentrate a group of people into a camp?
What would you
camp
call
for
it when you
being
concentrate people
concentrated.
into prison for breaking the laws of society?
Prison.
And it's that. So we're
the whole what like what what?
So the point I'm trying to make is that like you can't have these people who are breaking the laws.
They're not breaking the laws.
I do not
They're
believe
not.
that.
Wait, stop. They're not breaking the laws. He wants to criminalize
being
what
homeless.
they're doing. He wants to create the law so that they will, by default, break it.
Right. So, you know, Donald Trump specifically has said, and you can go read this on his campaign website, he wants to set up these tent cities for rehabilitation purposes.
Do you believe somebody should be forced to receive
okay, so like
rehabilitative care? Do you think somebody should be forced to receive that? If they've not committed
well,
a crime,
yeah.
should they be
I mean,
forced
it's
to
the same,
receive
it's the same thing.
rehabilitative
It's the
care?
same thing as prison and jail. You know, if you're a danger to society,
Why
you
are
should
homeless
receive that
people?
care. This is the-
Why are homeless people a danger to society?
Well, not necessarily homeless people in danger to society. I'm speaking in the context of why prisons and jail exist.
Well, no, wait.
Let's work
so
along.
then it's not.
yeah.
So then it's not analogous.
I know.
You can't analogize a prison and jail to this
person
because
is
these
wild.
people are not dangerous to society. So why should they be put in a place? Why should their
What-
autonomy be restricted and they be forced into a camp or in jail if they are not a danger to society?
Because you don't
Well,
like
no,
them,
no,
they
let's-
smell.
I was talking about the context of jail
Actually,
and prison.
and I don't
Those are
think
both-
that
that's
is
what
the
I meant by
context
the
of what
danger
Trump
to
is
society.
saying. You're trying to
Homelessness
analogize.
itself. Well, hold on. Homelessness itself is not necessarily a crime, but don't you think that these people should receive help?
Going
Yes,
to
you
jail
think that
is
help
not
should be forced on them, and/or they should be forcibly relocated so that they can receive this help.
Well, yeah, because I mean, it's not going to benefit society. Okay, so if these people were to continue to remain homeless, right? What do you think is a better solution than what Donald Trump is offering?
I think there are a litany of ways that we have solutions. One of the best solutions came from an experiment that was done. I think it might have been Denver, where they gave UBI to homeless people, and 60 to 70% of those homeless people had stable living within the year, just by giving them UBI.
Is that the call is not too clear? Is that UV as in victory? or
UBI,
VB
universal
as in boy?
universal basic income.
Universal basic income. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, that's definitely more along the lines of like a socialist kind of way to do it.
It's not socialism.
No, it's
I'm
not.
I'm not too keen on that idea because
Why
I
it works.
believe that if you have, well, this is just going to go down to like my root ideas because I'm more of a capitalist person, right? I
What does that
believe
have to
that
do
if
with
America does have equal opportunities, which I believe it does, people should be able to take advantage of those opportunities and be able to make something of themselves, but they have to be able to
It's
solve the
not
root
really
problems that they have.
capitalism.
Most of the time, like these people are, and it's not controllable because I have compassion for those that have like severe mental disabilities. You know, that's something that's just like, how are we going to be able to solve that? You know, it would help if they had families. It would help if there was like an actual, which I think UBI, maybe it could be beneficial in that sense. I just believe that getting down to the roots of rehabilitating those
Capitalism is
that are
not
suffering
when
from like
everybody needs to
drug
fight for
addiction,
themselves. That's not what
those that have
capitalism
traumas and everything like that
Actually-
should receive the help that they have so that they're not on the streets but able to make something of themselves after they receive treatment.
Yeah, so it was helpful. We saw this like directly when it came to people receiving UBI. It was directly helpful and directly beneficial. So you would be against this program that's shown effectiveness, and instead you would be for forcibly relocating people into camps.
Well, no, because the UBI stuff is something that I hadn't known before, and I think maybe I'm not saying like socialism in itself is a completely evil thing because there have been
UBI
some
is not
that have
socialism.
worked out.
Yeah, UBI is not socialism.
Well, I mean it's a welfare program, right?
Welfare is not socialism.
Yeah. I don't know why this.
I believe it is.
You can believe it is, but you would be incorrect. Socialism is when the means of production are given to the working class.
Yeah. You can still have welfare even within socialism.
So if the means of production is not
Well,
given to
we-
the working
we
class,
have-
you do not have socialism.
I mean, California is a socialist state, right?
You have welfare within
You have a
capitalism.
lot of
within
welfare.
The means of
I
production,
don't think
welfare is
helping
not
it.
socialism.
Yeah.
It 100% is.
It is not.
It's not, no.
Where do you get
can
your
have
definition of
welfare-
socialism from?
You can have welfare within capitalism.
Literally from Google.
Okay, so not
Yes.
from like actual socialist reading. You just like Googled the definition and like you're running with that. Read the definition off of Google for me for socialism.
All right, let me look that up. A political and economic theory of social organization which advocates that the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned and regulated by the community as a whole.
Oh man, so exactly what I said, not what you said. Got it.
Well, I mean, welfare programs in general are meant to
Welfare
like
programs
benefit
are not the
those in
means of
society
production.
that are.
Social programs are not
What was that?
socialism. Social programs are not socialism.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, if you got me on that one, sure. I still don't think that like these welfare programs in general are helpful to society. I think that people should work hard. I don't think they should be looking for handouts from the government.
Why?
That has nothing to do with capitalism. People should be working hard.
Uh,
People work hard
because
under socialism
that's
as well. That's
creating
like,
a pretty lazy society. You're gonna
How do you
get
figure?
people who are not wanting to put effort into themselves. It's not gonna. In general, I don't think that creates a productive society.
When somebody goes on welfare in the United States, how long are they typically on welfare for?
Let me see that I'm not aware of.
2 years. And then guess what happens after 2 years?
Do you have a statistic for that?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. After 2
Can't
years,
wait for
they
this.
have employment. They've got jobs.
this is a tough. I don't know. Boss, I think he gives you.
Why
an
should
outcome.
my tax dollars be used for somebody who needs a welfare program?
Why shouldn't it? Your taxes,
Well, that's the
your
thing.
taxes.
It's my money.
Just FYI, your taxes are your payment to live in a specific society. So you pay taxes in order to live in the United States. Why shouldn't those taxes be used to benefit the other people living in the United States?
That's my money. I worked hard for it. Why should I give the government any piece of my money?
Do you use roads? If your
Yeah.
house burns down, would you expect the fire department to come? Do your
Yeah.
kids go to school? Or if you have kids,
Yeah.
do you think they should be able to go to school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not.
Do you think
from...
that like
Tax- you don't have
hospitals?
to-
Do
you
you
don't
think
have to- you
hospitals
don't
School
have
that
to-
is
you
not
don't have to
funded
fund any
by
of that
property
stuff with
taxes.
taxes.
Do you think hospitals should exist?
That should not be a thing.
Yeah. Again, you don't have to use taxes for that.
Okay. Do you think the U.S. government should have a military to protect itself?
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of ways to make money. It's not just through taxes.
Okay. How should the U.S. government fund these things if not for taxes?
Well, let's
Government
take a
should
look
make
at
a
Donald
private
Trump's 4
business.
years, right? He has a proven record in which he cut the taxes. The actual economy skyrocketed because capitalism does work.
Incorrect.
You have
actually.
trickle-down economics, which I know a lot of people don't like Reagan's
Trickle-down
policies, but he also
economics.
used
Actually.
tariffs to make a lot of that money
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
You
It
are
doesn't-
unaware of
why should there be a-
you are unaware of how Donald Trump's policies actually affected the United States. How do you think Donald Trump had an effect on the United States economy in 2017 and 2018, his first 2 years in office?
Oh God.
Well, yeah, he implemented the tax cuts and wealth. Not
Didn't
the,
go into effect until 2018,
that?
and didn't go into effect until 2018, and we wouldn't have seen the benefits of that until the 2019 tax year. Also, when we look at the Tax
well,
Cuts
of
and
course
Jobs
it's
Act,
caused a benefit,
uh,
dude. Like
how
everybody's
did it
take
cause a
home pay was
benefit?
increasing. Everybody saw the gas prices going down.
how
and,
did
like, who doesn't
Donald
get that?
Trump how did Donald Trump make gas prices go down?
With all the policies that he implemented.
What were those policies?
How is there not a direct effect there, right?
What
I
were
mean,
those
trickle-down
policies?
economics? It just benefits everyone.
What were those policies?
He won't be able to say.
He passed in 2017, he passed that Tax Cuts Act.
Didn't go into effect until 2018, and we wouldn't have felt the effects of it until 2019. So how did he get gas prices to go down in 2017 and 2018? Be specific. Don't be vague.
I don't know if I can tell you specifically, but I just know it did.
course.
But when Biden
Okay, so
took
you're doing
office,
a
everything skyrocketed.
causation correlation fallacy. You saw something happen while Donald Trump was in office, and instead of realizing that there might have just been a correlation to this, you believe that Donald Trump caused this, even though it's just correlated that these two things happened at the same time. Do you know what Donald Trump did? Do you know what Donald Trump did in April of 2020?
What's that?
In speaking about gas prices, he struck a deal with Saudi Arabia and convinced OPEC to reduce their supply or reduce their manufacturing on oil, so that way oil prices would go back up. He did this April of 2020. He told the Saudi Arabian prince, "If you do not do this, I will not provide you military protection from the U.S."
Uh-oh.
So oil prices then went up because of the deal he made with OPEC. Did you know this?
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's what I thought. Do you know what happened when he tariffed China? Do you know what happened to our farms, like U.S. agriculture?
What's that?
China is one of our largest agricultural traders. When he tariffed China, they hit back and caused us to have to bail out farms, like 68 billion to bail out U.S. farms. It also saw a lot of independently owned farms be purchased by large corporations because those independently owned farms had to sell because they went bankrupt because Donald Trump doesn't understand how tariffs work. So explain to me again how he's better for the economy.
I don't think that necessarily is a viable argument. You know why? I mean, a lot of people saw the benefits anyways. What I remember is that everything was a lot cheaper under Trump. You had gas prices going down. Nothing was inflating too much.
What did Trump
the
do to
economy
do
was
this?
skyrocketing.
What did Trump do to do this? Because when we look at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? When we look at that specifically, middle and lower class Americans only saw an increase in their tax refund by $229. That's it. That's all they. That's the only extra they got at the end of the day was an extra $229. This is per IRS data. So what specifically did Donald Trump do?
It's trickle down economics, right?
Trickle down economics doesn't work.
Businesses are able to benefit. If businesses
we did
are able
not
to
see
benefit,
we did not see an increase in manufacturing jobs come from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We did not see an increase in take-home pay come directly from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So what specifically did we receive from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Be very specific.
There absolutely was an increase in take-home pay.
Not due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. No, there was
a
not.
lot of people felt that.
No, there was not.
Yeah, I mean, how can you deny that? A lot of people felt that.
Provide me some evidence.
That's why a lot of people are clamoring towards his common sense policies because they're so tired of being hammered down by what the Democrats have been pushing for the last 4 years. Everybody just wants to live in that comfortable kind of sense that we had when Trump was president.
Yeah. Do you think it might be interesting? Do you think it might be interesting that when it comes to prices increasing, so let's say we have our take-home pay increases a little bit. What do you think that accomplishes when the price of goods are also increasing at the same time?
Oh no, so the price of goods are only really skyrocketed in the last 4 years when Biden was president.
Why did the cost of agricultural goods go up? Could it be that Donald Trump started a trade war with China and they hit us back in agriculture and we had to bail out $68 billion in U.S. farming, and so farms went bankrupt and couldn't and agriculture took a hit? Could that possibly be a reason? Could that possibly be a direct causation?
Biden is the guy who is sending like all these
We're right back to the toilet. We're playing Dragon Quest 2D HD remake. A really good game. A classic game that started the Japanese RPG as a genre. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I gotta go to the toilet and I'll be right back. With a chicken. back. I went to the toilet. I'm not invisible. Welcome. I have to do something real quick.
Like hundreds of billions of
This
dollar
person's
packages
strange.
to Ukraine, Israel.
Crazy
and all
pivot
these other
when every
places.
single Republican has voted for U.S. Aid to Ukraine. Crazy pivot. Crazy pivot. Can you tell me specifically? Give me a very
Wait, what?
specific.
The guy who is sending like all these hundreds of billions of dollar packages to Ukraine, Israel.
Crazy
and all
pivot
these
when
other
every single Republican has voted for U.S. Aid to Ukraine.
That's not
Crazy
true.
pivot.
That's actually
Crazy
not
pivot.
true.
Can you tell me
Not every
specifically?
single
Give me a very
Republican.
specific.
Not by a long
like,
shot.
give me the
okay?
causation of how Joe Biden.
I will
in-
tell you this much. Not every single Republican by a long shot has voted for aid for Ukraine. Okay? That's not even remotely true, okay? Some Republicans have voted against every single bill for Ukraine, actually, so that is definitely not true. Can say whatever you want. Every single Republican has not voted for aid for Ukraine. I would know. I look into these things.
Increased prices at the grocery store.
I can't tell you specifically now.
Because it didn't happen. Prices, we saw a net increase in prices everywhere because COVID happened and supply chain issues cropped up due to COVID. So in order for things to get back to normal, we had to wait for the large portion of the pandemic to be mostly over so supply chains could get back to normal. And here's a real quick question. Which country in the G7 recovered from the COVID economic disaster the fastest?
Now that I couldn't tell you now.
We did. And which president put through a policy to help us recover from the COVID-19 pandemic?
You're gonna point out Biden, right?
The American Rescue Plan was a Joe Biden policy, and it's largely credited as being responsible for getting us back on track economically. What did Trump do to help us with COVID? Lied about mask usage.
I mean, Operation
Downplayed
Warp
how
Speed,
severe the virus
arguably,
was.
was good.
Told people to shoot up ivermectin.
Like, people
Sold
say
equipment and stuff that we needed to Putin.
Sold or
Well,
gave?
I mean, I gotta
sold is
hand
crazy.
it to you. You got your chops.
There
you're
you go.
You're very well informed.
Well, I mean, it's
Oh,
a-
yeah, he gave it. He did not sell it.
Election
I
period. I'd
can't-
like to be informed on the two people that are running for election.
Yeah, I would like to as well, right? I mean, that's a good thing why we're having this open dialogue.
But you
Like,
did
give me-
vote for
give me
Donald
credit.
Trump
At least,
already,
I'm,
right?
at least I'm being intellectually honest with you and like admitting the stuff I don't know, right?
Wait, sure, but you did vote for Donald Trump, correct?
I did. Yeah.
So you admit that you
I
voted
can't-
without being well informed.
No, that I wouldn't really necessarily agree with. No.
Okay.
What topic were you well
Excuse me,
informed
I'm
on,
very-
on enough to vote for Donald Trump?
I think there's enough to that Donald Trump has a record of 4 years that I agree with. I
What
think
did-
that the country was much better under him.
I'll just go back to asking, what specifically did Donald Trump do? Let's just talk about his first 2 years. Let's nix the COVID years, right? Let's look at just like the first 2 years. What did he do in 2017 and 2018 that led to a good economy? Or did he just coast on the coattails of the economy that was put in place before him?
There's no way that Obama had that kind of economy. If
Are you
Obama
joking?
if Obama had that kind of economy for 8
did.
years, then why didn't we get that when
He
Obama
did
was
not
president?
he did not have that kind of economy for 8 years. He had that kind of economy for 4 years because in the first 4 years he was dealing with Bush's recession. He was dealing with the recession that he took over from the Republicans. The Republicans who put us into a recession after an administration that left us with a surplus. So Clinton left us with a surplus. Bush came in and mismanaged the economy, put us into a recession. Obama came in, got the recession back on track. That's why if you look at any relevant economic data, all you see in Trump's time in office is it doing this. It starts here and then it just maintains. There's no spike. It just maintains. Why? Because all he had to do to not fuck up Obama's economy was nothing, which is largely what he did, which was nothing.
Man, oh man, this is gonna be difficult.
I'm not a huge fan of Bush either. Keep in mind, I very largely disagree with the Iraq War. I mean, that was very costly in itself, right?
Most of what Bush did was costly because Republicans tend to run up the deficit, because Republicans like to spend but don't like to collect revenue, so our deficit runs up. So, for instance,
Donald Trump did spend a lot. He
then
did.
he reduced the revenue. He spent a lot while reducing the revenue the government takes in. You know what happens when you spend and then reduce revenue? Deficits.
No.
Deficits is what happens.
What happens?
Yeah. You know, in this case, though, so let me ask, are you voting for Kamala Harris?
I did vote for Kamala Harris. Yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah, I voted for Kamala.
Okay. What is her greatest achievement?
Existing in all three branches of the U.S. government. She existed in the legislative
What
branch, the
specifically has
judicial
she achieved,
branch.
and as far as her policies go, that make her a great candidate?
Sure, her policies, and when she was when she worked in California as an attorney general, led to a decrease in recidivism by like upwards of like 60% because she implemented, I don't remember what the name of it was. She implemented a policy to help recidivism for drug users, and she decreased recidivism by like 60 to 70%. That's a huge thing. Next, when she was put in charge of the Northern Triangle countries, which are let me pull up which country specifically that was. While she was vice president, she was put in charge of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and figuring out why immigration from there was so high. She worked with the president of Honduras, implemented policies in Honduras to help with job creation, saw a decrease in those three countries of immigration by 250,000. That's another thing that she did.
Got it.
She oversaw
So, I mean-
record-breaking Senate ties. She's oversaw the most tie-breaking votes in the Senate of any vice president, specifically casting the tie-breaking vote for the infrastructure bill. That's another accomplishment. She helped repeal she helped put back into place a Trump-era repeal, which saw federal prosecutors targeting people harder for marijuana use. She helped repeal that, or she helped put that back into place because Trump repealed it. Her and Biden collectively pardoned thousands of people for federal marijuana charges. She did that as well.
Okay.
What were Trump's accomplishments?
Well, let's ask about like her truancy policy when it came to like school or like students and stuff like that. You know, you had a lot of
What about it?
parents who were put into prison like for
How many?
not really like the best reasons.
How many?
I mean, I can't tell you the number off the top of my head. But
Interesting.
at
So
least
how do we
three
know?
over-
So how do we know it was a lot?
You want me to pull up the stat?
Yeah. If you're gonna make the claim that a lot of people were put into prison, I'm gonna need a fucking source for that, homie.
All right, let me Google that.
Googling things has made the
But also, do you
debate
think
as
I need
mad.
to agree with like every policy she's ever put
Not
through in
really
order to
applicable
vote for her?
to Google things make debate.
No.
Okay.
No, definitely not.
So do we recognize that politicians can put into place policies that they assume are going to help, but then have negative outcomes, such like Donald Trump's policies where he brought in businesses to try to help intercity cities, but all the money went to large corporations for tax cuts instead of the cities themselves.
even
Like
sure
this
if you
policy
tried
was
to
put in
negatively
place on the
necessarily help
assumption that it was going to be
anybody,
good, but then didn't
sure,
end
let's
up
assume that
positively
you
benefiting the
did
communities it
want to
put into place
to
on.
help. Let's assume that for a second.
Yeah, these are kind of new facts to me. Yeah, man. Like I said, I gotta hand it to you. You know your chops, and you're very well informed. in any case, it
Is that it?
still won't convince me otherwise.
Oh.
'Cause
So-
I just
So I
in
can
good
provide
faith,
you
I
with
just
as
believe-
many. Wait, I'm gonna make a claim right now. You're not here in good faith. A good faith conversation would mean that you receive new information and your position changes because you've been provided with new information that you didn't have before. A bad faith conversation is I'm gonna hold 10 toes down in my position no matter what I'm told. That would be a bad faith conversation. Good faith doesn't just mean you're polite, like right?
well,
that's not
no,
that's not a
no.
good faith
I
conversation.
said I believe that Trump. I believe in good faith that Trump is still going to be beneficial for the country. I don't.
Can you
I don't think a
substantiate
lot
that
of
in any
people
way?
are. I mean, this is exactly why Trump is like leading in all the polls because he.
No, he's no.
People are just
so
tired
so
of
let
it.
me explain to you how polls work. He's leading in all the polls because they've pollsters have misrepresented data of people who've moved. So they're claiming that Trump is going to bring out new people because of new voting registration in specific counties. However, when we actually look at the real data of those people, they were people that moved from other counties that were already voting for Trump. Because they weren't new voter registrations, they were re-registrations in new counties. That's why he's leading in a bunch of these polls. Also, typical of pollsters in election periods is that they keep races close because it's just better for ratings. Okay, so when I ask
I mean,
you
sure.
like,
However, the in every poll since 2016 and 2020, they've always heavily underestimated Donald Trump.
yeah, he lost the popular vote in both years and lost the electoral college in the second one. So like, doesn't really seem that crazy to
But,
underestimate a guy that lost.
What I mean by an underestimation, so for example, like in the blue wall states, for example, in 2016, Hillary was supposed to like come away with those states by like 5-7 points, but she didn't.
Yeah,
Same
she
thing
lost
in
the electoral college. She won the popular
in
vote. More
yeah,
people
well,
wanted
I mean,
her
in the
to be
sta-
president than they wanted Donald Trump to be president. But because of the electoral college, he won because of DEI.
The electoral college system is crazy.
He's a DEI president.
right? So, what I'm trying to say is that the polls generally underestimate Trump. The fact that Trump is leading for the first time since 2016 and 2020 is very telling about where the country is starting to lean.
He's not leading. That's the funny part. Well, look at the current polling in swing states and tell me he's leading.
Which poll was I looking at?
Omni-Man.
No, it wasn't there's a YouTube channel I follow. His name is Election Time. He's a very, very accurate pollster. Not a pollster. He analyzes the polls as they are. I have to go and find specifically which website he was using for this. But generally, those polls that he's going off of, it takes a collection of many, many different polls, puts them into a data field, right? So you'd have like a graph of like so many different polls, and just the general analytics are showing that Trump is beginning to lead.
They don't actually.
I have him winning. Like say if he doesn't win Wisconsin or Michigan and what's the other one? I have to go back and look at a map. But I think you're getting what I'm trying to say. Like even if he just takes Pennsylvania, he's won the election. I think Pennsylvania is going to be like the deciding state.
Trump
here.
is
Like
not taking
yeah, so it is
Pennsylvania.
just Wisconsin. and Michigan.
Trump is
What
not
was that?
taking. Trump is not taking Pennsylvania. It's not even going to be close.
I mean, we're going to see tonight.
No, we will not see tonight.
Like I think even if he loses Wisconsin and Michigan, if he wins Pennsylvania, that's it. The election's over.
So first of all, no.
When is this? How old
Untrue.
is this video? Oh yeah, it's all.
Yes.
Second of all, he's not projected to win Pennsylvania at all. Third of all, we're
I
not going to
mean,
know tonight.
he
That's not how
ended
the
up
election
winning,
works.
but-
We're not going to know for days.
Very low there.
But currently, Harris is favored in Pennsylvania.
She lost.
We might be looking at different polls, man.
I don't
From
know.
what
You
I'm
haven't
seeing,
been
in,
able
like
to substantiate anything
from
else.
like
I don't know.
other
I think we're able to
analytics that I saw, like mostly that YouTube channel that I watched. He's not right leaning or left leaning at all. He just looks at the information as it is.
Well, I guess we'll find out when he loses.
Well, let me ask you: if Donald Trump loses, what are you going to be doing?
Same thing I do every day.
I mean, if he wins, excuse me, if he wins,
Same
what-
thing I
what-
do.
what would you-
Same
what
thing
would-
I do every day. Tell people that he's an ineffective leader. Tell people why the policies he puts through are ineffective. Talk about the reasons why he's a fascist. Talk about his plan to harm marginalized groups. Talk about the fact that he tried to steal an election. Talk about the fact that he forcibly assaulted a woman. Talk about the fact that he told a 10-year-old he would date her in 10 years. Talk about the fact that he bought a beauty pageant so he could walk into the dressing room of teenagers.
Jesus
Talk about the fact that he's talked about how he just forcibly
And he's
assaults
president now.
women.
That guy's president now.
Talk about the fact that he doesn't pay people and people have to sue him in order to pay them. Talk about his 34 felony counts for fraudulent business records. Like how much?
Oh, that's
like
bullshit.
you think? Wait, you think the
You-
34 felony counts were bullshit?
Yeah, all of the Supreme Court cases is just
you
an
talking about Supreme
attack by his
Court?
political
What are you
opponents.
talking
That
about,
should
Supreme
never
Court?
happen in politics.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did Donald Trump falsify business records? Yes or no?
Yes.
No,
No?
no, he didn't. No.
What do you think falsifying business records means?
I would assume
gonna
that means like
find-
are putting incorrect information down in your books, probably.
Okay. So when Donald Trump put down incorrect information in his books, which he did because he's admitted to it. So when Donald Trump puts incorrect information down in his books 34 times, what do you think we would call this?
This all of it's bullshit.
Sorry, can you answer my question?
Reason why we have
I'm
the
sorry,
whole-
can you
the
answer
whole-
my question?
Okay, well the whole precedent of these cases is because it's a attack by his political opponents to get him in prison. This
Did
should
he
never
do
happen
it,
in
yes or
American
not?
politics.
Did he do it, yes or not? Yes or no, did he do it?
No, I don't believe so. I do not believe so. No.
You don't
Because
believe
you have,
so when
you have
he
a bunch of
admitted
Democratic, you have
when he admitted to doing it, his lawyer admitted to doing it. The evidence of the business records being incorrect, you still don't think he did it.
well, where has he actually admitted that?
On the steps of the courthouse when he said, I did it, but I should be allowed to do it.
Well, you got to look at the context of that, right?
What more context do I need for I did it? What more context do I need?
Now, do you think he was correctly convicted or incorrectly convicted?
I think he was correctly convicted. He did it.
Do you think that maybe he might have been taking advantage of legal loopholes?
There
he
were
said-
no
he
legal.
said on the,
There
like,
were
when he
no
was debating
legal
Hillary,
loopholes.
Like, if you don't like the way the tax system works,
There were
like,
no legal
just
loopholes in this.
system.
Falsifying
What
business.
legal
There are no legal
loopholes?
loopholes here.
He himself said he did it. Did he use a legal loophole to condemn himself?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look into the case a bit more.
So wait. You're telling me you've not looked into the case? Did you watch the court case? Did you see all the evidence? Did you read all of the depositions? Did you read the indictment? Did you do any of this?
Of course not.
Well, I mean, I watch Ben Shapiro quite often.
Oh my
I mean, Ben Shapiro. So I'm taking his.
Shut the fuck up. No fucking shot, bro. No shot. Get him out of here, chat.
Let's finish watching this.
Someone like this in hindsight after watching Superman, but the levels of inaccuracies in his assertions are so high that it's damaging his credibility. Because if he really doesn't know that much about Superman, or enough to make accurate movie predictions, why would anybody listen to him on this subject?
He's trying to make it an immigrant story, as we'll see, kind of reflecting upon current tensions in the United States. And we look at Superman as a character, an alien that's shot down as an infant, as a baby, and then raised by farmers out in rural America, and then being integrated into American society, and then doing good deeds for America. And now we're trying to basically reflect that on current things going on, you can see where people are getting a little bit tired of the comparison, kind of rolling their eyes at it.
Maybe it's just me, but I don't know. I'm kind of tired of people complaining about shit like this. Hearing someone bristle about Superman addressing our current world, something he's done in the comics many times over, just makes my eyes roll. In fact, here, let me just do that now. Oh no, they're stuck. What do I do? They're stuck. But also, why do you have a problem with Superman interacting with the modern world? Do you want him to be stuck in the 1940s? Because he is a superhero who has shifted with the times. The Superman who appears in the 1978 Superman movie is not the same Superman who appears in the 1950s TV show. The hero is interacting with a different world with different concerns, politics, and technology. So, what's your preference? Should Superman just be a mindless superhero movie that only interacts with a fictionalized world that has no reflection of our own? Because that sounds like a really boring and cowardly way to make a Superman story.
But continuing on, Gunn acknowledged that the movie's themes may be interpreted differently across political groups, especially considering the current nationwide unrest around immigration. However, Gunn stands by the ideals embedded in Superman and added that he doesn't care if anyone takes offense. Continuing, yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness, and obviously there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offensive just because it's about kindness, but screw them.
Yeah, I'm with James Gunn on this point. Screw the whiny YouTubers who bitch and moan about when movies use the P word. My apologies though, Reviction Notice, you were still reading.
He continued, yes, it's about politics, but on another level, it's about morality. Do you never kill no matter what, which is what Superman believes, or do you have some balance, as Lois believes? Oh, this sounds like such a great centerpiece of this movie.
And it was a great scene.
He's making it very clear. This is about politics. It's going to be a political movie. Yeah. And on top of that, if you don't like it, if this offends you or bothers you in any sort of a way, you're a jerk, and he's saying screw you. Again, right before the movie's coming out. This is a cash grab, and he's doing everything in his power to wane that in ways that are just not necessary. He would have been better off just letting this come out into theaters and present itself for what it is, but he's getting ahead here and getting on a moral high horse and talking about all these things about human kindness and how this is going to make basically the jerks angry.
I'm not angry, cried the anti-woke YouTubers who bitched about this movie. Please don't post about how I got angry.
There's another angle here where he's been getting very defensive about the projections of this movie in the box office and what expectations have been made for this movie to break even, where he says it's nonsense to think Superman will flop, and if it doesn't make $700 million, it doesn't need to be as big as people are saying. So there's some numbers people are throwing out there for it to break even, and he's not too happy about it. And we can see right here, it's set to launch this week, and he's saying, is there something riding on the question? And he says, yeah, but it's not as big as people make it out to be. They hear these numbers that the movie is only going to be successful and make $700 million or something like that, and it's just complete and utter nonsense. It doesn't need to be as big of a situation as people are saying. Well, I don't know. If this movie doesn't make $700 million, I think that's a really bad sign because the budget for this film is estimated to be astronomical. Like one of the biggest budgets for a superhero movie we have ever seen.
The production budget for Superman was pretty high at $225 million, but it's not one of the biggest budgets for a superhero movie. It's still way behind Avengers Endgame, which had a $400 million production budget. But also, James Gunn wasn't wrong. The movie did not gross $700 million at the box office, yet it still turned a profit.
In fact, there are some reports that the gross budget of this film was nearly $400 million. And this was a figure submitted in order to secure tax incentives, which will get down that cost by, it's projected, about $100 million. But still, right off the bat with a gross budget of nearly $400 million, and people in the industry are predicting that the marketing for this might be over $200 million. And some estimates are getting as high as $700 million to break even.
And considering the movie made a profit, they were wrong about the film not breaking even. The same way that you were wrong about how James Gunn's words would harm the appeal.
Now, there was another twist in the PR campaign here. Yeah, wubba lubba dub dub. We got Rick and Morty, guys. So James Gunn and Zack Snyder, who many people try to pit against each other in their fandoms, are pitted against each other. They played themselves on the latest episode of Rick and Morty. And they're being pretty silly about many different things. And basically the plots of this episode was that Rick was angry, and Rick and Morty as well were angry about a franchise that James Gunn was working on, and Rick and Morty go out there and make something that ends up, in James Gunn's eyes, being better than what he created. And this was his reaction. This is the only thing I want to play, otherwise I'm risking probably copyright anyways. But this line is just... oof.
They outdone the gun.
They outgun the gun. Now, I think his voice acting skills are actually pretty decent, by the way. I will point that out. I will give that to James Gunn. But yeah, that is the Rick and Morty action here, the Rick and Morty connection, where James Gunn says dream job, playing a villain on hashtag Rick and Morty. I don't know if this is really like something you should be saying, like the dream job was to play a villain on Rick and Morty when your Superman film is coming out this week. I think that dream job should have been Superman. Like, the priorities seem a little messed up here, but
James Gunn is having fun playing a character on a cartoon. And you really tried to spin that as being bad press for Superman. You didn't even make a compelling case. You just looked at social media posts about his appearance and used them as evidence that Gunn is endangering the appeal of his Superman movie. By what? Not talking about Superman when addressing Rick and Morty? Hasn't he been talking enough about Superman in various interviews? I gotta tell you, Revrelay, you're not selling me on this being bad PR.
Anyways, there's just a lot going on with this film. And like I said earlier, and I'll say it a million times, I believe this film is going to sell a lot at the box office. I think it's going to do really well as a gross number. But the issue is, will it overcome this massively bloated budget? They've been trying, James Gunn included, to reduce the perception of what the budget is, but they can't really get over that for too long. Eventually, you're going to know whether or not this was a financial success for DC. And at this point, they have to overcome the massive budget as well as these last-minute comments by James Gunn that is just making things more controversial, but not in a way that's bringing any sort of renewed interest in this film as it's releasing. I just think it's causing more division.
It sure doesn't seem like James Gunn's comments drove people away, so I think you're wrong about this. You might want to stick to covering anime and YouTube drama exclusively.
I don't think this is going to destroy the movie. Like, it's not going to bomb now because of the things he's been saying, but why not capitalize on this as much as you can? Why would you come out and say these controversial things right at the last second and start creating a narrative that this film is political, it's divisive, and people are going to get mad about it? If they do, they're jerks, and that the director is saying screw you to those people? How is that productive in any sort of a way? I just don't know. It seems to happen with a lot of films these days.
If you don't think the movie is going to bomb, why shouldn't James Gunn just come out and say these earnest comments about the movie he made? What reason does he have to shut up about the movie's politics? Will it harm the audience appeal? Not really, as I've already proven. Will it prevent anti-woke dorks like you from seeing the movie? Well, no, your lot still needs some superhero media to bitch about, so you'll see it anyway. Will it hurt the feelings of the anti-woke? Probably, but who gives a fuck? Y'all are annoying and should stop being pandered to.
That's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Say, did you notice how controlled and almost passive Revoltron came off in this video? He mostly just reads articles and social media posts without much reaction. He's not fuming with performative anger, but he also doesn't seem to have much interest in the topic of Superman. If you don't want to talk about Superman, you don't have to. In fact, I'd prefer it if you didn't, if you don't have much to say and just toss out some tourist takes. But you know, I'll admit, I have a bias when talking about this movie. movie. I love Superman as a character. I read his comics fairly regularly, and I love James Gunn's Superman movie. So let's switch gears and see how Ravioli and Meatballs discusses Joker Filet Adieu, a movie I did not like. Who knows? Maybe he dislikes the movie for the same reasons I do.
The reviews are in and people are very disappointed. Not only is this film a disappointment at the box office, but viewers of the film are walking out of theaters, giving very bad reviews. Overall, a very big disappointment. And a lot of people have a very simple question. Why was this movie even made? Well, the answer is pretty simple. It's a cash grab. And I believe in the very, very controversial opinion that maybe we should have some more standalone films, right? Just one successful film, no unnecessary sequels. However, a lot of times when you have a successful first film, sequels are made as a simple cash grab, and they often work to not only damage the reputation of the franchise as a whole, but sometimes it damages the original story as well, and that's what happened with Joker 2. In fact, a lot of people believe that this film was basically made out of spite for the fans of the first film. They genuinely believe that this was made to be a big middle finger to the fans of the original Joker film from 2019.
I mean, the first Joker movie was kind of made out of spite as well. Director Todd Phillips didn't shy away from complaining about how he can't make raunchy comedies anymore. He bitched about woke culture and realized that audiences mostly want comic book movies. So he pitched a subversive DC Comics movie to Warner Brothers. And when you watch the movie he made, there's clearly a chip on his shoulder about comedy. The big monologue by Arthur Fleck on the TV show feels more like Phillips ranting than Arthur's. For as much as I don't like the Joker sequel, it does seem on brand not to settle for audience expectations. After all, the first Joker movie was revered by so many because it was radically different from other comic book movies. So you might as well deliver something even more subversive if Warner Brothers gives you the budget to make the movie that you want. And spitting at the fans who misinterpreted Joker as aspirational seems like a provocative move. I don't think Phillips executed it well, but hey, I admire the swing.
Now let's go back to that film, the original Joker, 2019. This was a film that a lot of people did not expect to succeed. It was kind of doomed in many different ways. It was being directed by Todd Phillips, who is most known for doing the Hangover trilogy. Also, it was a story, a background story of the Joker, and a lot of people were just like, who even asked for this? But we know the story. It came out, and it was a huge success. A lot of people fell in love with the story. They fell in love with the character, or at least sympathized with the character Arthur Fleck. It ended up being a enormous box office success, getting over $1 billion, becoming the first R-rated film to do so. And also it was extremely well reviewed by the audience scores. And of course, there was some mishap in the media. A lot of people were making ridiculous claims about this film in the months leading up until its release. There was a general narrative out there where people were trying to say that this film, the original Joker, was going to inspire an incel uprising where people, these incels, would go to the movie theater and they'd be inspired by this story and go out and, how do I say this on YouTube, commits mass Minecrafting of people.
Mass Minecrafting? What's with this baby language? The concern was about a repeat of the mass shooting that happened during a theatrical screening of The Dark Knight Rises. I know your VTuber avatar is meant to look like a young girl, but you don't have to speak like one, considering you don't even try with the voice. But also, this isn't a conspiracy without merit. There were credible threats of a potential mass shooting based on intelligence from the FBI. Sure, there weren't any mass shootings with Joker, but given the Aurora shooting during The Dark Knight Rises, the subject of the Joker movie, and the frequency of gun violence in America, that's not something to take lightly.
There were no massacres as a result of this film. In fact, the only thing that looks like a massacre coming out of this film is Joker 2, Folie à Deux. Now, we should have known better with a title like that. You knew this was going to be a bunch of pretentious slop.
Ah, yes, because anything with a French title is pretentious. That's why nobody enjoyed Hot Shots Part 2. Drop the French, you snobs. It's 2, not deux. But also, filet à deux refers to a psychiatric term for two people sharing the same delusions. The term translates to madness of two, and I don't know, I think filet à deux sounds better. This sequel title doesn't make the movie sound pretentious, considering how it directly describes the relationship between Joker and Harley Quinn. But yeah, sure, French bad. Maybe if it were in Japanese, it'd be less pretentious.
And the big change between the first film and this one was that this was going to be a pseudo musical, where basically they were going to interweave a bunch of musical performances throughout the film, which is a very odd choice for this film based on what happened in the original one.
Is it that odd a choice? You do know that there were several sequences in the first Joker movie where Arthur was dancing to music, right? Sure, Arthur never sings along, but surely he would in his fantasies. I really didn't like Filet Adieu, but considering the film's 3 notes of random genre musical numbers, repetitive courtroom drama, and meandering prison drama, the musical segments were the most entertaining. It might have been the best choice in a movie that was loaded with bad choices.
But that is something that was a big departure. And I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm just going to talk very generally. But in the film itself, some people really consider the musical performances to not only be the filler, the fluff holding together the terrible story, that it was actually like propping up the story entirely, which is insane. Because in Joker 2, the storyline is so boring and just a regurgitation of most of the events of the first film. It's genuinely boring. So some people actually thought the musical numbers were more interesting than the story, which is an insane thing to say about a Joker film.
Seemingly insane, but hey, life is crazy that way sometimes. I will agree with Revillage of the Desu Damned here, though. The movie is incredibly boring.
It picks up where the last film left off. Arthur Fleck goes on trial for the crimes of the Joker, and it becomes a sort of how responsible is he for all of these actions and these murders and terrible things. And basically, to skip forward to the end, the ending is just atrocious. It's the worst thing ever. It basically makes the entire first film completely meaningless, and it takes away all of the mystery surrounding that film, the ambiguities. It takes away really the hearts of that entire movie. And it really not only this story in Joker 2 didn't just destroy Joker 2, it destroyed the first film too, which is amazing. A 2 stones with 1 bird kind of situation, a whole bunch of goofery right there.
The saying is 2 birds with 1 stone, which is what you meant to say. You know how Todd Phillips ruined 2 movies with 1 directing project. The way you phrased it makes it sound as though 2 movies destroyed 1.
But the funny thing is, in terms of performances, Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga both did well. Like, I don't think anyone's shocked about Phoenix, but Lady Gaga, she did what she's supposed to, right? She's supposed to go in there and sing some musical numbers. Her take on Harley Quinn is a much more different one than we've seen. She's not just some pet for Joker to play with. She's more of a crazy, fanatical person obsessed with the Joker, but that's a whole different route. But they really did what they could for these roles. This story was just so bad. Like, it doesn't matter how good the acting is when the story is that bad. You can't fix the issue when the bones of the story are the problem.
Okay, we're on the same page so far, Revoltes V. Let's see what you got next.
Reflecting on the end of this movie and how it dismantled the events of the first Joker film, it's no surprise that the director Todd Phillips says now he's done with the DC universe, basically saying, yep, I destroyed that and now I'm going to move on and, say no more on the subject. Well, there is a genuine theory out there, and a lot of people believe this, and I think there's some merit to it. There's something off about Joker 2. It feels like a deliberate middle finger to the fans of the first film. It's trying to undermine everything that it was building up.
The Revanishing doesn't read the Rolling Stone review by David Fear for making his case. Maybe he has a character limit, I don't know, but let's be better than him and highlight the passage that he clearly wanted to focus on. Say what you will about Joker Filet Adieu, it's a different, more tuneful beast than its predecessor. And you couldn't call what they're doing fan service given its general stance that elevating and emulating disturbed, antisocial individuals just because they've tapped into inchoate rage is a bad idea. In fact, this sequel is whatever the exact opposite of fan service is. During its rare moments of clarity, you'd swear this is actually an indictment of those who flocked to Joker in the first place. Laugh, and the whole world laughs with you. Flip the bird to those who loved your nihilism yippity-dee mojo the first time around, however, and you may find yourself standing alone against a mob. The closest thing it has to a message of any kind is, hey fanatics, go fuck yourselves. And I think this is the best and worst aspect of the movie. I do like how Phillips has turned his crosshairs towards the audience who saw Arthur as aspirational. It is a problem that is more common than you think in movies, where cautionary tales are viewed with the exact opposite effect. See the movies Taxi Driver and Fight Club as examples. And while I appreciate the more direct approach, Phillips doesn't exactly replace that denied fan service with a better film. This is reflected in David's closing paragraph. Who exactly is Joker Filet Adieu for? Completist little monsters, Warner Brothers Discovery board members, people who wish Singin' in the Rain had 33% more insane clown posses. Having originally struck a chord with viewers who were down to Psycho Clown with Phoenix's scarily intense interpretation, who felt they had a Travis Bickle for their generation and might have repeated the same mistakes those God's lonely men from back in the day did, this new Joker wants to wag its finger at them. But it's also so alienating that it's not likely to appeal to the crossover types who threw gold statues at the first one either. This is the sequel's real ha 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 punchline. What do you get when you cross a discordant riff on a fan favorite with a failed prestige project? Twice as much doo-doo. I think RevVHS should have read this article, but I doubt he would have much to say. He'd probably just get angry at the closing potty joke because it was written in the language of the pretentious.
It's basically like one of those scenarios where you weren't supposed to like the character, but people did anyways. People liked the character Arthur Fleck, and they even sympathized with him. And unfortunately, that wasn't the goal of Phillips. Apparently, you were supposed to hate Arthur Fleck, and he was very upset about it.
I don't think Phillips wants you to hate Arthur Fleck. That's a very childish conclusion. I'm pretty sure Phillips wanted to criticize the audience who became obsessed with Joker and took the wrong message from his story. Do you feel for Arthur's desperate state? Of course. Do you feel sympathy for him being abused by others and tossed aside by society? Absolutely. Do you feel empathy for his killing of a coworker who came to visit him and later shooting a talk show host who made fun of him? Because if you do, that's a bit alarming. I don't like either film because they're poorly made, but I get what Todd Phillips is trying to say in them. And if Joker was trying to portray a cautionary tale, Joker Filet Adieu is shaking the audience by the shoulders and screaming, "It's a cautionary tale, you stupid fuck."
He comes out with a couple $100 million joke where he's going to go own the chuds who liked Arthur Fleck by dismantling his character entirely in the second film.
The movie sucks, but hey, fuck the chuds. They deserve nothing.
We've seen scenarios like this before in media where there's characters you're not supposed to like, but fans end up liking them, and then the directors panic and then try to rewrite the character in the most ridiculous ways to make you look like a fool for liking them in the first place. We've seen it with The Man in the High Castle. We've seen it most recently with The Boys, like, oh, you stupid chuds, you're not supposed to like Homelander, he's stupid. And then they have to make him comedically embarrassing and ridiculous in the latest season to make you feel stupid for liking him or even enjoying the character in any sort of a way.
Oh boy, this again. Okay. Homelander from The Boys was not portrayed as likable in the first season and was then rewritten to own the chuds who liked him. A key event that keeps coming up in The Boys that makes Homelander an antagonist is the airliner incident from season 1, episode 4. When trying to save a hijacked passenger plane with Queen Maeve, Homelander stupidly uses his heat vision on the terrorists and damages the flight controls. With no way to safely land the plane or save the passengers in time, Homelander advises Maeve that they not save anybody because the incident will make them look bad. And despite the plea of Queen Maeve to save a few people, Homelander just lets everybody die on the flight. After the airliner crashes, Homelander vows to find those responsible and punish them in a speech that replicates George Bush's words following 9/11. If you watched Homelander let people die to protect his image and thought that made him a cool anti-hero, then, well, I don't want to call you stupid, but let's just say I think you should read more. Also, I disagree that you can't enjoy Homelander in any sort of way. As a fascist egotist with superpowers and mommy and daddy issues, he is an entertaining antagonist. Homelander wields his powers in a highly reflective way, revealing how pathetic egomaniacs can be. But also, what do you mean by the latest season, in this video's case being season 4, that it was meant to make you feel stupid for liking Homelander? You didn't feel stupid before for liking that Homelander hooks up with a superpowered neo-Nazi in season 2, or when Homelander declares himself a savior that should be allowed to commit genocide in season 3. What I think is the most fascinating aspect of how right-wing dorks react to The Boys is how much amnesia they have about this show. Because I remember how on the nose the satire was for season 2, and then whiny dorks said that it ruined the show. And then they said the same thing for season 3. And season 4, and they'll likely say the same thing for season 5. Homelander was never meant to be likable from the start, and if you thought he was, maybe you should look deep within yourself and ask why. Ravel Vita just kind of repeats himself by looking at Rotten Tomatoes scores and then praising The Penguin as a better DC Comics project. So I'm just going to skip ahead to the end here to get his final thoughts.
To put a nail in the Joker 2, this was a monumental flop, and again, another example of a cash grab sequel that went beyond just disappointment. It literally tarnished the first film that so many people, like myself, enjoyed. A story that did what it had to do, made a very compelling story, and left just enough ambiguity at the end where it made it interesting and it had a little bit of mystery to it. But all of those gaps have now been filled, and filled in the worst way possible, and all the things you liked about the first film have been completely dismantled. Like, I cannot believe this actually happened, but it should have been too surprising knowing this was a sequel and likely a cash grab. But beyond that, it seemed like a personal vendetta from its own director against the fans of his own original work. No! Cash grab!
You know, I didn't like Joker Part 2, but I have to admit, there's something impressive about how mad this movie can make losers like this. Todd Phillips convinced an entire group of dorks to not only hate his Joker sequel for not giving them the Joker that they wanted, but also made them retroactively despise the previous film. But Rev Funny Suffix didn't really add much to this conversation. It's just boo-hoo, Joker pissed off fans by not validating their aspirational nihilism. So with superhero movies out of the way, let's see how badly he covers a topic like Sonic 3 not being nominated for Academy Awards because of DEI.
So today we're going to be talking about more examples of DEI causing issues, and this conversation is oddly going to start off with Sonic 3, which is currently in theaters and crushing it at the box office, which is not too surprising given the success of the previous 2 films. But this headline right here and some of the implications, if true, are insane. So it says, the Academy says that Sonic 3 is ineligible to be nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars. Now, let's establish this very quickly. Who cares what anyone at the Academy thinks, right? The Oscars and the other bi-monthly celebrations in Hollywood like that, the award shows, it's just an excuse for Hollywood elite to get together for a big circle jerk where they pat each other on the backs for being pretentious and completely out of touch.
Okay, fine. The Oscars suck and they don't matter. Then I guess Sonic not being nominated doesn't concern you and we can move on.
This headline implies, and based on what we're going to see, implies the possibility that Sonic 3 didn't make this cut because of DEI-related concerns. In this case, apparently Sonic 3 not meeting certain requirements that are necessary to be on this eligibility list.
Okay, so you do care about the Oscars? I mean, I assume you do if you're still reading into this story.
So let's see this article that's being cited here. So it says more than a third of Oscar qualifying films this year are not eligible for Best Picture. There are 323 feature films eligible for the upcoming Academy Awards, and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences announced on Monday, though a whopping 36% of those 116 feature films are not eligible for consideration in the Best Picture category. Now, that public list from the Academy is viewable, and you see right here, no Sonic 3 whatsoever. And a lot of people are immediately coming to the defense of the Academy saying, oh, wait a second, Sonic 3, it came out pretty recently, so it probably just didn't qualify by some sort of a temporal technicality, right? That's not true. They've had plenty of time. We'll see that directly in a second, but there is a lot of strange things going on, including Mufasa, The Lion King, making the cut. They are on the list, and they released at the same time as Sonic 3. So any sort of concern about when Sonic 3 was released has nothing to do with this process. Now, just for a second, I'm going to go on a little tangent about Mufasa, The Lion King here.
Okay, while Rivera Drake here goes on a tangent about Mufasa and box office numbers, let's actually address the eligibility issue. If you go to the Academy Award website and read the representation requirements for Best Picture eligibility, you'll notice that the movies only have to meet 2 of the 4 standards. The first standard is on-screen representation, themes, and narratives of underrepresented ethnic groups. This is an easy one to cross, considering one of the passing parameters is having at least one non-white supporting actor, which Sonic 3 has. The second standard is creative leadership and project team representation. This is kind of the same deal as the last one, but for those behind the camera. You need either 2 underrepresented individuals in any department leadership role, 6 crew members who fit the description, or a film crew that is 30% underrepresented, which can include women, members of the LGBTQ+ community, and people with disabilities. I took a look at the full credits for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and it does meet this standard. The third standard is industry access and opportunities, which basically means the film offers apprenticeships, internships, or training for underrepresented groups. And finally, the fourth standard involves audience development, which is pretty much representation in marketing and distribution. Considering you only need to meet 2 of these 4 standards, these are easy hurdles for a big studio that employs hundreds of people for their mainstream movies, hence why Mufasa was eligible. Keep in mind, not qualifying for Best Picture does not mean disqualification from receiving other Academy Awards. Sonic 3 was still eligible for categories such as Best Visual Effects and Best Sound Editing. It's highly likely that Paramount didn't even bother submitting Sonic the Hedgehog 3 for Best Picture, since it was, Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Consider this section of that article from The Wrap. The discrepancy between films that have qualified for the top category and films that are eligible in other categories comes either because the filmmakers did not attempt to qualify, likely the case for several documentary, animated, or international films, or because of new eligibility rules that require Best Picture candidates to meet additional benchmarks for diversity and inclusion. Because, did you actually look at this list? I mean, there are plenty of movies that could have met these requirements, but they likely didn't submit because they knew they wouldn't be nominated for Best Picture, let alone win. There are a lot of documentaries listed as ineligible, likely because documentaries never make it into the Best Picture category. Joker Filet Adieu was eligible with an abundance of white people in front of and behind the camera, and the film was likely submitted because the previous Joker movie was nominated for Best Picture. And the Sonic movies have never been nominated for an Academy Award, even before these requirements for Best Picture eligibility. So, what's Revolutionary Girl Desutena's counter about why Sonic 3 was unfairly pushed out of the Best Picture eligibility? Well, his answer was vibes.
By all these measures, Sonic 3 is qualified, but it appears there's one of these 2 reasons. Either the team over at Sonic 3 did not apply, which I find very hard to believe. If you achieved some sort of potential milestone, it's also a good advertising, another thing they can add, that they qualified.
To advertise? Oh yeah, that's something movies do. They love to advertise and boast about how much they qualified for eligibility for Best Picture nominations. Yeah, that's something you definitely slap on the Blu-ray cover.
But there's this other part, obviously, that's the glaring one, and that is the raise standards. And looking at these standards, it's absolutely insane. So, in order to qualify properly, you have to submit a confidential Academy Inclusion Standards form and meet 2 out of the 4 of these standards that are required in order for the film to be deemed eligible for Best Picture consideration. And these standards are really weird. Like, the obsession with DEI and race is unbelievable. Just read some of these. Like, at least one of the lead actors or significant supporting actors submitted for Oscar consideration is from an underrepresented racial or ethnic group in a specific country or territory of production. This may include, and they list certain ethnicities that'll qualify as these underrepresented racial or ethnic groups that'll allow you to have the honor of being qualified for Best Picture. And you can scroll down. I mean, there's so many levels to this that you have to meet, and you have to get 2 out of these 4 to qualify.
A movie could star and be directed by straight white men, but if it has at least some underrepresented individuals working on the crew, in marketing, or interning, it would pass these standards, which, for big studios that rely on many departments and can facilitate internships, that's not hard, because Paramount had other movies that qualified, you know, like Gladiator 2 and If, movies made by white guys and starring white guys. But hey, why let reading and critical thinking get in the way of demonizing DEI?
Based on what we've seen, this might be the reason that Sonic 3 did not qualify for Best Picture at the Oscars, which, if this is true, that is insane. Once again, DEI killing art and punishing people for just making a standard movie without forced diversity and inclusion. And speaking of Sonic 3, is Sonic 3 not inclusive? Because honestly, first of all, just looking at the cast, whether it's the actual actors who are live on the screen or the voice actors for characters like Knuckles, for example, we have plenty of diversity. Like, what are they talking about? There's plenty of women, there's black people, it's all over the place.
I agree, Lady and Rev. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 does have a diverse cast. But do you see how this hurts your argument? It really does sound like Sonic 3 just wasn't submitted. You're doing a poor job of arguing that DEI prevented Sonic 3 from getting an Oscar nomination. I mean, can you at least be entertaining if you're going to make shitty arguments?
And also, at the end of the day, like, the most crazy example is, like, Sonic. He's blue. Is that not diverse enough for you? Like, what is going on? There's various characters that are colors that are not even your traditional sense, right?
Wasn't a funny joke to begin with, but your delivery was awful, especially with how you pause for non-existent laughter.
But for some reason, people are now concerned that, yeah, they got snubbed for Best Picture nomination because of DEI-related concerns being pressed down by Hollywood. People are tired of this crap. We're seeing across the board the average person rejecting DEI, not wanting it to be a part of anything that they consume. And we're even seeing a lot of companies recently abandoning DEI. I even saw an article this morning about McDonald's abandoning some DEI-related policies at their company. Whether it's legitimate, like they're actually sincere about these things or not, it seems that there is a very clear vibe shift going on right now, especially after the election or the election results where Donald Trump will be the next U.S. president. I think there's been a big vibe shift, especially with DEI. People are absolutely fed up with this.
Say, remember when Target said it was rolling back its DEI efforts? Because they sure didn't seem happy about it, considering there was a massive boycott of the retailer that cost them billions of dollars. McDonald's faced the same issue with boycotts and protests against the company. And do you know how those companies responded? They tried to walk back and say, no, please, we'll bring back DEI, just please come back. And even though some people have forgiven these big companies for betraying their representation initiatives, many will never forgive them. Now granted, Revideodrome made this video before Trump's second term had even started, but again, he's really bad at reading the room.
But as always, Hollywood is its own place, right? It might as well be another country because they live on another plane of existence. They're completely out of touch. It's not surprising that these things are going to be held out longer than the average comparison points in the United States and across the world.
Yes, Hollywood is out of touch. Unlike Ace Ventura here, who thought people would be cool with companies abandoning DEI.
Now, there's one other thing I want to show about this whole Sonic 3 situation. Here's a clip from a few years back at the Oscars, and you have Jim Carrey, of course, who's a part of the franchise. And this was a little bit here that I find kind of ironic.
I just finished a film. It's called Sonic the Hedgehog. Comes out in November. Oh. Well, come back next year. I'm sure it'll be nominated.
Yeah, so to understand that, That was from a few years ago, and that was before the original Sonic film had gone to theaters. And if you don't remember the drama going on at that time, it was insane because they had the original designs for Sonic come out. People hated it. They thought it was unappealing. And they actually listened. They took the time and the money to reshoot things, to improve the design, which obviously that worked out great. But at the time, it was getting crapped on by everyone, including people at the Oscars. Obviously, this is a bit, but still, to see things come full circle and how successful the franchise has been at the box office, and now, oddly enough, not being included for a Best Picture nomination, it's all pretty full circle.
Wait, why was this ironic or full circle? They weren't joking about the movie not making money or audiences hating it. The Sonic movie was joked about for not getting nominated for this awards show, and it didn't get nominated. The Sonic movies aren't even ineligible for awards. Paramount could run a for-your consideration campaign for Jim Carrey as Best Supporting Actor or the VFX team for Best Visual Effects if they really wanted to. So how is this the Oscars not admitting defeat? This insult to the Academy.
Okay, we're gonna try to do the thing. Alright, we're ready. Make the game a little bit louder. We're gonna defeat the German Shepherd now. Okay, we're gonna beat the German Shepherd. We've got an anti-dragon weapon. I think it's gonna be fine now. We're gonna skip the thing.
Brick, hadst thou thou wert guided, wert thou not? By whom? Oh. 'Twas thou hast taken on the guise of a hero, seeking to wrest from me the message with which I was entrusted. Hast thou not? What? No, no! Thou art no illusion.
True, I am not. Okay, we're fighting the German Shepherd.
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Not today! Thou shalt not escape! Ha! Ha! I have thee now! I have thee now!
There we go. Now we should be able to get
him. Mid-heel! Thou shalt not escape! I have thee now!
God damn, this is a HP spine boss. But I've got the special weapon against German Shepherds.
I have thee now! I have thee now! shalt not escape! I cannot fall. Mid-heel. I have thee now! Much better. Much better. Mid-heel.
Mid-heel.
I have thee now.
There we go. German Shepherd defeated. No more.
Such strength! Can it truly be?
Yeah, I'm pretty strong. Pretty good. Lucifer. Ooh. Holy moly.
The beast is vanquished?
Yeah, I guess. We get an achievement.
This is my necklace. I mislaid it when the fiends took me captive. I thought it lost forever.
No. Nothing is lost forever.
Thou hast my heartfelt thanks. 'Twas a gift from my beloved mother.
I knew it. Somehow I knew it.
Yes. Thou art just as I imagined.
Hold down.
Thou art he. I am sure of it.
Yeah, I guess.
I thank thee once again. I truly, this time, am Gwaelin, Princess of Tantagel. Hadst thou tarried any longer, I fear I might have perished in this place.
Okay, we should leave probably.
But I knew that thou wouldst come, brave hero. I kept the faith.
Alright, let's go.
Thou wishest me to know thy true name. I see, and a very fine name it is too.
Are we going? I guess not.
Almighty Rubis hath entrusted to me a message of great import. In it lieth the secret to our world's salvation. She bade me impart it only to he through whose veins floweth the blood of
Can we
Erdrick.
do it somewhere else?
And now here thou art.
Oh my fucking god.
And the message is this.
Can we do it somewhere else, somewhere safer? Even Sido is annoying.
The sacred egg hath been tainted by the night. A great darkness shall soon engulf the world. The power of the land shall fade. Sun, rain, and rain's bow, all shall dwindle. Unless, bold hero, thou canst stem the tide and see the land blessed once more. In the far south awaiteth one who knoweth all. Go to their aid. Go southward with all haste. Forgive me. My duty done at last. I feel surpassing faint. Wilt thou escort me to my home, the palace? Oh, how kind of thee.
Oh, it's so that I have to do it manually. Of course they've overheard the message. Oh my god. Idiots. Should have done this somewhere else. This was the message that said on the princess. The dragon is defeated. I by a human probably one beat. This should have bitten them in the ass. Oh, I do have to do it manually. I do have to carry her. Alright, we're gonna save the game. And then I'm gonna finish 3-4 now. Because I've got things to finish. You know what I mean? Besides, you're probably not here anymore. I suspect. Nobody saw me defeat the German Shepherd. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna radio into somebody sad. Bushu, 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 bushu. Drawing Academy, there you go. Okay, bye bye.